The story unfolds around the tragic life of a young woman diagnosed with stomach cancer, awaiting her final moments in a hospital. One day, she decides to return home, determined not to waste the precious few days she has left. She encounters a quirky taxi driver who takes her back to her apartment. However, upon arriving home, she discovers her husband in the midst of an affair with her best friend, plotting to cash in on her life insurance policy. Adding insult to injury, after her death, and to make matters worse, the despicable husband even strikes her, causing her head to hit the edge of a table, resulting in instant death. She laments her overly gentle nature, unknowingly taken advantage of. Miraculously, when she opens her eyes again, she finds herself transported back in time, 10 years into the past. Thus begins her meticulous plan for revenge against her treacherous ex-husband and her supposed best friend. Prepare for the powerful return of Jiwon, a new destiny, and a handsome, wealthy department head. The scene opens with a somber atmosphere. Inside the hospital, a mournful ringtone echoes. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. The time is 12:37 p.m., April 10th, 2019. The young woman sits on her hospital bed, attempting to call her husband, but he doesn't answer, not even bothering to reply to her text messages. This unfortunate soul is named Kim Jiwon, a young woman battling a terminal illness. The doctors have informed her that she has only a few months left to live, and her husband hasn't visited her since she was admitted. The nurses, witnessing her pain, try to offer extra care, but when one comes to deliver Jiwon's medication, she discovers that Jiwon has vanished. It turns out she has secretly slipped out of the hospital and returned home. Outside the hospital, cherry blossoms are in full bloom. While waiting for a taxi, Jiwon reflects on the irony of the season. It's spring, cancer cells are consuming her, yet flowers bloom beautifully around her. How she envies them, for even in their withering, they retain their beauty. She takes a taxi back to the apartment she shares with her husband. The driver, seemingly concerned for Jiwon, asks if she is in pain. "You'll get better," the driver consoles her. Jiwon remains silent, lost in thought. It's been a long time since she's heard her local dialect. In Seoul, a familiar image flashes through her mind. Jiwon recalls happier times when her father was still alive. She remembers experiencing such joy once. The driver continues to encourage her, asking if she's ever heard the saying, "The child who died yesterday still wanted to see tomorrow." "Today, if I were that child, I might think that way," Jiwon replies, looking weary. "Even if I have to die today, I don't want to see tomorrow, because nothing good will happen to me anyway." The driver chuckles softly and asks if she would be happy if something good did happen. The car soon pulls up to her apartment building. Jiwon offers the fare to the driver, but he refuses to accept it. He tells her to consider it pocket money from her father, for her to go out and enjoy herself. "Good things will happen to you. You'll recover, earn a lot of money, travel everywhere, and even meet a man who also thought he was already dead." Today is the driver's last day on the job, and Jiwon is his final passenger. He wishes for her to live well and to consider the money a promise from him. Jiwon unfolds the bills and finds a piece of candy tucked inside. She smiles, agreeing with the driver's sentiment. After the car drives away, Jiwon stands there quietly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for giving me one last beautiful memory in this not-so-beautiful life." The moment feels truly nostalgic. Snapping back to reality, she hurries into the building and stands before her apartment door. The first time she's seen it in months since her hospitalization. A sudden hesitation washes over her, but she steels her resolve and takes a deep breath. The moment Kim Ji-won stepped inside, her eyes fell upon the red high heels she had gifted her best friend. Just then, the murmur of conversation, male and female, drifted from within the bedroom. Gritting her teeth, Ji-won crept closer and gently pushed the door open. She found her husband and her best friend in bed together, their words even more venomous than she could have imagined. They were discussing how they would enjoy her 500 million won life insurance payout after her death. Hearing this, Ji-won burst into the room, fury consuming her, demanding to know who gave him the right. The two in bed were instantly startled. Park Min-joon scrambled up, stammering excuses, but Ji-won, blinded by rage, couldn't hear a word. Through gritted teeth, she spat. "Park Min-joon, you son of a bitch. Did you really think I'd just die quietly? I'll demand compensation. I'll tell the entire company. You won't just have to face your families. I'll blast this all over social media. You'll never hold your heads up again. I'll make you cough up everything you've taken." Hearing her threats, Simin paled, fear etched on her face. Panicked, she rushed forward, clutching Jiwon's hand, begging her not to. "We're friends. I'm your best friend." Jiwon laughed, wrenching her hand free. What kind of friend sleeps with her best friend's husband while she's dying? What kind of friend leeches off her like this? Did you even stop to think how much your best friend's life insurance is worth? Simin, terrified, dropped to her knees, pleading with Jiwon not to tell her family or the company. Jiwon asked her if, under these circumstances, she really thought her family and company mattered. Simin sobbed, saying that those who could live had to live. "You're going to die anyway." Those words ignited a fresh inferno of rage within Jiwon. She grabbed Simin's hair, intent on hurting her. But then, Minjun raised his hand and slapped Jiwon hard across the face, stunning her. Jiwon stared at him in disbelief, asking if he had just hit her. He replied casually, "You can hit others, but others can't hit you? Just die already. Stop tormenting us and our peaceful lives with your half-dead existence." Jiwon felt a wave of despair wash over her. "Isn't it because of you and your family that I'm like this? Your family looked down on me. I don't have a mother. My father died of cancer. You took my money to play the stock market. If I had been hospitalized earlier, maybe I could have lived. You murderer. Even if I die, I'll drag you all to hell with me. I will not let you die in peace." Her words filled Minjun with a mixture of shock and rage. He raised his hand again, striking Jiwon hard. Too weak to dodge, her head cracked against the corner of the table, blood gushing from a wound. Jiwon collapsed. Seeing this, Minjun and Simin abandoned her. She remembered the doctor's words: 3 months at the shortest, 6 at the longest, 10 if a miracle occurred. But Jiwon, at 37, was already gone, unable to outlive that brief timeline. Minjun seemed taken aback by the turn of events, a flicker of panic in his eyes. The two of them now anxiously whispered to each other, discussing their next move. As for Jiwon, in her final moments, she heard her father's voice. It was a call filled with love, a stark contrast to the malice she now faced. Jiwon turned towards it, a flicker of joy in her fading consciousness. Her father reaching out a finger towards her. She saw him again, it seemed, and remembered the promise she had made. "You must live a truly happy life from now on." She had promised her father this. Back then, her father had smiled, satisfied, and then faded away. Cherry blossom petals bloomed and fell to the ground. Suddenly, a rustling sound startled her. Someone was gently shaking Jiwon's shoulder. When she opened her eyes again, she saw, to her astonishment, Assistant Manager Jang, a colleague who had left the company 10 years prior, expressed concern, asking Jiwon if she was all right. Jiwon felt disoriented, unsure of what was happening. She glanced at her reflection, finding herself alive and looking remarkably young. What on earth was going on? The last time she opened her eyes, she had clearly been killed by Park Minjun, her head smashed against the table. Confusion and bewilderment washed over her. The phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. Jiwon picked up the familiar device. It was her old phone. The date displayed on the screen was April 10th, 2009. She reached for her glasses, putting them on to see clearly. A thought flashed through her mind. Betrayed by her husband and best friend, a painful marriage ended. Yet here she was, back in her life from 10 years ago. What was happening? Was she dreaming? Was this some film reel of the life she'd always longed for? Before I died, Jiwon slumped in her chair, perplexed by her return to the past. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind her, a voice that made her heart pound and her vision blur. She turned to see the scoundrel Park Minjun standing there, feigning concern, asking what she was doing there, and remarking on her pale complexion. He offered to buy her medicine, but looking at his face now, all she could remember was how he used to yell at her. Rage, hatred, and humiliation surged through Jiwon. She stood up abruptly and walked away. She only regretted not having stayed far away from him. Park Minjun grabbed her hand, asking, "What's wrong with you all of a sudden?" Jiwon furiously shook off his hand, shouting, "Let go of me! Don't talk to me, and don't look at me ever again." Just then, someone called her name. "Jiwon, what's wrong?" "I heard someone arguing in here." Hearing the voice, a wave of panic washed over Jiwon. It was Simin, her best friend, the same woman who had slept with her husband. The mere thought of her face made Jiwon nauseous. She couldn't believe that even after her death, this treacherous pair was still haunting her. She muttered under her breath, "Go to hell, you scum." Simin, still clueless, asked, "What's wrong, Jiwon?" Looking at her deceitful expression, Jiwon trembled with rage. She wanted to kill her. Resentment consumed her. Just as she was about to lash out, Assistant Manager Jang appeared, interrupting the scene. He said the manager was looking for her and told her to hurry over. Jiwon wiped her tears and left. However, she remained consumed by grief, wondering, where am I? Why couldn't I have died more peacefully? Amidst the vibrant memories of 10 years ago, there was one person who always stood alone, shrouded in monochrome, a familiar yet distant figure. Jiwon entered the office and looked at the nameplate on the desk that read, Jo Jin Hyuk. Jiwon suddenly remembered that this was Jo Jin Hyuk, her supervisor from 10 years ago when she worked at the company. The tall man always wore a simple suit and rarely spoke unless necessary. As soon as she entered, he sternly said, "Miss Kim Jiwon, this is a company. I expect you to clearly distinguish between work and personal matters." He then handed her some documents, saying, "If there's nothing else, you can leave early." Ji-won noticed a handkerchief on top of the documents. Jin Hyuk spoke again, advising her to manage her personal emotions so as not to affect her colleagues. Ji-won quickly bowed her head in thanks and turned to leave. Lost in thought, she accidentally tripped over a trash can. As she stumbled forward, a helping hand reached out. She was steadied by Manager Yom, who was behind her. "Are you all right?" the department manager's concerned voice asked. The voice echoed in Ji-won's ears. It was the first time she'd been this close to Department Manager Yom, face to face. Ji-won replied that she was fine. Pushing past him, she hurried away. Yom simply watched her go, saying nothing. Throwing her files on her desk, Ji-won thought that she had to get out of there. Perhaps reliving this hellish time was her punishment, and she absolutely couldn't accept it. She left, leaving her stunned colleagues behind. In the elevator, Ji-won still couldn't believe she was back, experiencing things she didn't even remember. Memories from her past life flooded back. What did the universe want from her, bringing her back here? The earlier encounter with Department Manager Yom flashed through her mind. Lost in thought, she was startled by a voice. The elevator doors had opened, and her colleagues were asking if she was getting off. She quickly apologized and stepped out. In her haste, she tripped over the threshold. This time, it seemed no one was there to catch her. She remembered, in her past life, stumbling in front of Yom, and he hadn't helped her then either. Why was this happening again? Her colleagues, looking concerned, asked if she was all right. A wave of complex emotions washed over Jiwon. Thanking them, she rushed out of the building as fast as she could. This time, she didn't trip at the entrance. She fled the suffocating office. Only when she was outside did she finally stop to catch her breath. Jiwon stared at the cherry blossoms in full bloom, reminding her of the day she left the hospital. Still slightly dazed, her phone suddenly rang. It was that jerk, Park Min-jun. Ji-won coldly hung up, snapping her phone shut. She turned and walked towards the bus stop. She still thought that maybe today was all a dream. But why 10 years ago, the year she married Park Min-jun? Why was this dream so strange? Just then, her phone rang again. It was Department Manager Yom, not the other man, so she answered. He told her he had sent some supplementary documents and reminded her to check them when she got back to work. She wasn't in the mood, so she just brushed them off. She'd look at them when she went to work tomorrow. Department Manager Yom reminded her that tomorrow was Sunday. She apologized and hung up. Jiwon wondered if tomorrow would even come. Suddenly, she found something interesting in her pocket. Surprised, she pulled it out and looked at it. She was stunned by the unexpected gift. It was the cash and candy the driver who took me back to my apartment gave me. Ji-won cried. This was from her dad, not some magic trick or hallucination. This was her dad's last gift to her. She really had returned to 10 years ago. She silently thanked her father, vowing to live a new life filled with joy and happiness. Perhaps that's what her dad wanted too. Meanwhile, back at the office, Park Min-jun kept staring at his phone. He had called Ji-won countless times, but she just wouldn't answer. He couldn't understand why Ji-won was suddenly acting so strangely, as if she were in a daze. She had even forgotten her bag. Jo Jin Hyuk, sitting across from him, curiously asked if he had reached Jiwon. Min-jun sighed, saying it was no use. Jiwon must be dealing with something upsetting. He planned to go find her after work, and he needed to bring her bag back. Seeing this, Jo Jin Hyuk suggested that after work, they should go to Jiwon's favorite fried chicken place and get her some takeout. He was sure she would appreciate it. Park Min-jun cheerfully agreed to resubmit, but just then, Department Manager Yom, standing behind them, voiced his displeasure. Park Min-jun, he began. If you're in the work area, you should focus on your work. The manager's words sent both Minjun and his companion scrambling to apologize. Back at her desk, Simin picked up her phone. The screen was filled with unread messages she'd sent to Jiwon. A look of resentment twisted her normally innocent features. Is Jiwon seriously ignoring all my messages today? She muttered under her breath. Outside, the sun shone bright and cheerful, a stark contrast to the simmering anger within her. Jiwon arrived back at her apartment. As she punched in the entry code, she suddenly remembered it was Minjun's birthday. I need to change that. Now, her fingers flew across the keypad, quickly setting a new code. She pushed open the door and stepped inside. The familiar space of her apartment unfolded before her. But the first things that caught Jiwon's eye were two framed photographs of herself and Minjun, displayed prominently. Beside the photos sat a fluffy, duck-shaped teddy bear. She remembered Minjun buying it for her, calling it a symbol of their friendship. Simin used to say that anything Jiwon liked, she liked too. What Jiwon hadn't known was that Simin's affections extended to her boyfriends as well. Looking back, every boy Jiwon had ever liked had ended up confessing to Simin. But now, those things didn't matter. Money was all that mattered to Jiwon. With a decisive sweep of her arm, she swept the photos and the teddy bear into the trash. Jiwon went to her bedroom and pulled out her bank book. Money. That's what she needed most right now. She needed to take advantage of this second chance at life, to remember certain numbers, lottery numbers. She had to pay off her debts and start making some real money. Suddenly, she remembered Minjun had a strange knack for picking winning stocks. Anything he touched seemed to turn to gold. She could use that. It was a golden opportunity, a chance to get ahead. Just then her phone buzzed. A message from Minjun. He was asking if she wanted him to bring over some fried chicken and chat. Jiwon was taken aback. Fried chicken? She'd always found it disgusting. Why would he suddenly offer to buy her fried chicken? She was going to move out. But first, she had to deal with those two. She texted Minjun back, suggesting they meet at a bar near her apartment and to bring Simin along. Minjun was surprised by the curt message. What had happened to make her act this way? He was staring at his phone when his supervisor, Jo Jin Hyok, reminded him to finish the report he'd been assigned. Minjun put his phone down and handed the report over. Jin Hyok, however, found fault with the report, and Minjun could only lower his head and apologize. Jin Hyok coldly reminded him to focus on his work. The office wasn't the place for his personal affairs. He needed to redo the report and resubmit it. With that, Jin Hyok tossed the report back onto Minjun's desk. Minjun seethed, muttering under his breath that Jo Jin Hyok only got this position through connections. Simin, sitting across from him, winked and slipped him a note, inviting him for a drink after work. He thought to himself, Simin really had a way of lifting his spirits. She was so adorable. Minjun scribbled a note back, telling Simin that Jiwon had invited them all for drinks at a bar near her apartment after work. Simin agreed with a sweet smile, but inwardly cursed Jiwon for not responding to her messages. Minjun decided to go downstairs and tidy up his car. He figured Jiwon was used to his messy car, but Simin wasn't. In moments like these, he realized Jiwon wasn't like other girls. Meanwhile, Jiwon stood in front of her wardrobe, considering her options. She couldn't believe how clueless her 10 years ago self had been about fashion. All her clothes were the same drab, old shirts, hopelessly frumpy, as if she'd never worn makeup in her life. And that perpetually tied-back ponytail, hidden behind those oversized glasses that completely obscured her beauty. This was supposed to be her last get-together with her boyfriend and best friend. She couldn't possibly go out looking like this. Jiwon picked up her curling iron and plugged it in. Just then, her phone buzzed with a new message. It had been lying on the edge of the table and tumbled to the floor. Jiwon bent down to retrieve it, but just as her fingers brushed against the cool metal, she froze. A memory flashed through her mind. Sitting at her vanity, plugging in the curling iron, a message, the phone falling. Reaching for it, her hand getting tangled in the cord, the iron falling, searing her wrist. Learning from her past mistake, she carefully picked up the phone. This time, her wrist remained unscathed. It solidified Jiwon's belief that fate could be altered. The message was from Minjun. saying he was on his way and that he had a gift for her. A gift? Huh. Jiwon sifted through her memories of that day. Minjun and Jin Hyuk had brought beer and fried chicken. Back then, she hadn't realized how well they got along. Suddenly, a plan began to form in Jiwon's mind. A way to get even with them both. If they were so fond of each other, she would let Jin Hyuk have Minjun. Jiwon arrived at the bar early, waiting for the other two. She'd barely taken a few sips of her drink when she heard someone call her name. Minjun and Jin Hyuk, the happy couple, arrived together. Jin Hyuk, radiating cheerfulness, announced that drinks were on her. Minjun explained that Jin Hyuk had come out of concern for her. Jin Hyuk put on a concerned face and asked Jiwon how she was doing. Unable to stomach her fake solicitude, Jiwon responded with detached politeness. Eager to break the suffocating pretense, she ordered some food, asking what the other two wanted. Minjun asked Jin Hyuk if she could eat a particular dish, suggesting they order something else. Jin Hyuk simply smiled and said she liked everything Jiwon liked. Jiwon noticed Jin Hyuk's earrings. Jin Hyuk had given her an identical pair. Jiwon had worn them before, completely oblivious to how unsuited they were for her, while Jin Hyuk had flaunted them in her face. Jin Hyuk continued chatting with Minjun, as if Jiwon wasn't even there. Minjun remarked that he was surprised they had become such close friends, as they seemed so different. Jin Hyuk batted her eyelashes and said that Jiwon had never had any friends growing up, so she always clung to her, just because she was petite and could wear such clothes. Then, turning to Jiwon, she commented on how gigantic she was, making her jealousy clear. Pushing it further, Jin Hyuk placed her hand in Minjun's, exclaiming how large his hands were, almost as big as Jiwon's. Jin Hyuk giggled, saying she wished she could be like Jiwon, a beautiful giant standing before a devil. Jiwon calmly sipped her drink. Then, Jiwon spoke, implying they had similar appetites, and asked Jin Hyuk what she had been doing all her life. Flustered, Jin Hyuk quickly changed the subject, raising her glass towards Minjun. The three of them clinked glasses, a toast to their first drink together. Jiwon really didn't want to clink glasses with the lovebirds. She silently watched, wondering how long they could keep up the charade. The boneless chicken arrived, and Jin Hyuk exclaimed that it looked disgusting. Minjun asked her if she hadn't just said she liked it. She replied that if Jiwon liked it, then everyone must like it, right? She complimented Jiwon, saying she was a good eater. Jiwon calmly called Simin out, reminding her that the last time they ate together, Simin had ordered chicken and even downed 3 bottles of soju. Simin's face flushed with embarrassment. "Did I really?" she asked, forcing a smile. Just then, the server arrived with their fish cake soup. Suddenly, a drunk man stumbled past them from behind, sending the steaming hot soup sloshing everywhere. It splashed across Jiwon's hand. She recoiled, clutching her burned hand as the server stammered apologies, hurrying off to get her some ice and ointment. Simin asked if Jiwon was all right, reaching out to examine the burn. But Jiwon flinched away from her touch. Simin looked stunned. Jiwon stood up abruptly, her face cold. "I'll be back," she said, heading for the restroom. She ran her burned hand under the cold water, the sting a sharp counterpoint to the simmering anger within her. Her mood plummeted. She thought about the string of uncanny coincidences, how she hadn't fallen in the office that afternoon, only to trip on the stairs to the elevator. This burn was eerily similar to the one she'd gotten from a hair straightener 10 years ago. Was she still destined to marry that jerk, even in this new life? Minjun, are things truly fated to happen? Turning off the faucet, Jiwon resolved to prevent that fate from repeating itself. Back at the table, Simin was still putting on her drunken act. She was becoming increasingly brazen, playing cute for Minjun's benefit. Jiwon saw right through the performance. One drink, and Simin's face would flush crimson, yet she could down 3 or 4 bottles of soju without breaking a sweat. However, Jiwon couldn't be bothered to expose her. Suddenly, Simin asked Minjun what he liked about Jiwon. Minjun, smiling, praised Jiwon for being kind, intelligent, and highly capable, saying she was a good match for him. Simin chimed in, agreeing and complimenting his good taste. Jiwon scoffed internally. They were truly a match made in heaven, as far as acting went. Simin, with a saccharine smile, opened her mouth and gestured for Jiwon to give her a piece of fish cake. Jiwon's face hardened. She shoved a large piece of fish cake into Simin's mouth, effectively choking her. Launching into her own performance, she asked, "Are you all right? I told you to eat slowly. You seem quite drunk. Let me call you a cab home." Simin sputtered a refusal, hastily explaining that she wasn't drunk at all. At that moment, Jiwon forcibly pulled her up from the table. She practically shoved her into a waiting taxi. The door slammed shut and the car sped away. Jiwon felt a surge of self-recrimination for her past meekness. It was clear she could easily brush someone like Simin aside, yet she had lived like a fool, allowing herself to be bullied. Minjun sat in the cafe, regretting how much he had enjoyed Simin's company. Jiwon had never seemed so captivating. Jiwon returned to her seat, and Minjun was still inquiring about Simin. He even went so far as to praise Simin's cuteness to Jiwon's face. Unfazed, Jiwon told him to drink more. It was the weekend, after all. As she poured him another drink, she accidentally splashed some onto her glasses. As a reminder to Minjun, she deliberately took them off in front of him. He was dazzled, complimenting her on how stunning she looked without them. He suggested she get LASIK surgery. Jiwon laughed, saying she was weighing her options between waiting for a raise and investing in stocks. She asked Minjun if he could give her a little lesson on the stock market. At the mention of stocks, Minjun perked up. When it came to stocks, he could talk endlessly, like a never-ending blockbuster film. After dinner, as Minjun drove Jiwon home, she thanked him for returning her bag. She was unaware that he had taken the liberty of planting a sweet goodnight kiss on her forehead. Jiwon, barely suppressing her disgust, urged him to hurry home. Stepping inside her apartment, she collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Minjun's voice droned from her phone, a recording of him discussing stocks. A satisfied smile played on Jiwon's lips. She wouldn't miss out on a single penny of that compensation. The next morning, Jiwon texted Minjun, claiming she was still feeling unwell and would be staying home to rest. She promised to reschedule their date. Then, she promptly lost interest in the whole affair. Snapping her phone shut and tucking it into her pocket, Jiwon strolled into a bookstore. She wanted to buy some guidebooks on stocks and stood there for a long time, contemplating her options. But the books were filled with too much jargon. She couldn't understand a thing. Jiwon continued to search for something more basic. She spotted a book on a higher shelf that looked simple enough, but she couldn't quite reach it. What kind of display is this? She muttered to herself. I'm over 5 feet 7 inches and I can't reach it. How is anyone else supposed to? Suddenly, a hand reached out and retrieved the book for her. Jiwon turned to thank the stranger, only to find herself staring at department manager Kim-ha Jin Hyuk. He held the book out to her, his expression curious. Are you planning on quitting? He asked. The question startled Jiwon. She stammered, unable to form a coherent response. Jin Hyuk calmly repeated his question. Are you thinking of resigning? Collecting herself, Jiwon reached for the book. No, I'm not resigning, she told him. I just noticed Park Minjun has started investing in stocks, and I thought I'd give it a try. She didn't notice Jin Hyuk's expression darken. Why on earth did I have to run into him here? She thought, irritated. And why did I have to engage him in conversation? She made an excuse, saying she'd found the book she wanted and needed to leave. But just as she turned to go, Jin Hyuk asked, Are you going to see Park Minjun? Ji-won forced a smile. I won't be seeing Minjun today, she said, then added, Please don't mention seeing me here to anyone else at work. Jin Hyuk raised an eyebrow. Why not? Ji-won hesitated. I told Minjun I was sick, she admitted. He looked at her searchingly. Are you really feeling unwell? She just smiled. I'm fine, Shalit. Just wanted some time to myself this weekend. Jin Hyuk seemed about to say something, but when Ji-won prompted him, he shook his head. Nothing, he said, turning back to the shelves as if searching for a book. You should head home. I'll see you at the office tomorrow. As Ji-won turned to leave, still pondering what he'd been about to say, he looked up again. Those earrings suit you, he commented. Unlike the previous pair, he added, catching Ji-won completely off guard. Those earrings were likely a gift from Sun Mi, a token of their friendship given in her memory. And the department manager had just implied her previous earrings hadn't suited her. She bowed her head politely, thanking him, and excused herself. A strange unease settled in her stomach. She didn't notice Jin Hyuk watching her go, a thoughtful expression on his face. The next day at work, Ji-won glanced at the clock. It was just past 7. The office was empty. She sighed, realizing this was the first time she'd arrived this early. Then she saw Jin Hyuk. She wondered how long he'd been there. Curious, she walked towards him. He was sitting with his eyes closed, seemingly fast asleep. She drew the blinds. If you're tired, she said softly, You could have come in later. She studied his face. His skin looked even better up close, she realized. Even without his glasses, he was undeniably handsome. Jin Hyuk suddenly opened his eyes, surprised to find Ji-won standing so close. He asked if she had come to work so early. Startled, Ji-won laughed it off, explaining that she was making up for leaving early last Friday. She then returned to her desk and turned on her computer. She recalled what Minjun had said about Gray Pharmaceuticals. It's currently priced at 8,000 won, she thought. If I remember correctly, this stock is about to pass its review. Within a month, the price will skyrocket sixfold. Now is the perfect time to invest and cash out. She was so engrossed that she didn't notice her boss quietly approaching from behind. He mentioned he'd picked up breakfast and had brought her coffee and something to eat. Ji-won instinctively hesitated, ready to decline. But she stopped herself. If she wanted to change, she needed to stop this habitual refusal right now. Deciding to put on a bright smile, she thanked Jin Hyuk for the food. From now on, she would embrace life and accept the kindness of others. Jin Hyuk frowned in silence, seemingly startled by something. He then turned and told her to get back to work, walking away and leaving Ji-won feeling confused. Was he just angry? She wondered. It was true they were closer now, but she still didn't quite understand his personality. She turned back to her computer, putting the incident aside. There were more important things to do. It was 8 a.m., and she had just finished the breakfast her boss had given her. Then, with a touch of relish, she dove headfirst into the stock market. She began investing in Gray Pharmaceuticals. She snapped up a total of 2,500 shares, investing her 20 million won like a true stock market superstar. Then Assistant Manager Jang arrived at the company, ready to steal the spotlight. Department Manager Kim, Jin Hyuk, also appeared, chatting with the manager in the meeting room. Next came the duo of the handsome man and the green tea girl, who happened to run into each other at the company entrance. Minjun casually asked Jiwon why she had arrived so early, but she coldly replied that he should address her as Assistant Manager Kong in the office. Minjun sheepishly apologized to Jiwon. Minjun disagreed, saying that regardless, they were still best friends and there was no need to be so formal. Jiwon didn't look at him, still focused on her computer. She told him that in the office, one should be more focused on work. Minjun, seemingly oblivious to Jiwon's unusual behavior, smiled and asked why she was drinking Americano today instead of her usual cappuccino. Jiwon, with an impassive face, sipped her coffee and said it was a gift from her boss. 10 years ago, she had enjoyed sweet things like cappuccinos, and her boss was the only one who appreciated the bitterness of Americano. No matter how bitter it was, she preferred Americano now. Why did someone like Minjun have to comment? Ji-won stood up, pretending to stroll past Minjun's desk. He was currently at the peak of his stock acquisition, and she didn't want him to rake in all the profits alone. Ji-won glanced at Minjun's computer screen. She saw that he was selling Gray Pharmaceutical stock. She was stunned. Why on earth would he sell at this point? Had the future changed? What was his reasoning for selling these shares? These stocks would skyrocket fivefold within a month. What was going on? The only fate she wanted to change was her own. 10 years ago, he had invested in Gray Pharmaceuticals and multiplied his profits several times over. But why? Why had she just seen him sell a total of 3,500 shares? Why was this happening right after she had bought into these stocks? Ji-won bit her lip, utterly bewildered by Minjun's calculations. Suddenly, Minjun asked her what was wrong, startling Ji-won. She forced a smile, saying it was nothing, and reminded him about Gray Pharmaceuticals' stock price. Park Minjun shrugged, explaining that he'd already made a tidy profit, so he'd sold everything last weekend. He'd caught wind of some promising intel, rumors of M-Dub Tech collaborating with Ed Electronics, and he was certain it was about to explode. While Minjun rattled on about the intelligence he'd gathered, Ji-won's mind drifted, thinking of a company, one even a stock novice like herself knew well, whose share price had skyrocketed after introducing a new technology to their phones, only for the CEO to flee the country a month later, leaving investors with devastating losses. But why would he invest in a company like that? After handing her the documents, Minjun winked, telling her he was only sharing this information with her, so she shouldn't tell anyone. He left, leaving Ji-won lost in thought. If something that never happened in the past were to occur, a different future would unfold. That meant the futures of those involved would change as well. She rolled up her sleeve and checked the time. If a past event were to replay itself, it could be said that she was stealing someone else's luck. She had to try and find the answer, but how should she go about it? Minjun returned to his desk. Jiwon walked over and asked if he wanted to go to lunch. He replied that he was just about to head out. She smiled, telling him she was planning on grabbing a bite too, and asked if he wanted to join her. Moments later, Jiwon, Minjun, and Simin stood before the elevator. Simin chirped that this seemed to be the first time the three of them were having lunch together at the office. Minjun seemed surprised, asking why she'd invited them to lunch together today. Hadn't she always avoided office gossip about her love life? That's why they'd never eaten together before. Just a moment ago, she'd been all smiles inviting him to join her, but Jiwon remained pensive and silent. Simin, noticing her silence, asked Jiwon if she'd just bought that blouse, saying she'd never seen her wear it before. She smiled, adding that it looked great on her, really suited her. Jiwon simply offered a small smile in response. Thank you. She thought to herself, in a little while, this very blouse she'd just been complimented on would be soaked in soup, a complete mess. In the company cafeteria, the three of them stood in line, choosing their food. Simin cheerfully told the server she loved kimchi jjigae, so they should give her a big portion. The server happily obliged, ladling a generous serving into her bowl. She thanked the server with a smile, while Jiwon, beside her, coolly requested just a small amount of soup. After receiving their food, she and Simin went ahead to find a table. Simin, carrying a large plate of rice, pretended to look around for a table. Jiwon silently counted down, bracing for the moment Minjun would spill the soup on her. She noticed Minjun smiling slyly, then abruptly turning, feigning a smile at Jiwon, intending to dump the entire bowl of soup on her. Jiwon had anticipated this, so she quickly dodged to the side. As it turned out, Park Minjun, standing behind them, was drenched in the food Simin had intended for Jiwon. His face paled, and he was speechless. Simin apologized profusely, not understanding why he had been standing there. She panicked, unsure what to do. Minjun forced a smile, saying it was all right. Thankfully, the soup wasn't too hot. But inwardly, he lamented the loss of his shirt, worth over $1,000,000. Because he was facing Minjun, he tried his best to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Simin, when asked if she was burned, claimed she was fine and hadn't even seen Jiwon before turning and accidentally spilling soup all over Jin Hyuk. Jiwon stood by, coolly observing the two checking on each other, and told Simin to stop hovering and fetch some napkins. A surprised Simin pointed at herself, asking if she really had to. Jiwon nonchalantly replied, "You spilled the soup on him, so who else would get them?" She placed her tray on the table and turned to go. Then, turning to Minjun, she asked if he was all right, feigning concern over his favorite shirt, making sure the retreating Simin overheard it was an anniversary gift from her. Simin, her face a mask of barely contained fury, stormed off to get the napkins. When she returned, Minjun was gone. Jiwon simply mentioned he'd gone to the restroom. "You should sit down and calm down. I'll go wash my hands." As Jiwon was washing her hands, a voice called out from the next stall. Jiwon paused, turning slightly. "Are you talking to me?" she asked. The voice replied, asking for her help. Immediately understanding the situation, Jiwon quickly reassured the person inside that she would bring what they needed. The voice expressed gratitude. Moments later, Jiwon delivered some supplies to the woman in the stall. "Make sure to bring an extra shirt to avoid these awkward moments," Jiwon advised. The woman could only express her sincere gratitude, relieved to have Jiwon's help. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do," the woman said, her relief palpable as she opened the door to see Jiwon, thanking her profusely. "I don't have my phone or anything to eat. This place is a bit of a ghost town, and I was worried I might be stuck here. I was getting really anxious." The woman was Hyjin, who had started working with Young Sumin a month ago. Still smiling, Hyjin continued to thank Jiwon. She mentioned that others had passed by, but when she'd called for help, they had ignored her. Jiwon asked if Hyjin wanted to grab something to eat, since she hadn't eaten yet. Hyjin's eyes lit up, and she readily agreed. The two headed back to the cafeteria, chatting as they went. Simin was now deep in conversation with Minjun, talking about how helpful Jiwon always was. She'd always been busy, even as a child, worrying about Jiwon. Then, she added that Jiwon wasn't exactly a social butterfly in school, just to give him some background. Minjun praised Jiwon, calling her a good person. Simin, it seemed, was trying to rehabilitate her image in his eyes. Simin suddenly remembered the napkin incident from just 10 minutes prior. She fumed, recalling how Jiwon had just stared, making her look foolish. Normally, Jiwon would have automatically fetched the napkins, so why this sudden change in behavior? Just as her annoyance was reaching a peak, someone had knocked on the bathroom stall door, calling out and hoping for assistance. Still fuming from the earlier incident, she was now being asked to help with something equally ridiculous. She had ignored the plea, dramatically flinging the door open and storming out. Yet now, here she was bringing up the bathroom incident to Minjun, painting Jiwon as the helpful one, clearly trying to impress him. Just as Simin's performance was hitting its stride, Jiwon returned, Hyjin beside her, holding a plate. Smiling, Jiwon asked what they were talking about. Simin panicked when she saw Hyjin arrive. Hyjin cheerfully greeted her, Minjun, and everyone else, and the group readily agreed to include one more. Jiwon, beaming, invited Hyjin to sit across from her. Hyjin readily accepted, wishing everyone a pleasant meal. Minjun now felt intensely uncomfortable. Why was Hyjin, the same age as him, so self-assured? Was it just her looks? Sitting beside them, he asked Jiwon and Hyjin how they'd suddenly become so close, feigning ignorance. Hyjin cheerfully explained that Jiwon had just helped her out with something. Then, noticing the stain on his shirt, she asked if he was all right, as it looked expensive. Minjun just chuckled, brushing it off as just a shirt. Jiwon listened, her grip tightening around her chopsticks, the gift she had given him, and he dismissed it so casually. Simin, ever the social butterfly, quickly changed the subject, remarking that Hyjin must be hungry. How could a girl eat so much? But Hyjin didn't care. She figured if she wanted to achieve great things, girl or boy, she had to eat well, just like her grandfather said. Simin feigned a smile. Your grandfather must have done something amazing then. However, Hyjin seemed oblivious to the sarcasm, shoveling food into her mouth while recounting tales of her grandfather selling bean sprouts, tofu, and even kimchi jjigae. Simin watched her with disdain, realizing it was just peddling small dishes. Jiwon, observing from the side, wondered if Hyjin was genuinely kind or just clueless. After everyone finished eating, Minjun announced he had to leave early. Jiwon, saying she was going to get coffee, asked if either of them wanted anything. Hyjin immediately offered to buy. Jiwon refused, suggesting they go together next time, saying she couldn't let a junior pay, being the senior. Simin, clinging to Jiwon's arm, asked for a hot cappuccino, feigning gratitude. Jiwon subtly shook her off, turning to Hyjin to ask her preference. Hyjin, smiling, requested an iced Americano, promising to treat Jiwon next time. Jiwon responded with a smile, telling them to go ahead. She'd catch up and turned to leave. Simin awkwardly waved goodbye to Jiwon. Then, turning to Hyjin, she pointed at the jacket Hyjin was wearing and asked if it was Jiwon's. What did you two get so close? You two never even spoke at the company, but now you're together in the cafeteria. It's surprising. Hyjin, pressing the elevator button, explained that she'd been stuck in the restroom earlier, and Jiwon had helped her. She'd even lent her a jacket, enough to make Jiwon her savior. Simin's eyes widened, realizing the person trapped in the restroom earlier was Hyjin. Worried that Hyjin might have recognized her voice from before, she covered her mouth, giggling, and said Jiwon was just nosy. She only did that for strangers. She warned Hyjin not to trust Jiwon too much, as she'd known her for a long time. She claimed she was only telling Hyjin this out of the goodness of her heart. Hyjin, standing beside her, coldly remarked that it was actually Simin who was being nosy. If she loved being nosy so much, why didn't she speak up earlier, saying she didn't want to help? With that, Hyjin stepped into the elevator, completely ignoring Simin's stiff expression. Hyjin pressed the close button, casually asking if she wasn't coming in. And with that, she ascended. Simin stood frozen, panicked, realizing Hyjin had recognized her voice and knew all the lies she had told. What would she do if these rumors spread throughout the company? Suddenly, Department Manager Kim's voice boomed from behind her, asking what she was doing standing there. Quickly, she concocted a plan, using him to get rid of Hyjin from the company, lest her secrets be exposed. Simin twirled a strand of hair, complimenting the manager on his tie. He beamed, explaining he only wore it for work and, in turn, praised her for bringing energy to the office. He rambled on about how dull the other female employees were, while Simin was not only beautiful, but also feminine. Simin giggled, saying she'd been feeling a bit tired lately, but his words were a much-needed boost. Hearing this, he panicked, worried something was troubling her, and assured her he would help in any way he could. Feigning distress, Simin leaned in conspiratorially, her voice a low murmur in his ear. She suggested they grab a drink after work to talk things over. Meanwhile, Jiwon was ordering coffee in the cafeteria. While waiting for her food, she remembered the manager hadn't gone for lunch yet, so she ordered him a snack as well. She recalled how the future had shifted with Park Min-jun selling off all his most valuable shares, and how Josie Minute had spilled soup on Min-jun's shirt instead of her own, implying a transfer of luck. Ji-won chuckled softly, imagining hypotheticals becoming reality, and reality inevitably becoming the norm. If one could foresee the future, would it create a better world than before? In this lifetime, she was determined not to let anyone take what was rightfully hers. Collecting her coffee, Ji-won returned to the office, surprised to find it still occupied. Glancing at Department Manager Kim's desk, she approached quietly. He was sleeping peacefully in his chair. Jiwon wondered if he'd always slept so much. Setting the cup of cereal she'd bought him on his desk, she said, "Have this when you wake up." He'd seemed fine that morning, but now he looked truly exhausted. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her arm. It was Min-jun. He glared at her, pulling her closer. Startled, Jiwon yanked her arm back, shouting at him to let go. Then a large hand abruptly pulled Min-jun away. It was Department Manager Kim, awake and glaring at Min-jun. Min-jun stammered at the sight of him. Jiwon, equally shocked, watched as Department Manager Kim defended her. He sternly asked Min-jun what he thought he was doing. Recovering from his surprise, Min-jun retorted that he hadn't been doing anything. He just wanted to talk to Ji-won privately. Department Manager Kim held his ground, stating that even during lunch break, they were still on company property, and any private conversations could wait until after work. The tension between them crackled in the air. Ji-won muttered, still in disbelief. Department Manager Kim then turned, picked up the cereal cup she'd left on his desk, and thanked her for the drink. He then turned and left, leaving Ji-won to ponder why he had intervened. Perhaps he was simply annoyed at being disturbed while he slept. Turning abruptly, she found Min-jun glaring at her, his jaw clenched. He muttered that they would talk after work. A shiver ran down Ji-won's spine. His expression frightened her. It reminded her of how he'd yelled at her when she'd asked for a divorce. He'd said her very existence was a burden, and he'd only married her out of pity. He'd snarled, asking how someone like her dared to even suggest a divorce. The memory made her tremble. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder from behind. Thankfully, it was Assistant Jang. Smiling, Assistant Jang offered Jiwon a cup of peppermint tea, suggesting they chat for a bit. "This will help you relax," she said kindly. "Is something bothering you?" she asked Ji-won gently. She noticed Ji-won's pale complexion earlier. Ji-won simply replied that she was probably just overworked. Assistant Jang chuckled. "That's because you work too hard," she said, advising Ji-won to take breaks from time to time, especially after having her baby, and to prioritize her health. Suddenly, Ji-won remembered something. Assistant Jang had returned to work shortly after her maternity leave, but then resigned quite abruptly. A flicker of concern crossed Ji-won's face. "How have you been lately?" she asked. "I'm doing all right," Assistant Jang replied, just a bit stressed. Department Manager Kim has been relentless. He uses the excuse of having to shoulder the burden during my leave to justify working me like a dog now. She added, "I'm lucky to have talented colleagues like you, Ji-won. I've learned so much." Then, with a playful nudge, she told Ji-won, "Whenever you're feeling overwhelmed, don't suffer in silence. Let me know. We're in this together." As she spoke, she poured Ji-won another cup of hot tea, just like the first. Ji-won clutched the warm mug, a shy smile playing on her lips. She thanked Assistant Jang, a wave of warmth washing over her. Why hadn't she realized what a wonderful colleague she had 10 years ago? As they returned to the office, teacups in hand, they bumped into Hyjin. Still smiling, she thanked Ji-won for the coffee. Assistant Jang asked Hyjin how her internship was going. Hyjin's face lit up. "It's going great," she replied. "Everyone has been so helpful." Then, turning to Assistant Jang, she asked about her child, wondering how much she'd grown. Beaming, Assistant Jang showed them a picture of her daughter. The three women chatted happily. Although Assistant Jang still felt a pang of sadness having to leave her daughter while she was so young, she knew she had to work hard to provide for her. As the three of them were engrossed in the photo of Assistant Jang's daughter, Simin and Department Manager Kim returned to the office. The moment Ji-won and the others noticed their arrival, the atmosphere shifted. Everyone dispersed, returning to their own tasks. Even back at her desk, Simin couldn't shake her curiosity. What had they been talking about so animatedly? Were they talking about her? Glancing at Jiwon, Simin frowned. Could she really be chatting and laughing like that with other people? Impossible. Soon, it was time to leave for the day. The manager stood up. Good work, everyone, he announced. You can head home once you've finished up. Everyone began gathering their belongings, exchanging farewells, and promising to see each other tomorrow. Ji-won left her desk, a knot of anxiety tightening in her stomach. Was Min-jun waiting for her? Department Manager Kim watched her go, his expression unreadable. Ji-won slipped into the restroom. Nervously, she checked her phone for the message Simin had sent earlier. Simin had said she had something to take care of and had left early. Scrolling down, she saw a message from Min-jun. He was waiting for her at the company entrance and told her to call him when she came out. She'd been in the restroom for 20 minutes. Surely he'd left by now? Ji-won straightened up, stealing her resolve. She wasn't the same naive girl she used to be. If she wanted to avoid another disaster, she had to start by changing herself. As she stepped out of the restroom, she ran straight into Department Manager Kim. Why are you just finishing up now? He asked. Ji-won was surprised he hadn't left yet. I had some things to do in the management department, he explained simply. The conversation ended, and Ji-won pressed the elevator button. The doors slid open, and the two stepped inside, a heavy silence settling between them. Ji-won was still incredibly anxious. What if Park Min-jun was still waiting for her? She absolutely did not want to run into him. Just then, Jin-hyuk suddenly spoke up. He offered to drive her home if it was convenient, since they were both leaving at the same time. Once in the car, Jin-hyuk asked her where she lived. Ji-won, avoiding his gaze, explained that her place was in a quieter area, but he could drop her off nearby. As Ji-won fumbled with her belongings, she noticed a designer lipstick by the car door. So, the department manager already had a girlfriend. Not entirely surprising. Actually, as the car approached the exit checkpoint, Ji-won saw that Park Min-jun was indeed still waiting. He was leaning against a car, eyes glued to his phone. As a school bus passed by, he suddenly looked up, his curiosity piqued. Ji-won tensed up inside the car, raising a hand to shield her face, worried he might catch a glimpse of her. The car smoothly drove past Min-jun. Ji-won, startled, looked at Jin-hyuk. He explained that he'd noticed her keeping her hand over her face. Thank you, she murmured, relief washing over her. That was a close call. Later, Jin-hyuk escorted her all the way to her building, stepping out to open her door. Bye. See you tomorrow, superstar, she greeted him shyly, then reached for her door handle. Jin-hyuk lingered, watching her climb the stairs to her apartment before getting back into his car. He waited until he saw her apartment light up. A call came in, a girl's voice on the other end, asking why he wasn't off work yet. She wanted to know what was going on, as he'd been distracted lately. I can't make it today, he said dismissively, so you'll have to handle it yourself. He hung up before she could respond. His car sat quietly outside G1's building. Meanwhile, Jo Si-min was having drinks with Department Manager Kim. Her expression was one of deep displeasure, internally cursing his cheap cologne that clung to her like a persistent bad smell. While Jang Jiwon Ji-won was out on a date with that handsome, designer-clad man, she was stuck with this musty old geezer. The department manager, completely oblivious, finished his drink and began to wax poetic about how delightful it was to enjoy the drink with such a beautiful woman. Perhaps we should do this more often, Si-min suggested, covering her mouth with her hand as she feigned a laugh. He then asked if something was troubling her, encouraging her to share her thoughts. She brushed it off as a minor complaint, picking up the bottle from the table. Seeing the department manager smile, she figured a few more drinks would loosen her tongue enough to spill some details. So, as she poured him a generous refill, she casually brought up Hyjin and assistant Jang, subtly implying their dislike for her. Feigning distress, she claimed they bossed her around and that she wanted to fight back, but if she decided to quit, he shouldn't take it personally. The department manager, upon hearing this, immediately flew into a rage, ranting about not being able to catch a break and that he would personally deal with them. At the company with the chairman, he couldn't do anything, but here he was number one. Si-min thanked him with a smile, but not before adding fuel to the fire, saying she truly wanted to get along with everyone, but they were just too much. The department manager consoled her, suggesting she drink her worries away tonight and he'd handle everything else. He then turned and clinked glasses with Si-min, who took a sip and glanced at him sideways. She smirked inwardly, thinking how foolish and easily manipulated he was. Now, all she had to do was sit back and enjoy the show. Meanwhile, at home, Jiwon, fresh from the shower, towel in hand, scrolled through her phone. The screen displayed messages from Simin, feigning concern, asking why her phone had been off. Simin even mentioned how Jiwon had hurt her lately, but that she still cherished their friendship, wished her good night, and said they'd see each other tomorrow. Then there were the missed calls from Minjun. He was a real thorn in her side. Just as Jiwon was contemplating changing her number, her phone rang. Minjun's name flashed across the screen. Reluctantly, she answered. His first question, "Where are you?" She replied calmly that she was home, and asked if he needed anything. Minjun, sounding incredulous, demanded to know when she'd gotten home. He insisted on coming over to talk, but Ji-won refused, saying they could talk on the phone. She was truly exhausted. After a pause, Minjun asked why she had bought Jin-hyuk coffee that day, something she'd never done before. She explained that Jin-hyuk had bought her coffee that morning, so she was simply returning the favor. Minjun, relentless, pressed her, wanting to know why Jin-hyuk had bought her coffee in the first place. Gripping her towel tightly, Jiwon, counting to herself to maintain composure, retorted, asking if he would have just let the coffee sit there if it were just the two of them in the office. He was speechless. Changing the subject, he asked why her phone had been off. Frowning, she explained simply that she'd been hurt by his anger and had turned it off. If there was nothing else, she said she was going to sleep. Minjun relented, told her to sleep well, wished her good night, and said he loved her. At this, Ji-won's anger flared. She flung her phone onto the sofa. Exhausted, she slumped into a chair, fuming, lost in thought. They all claimed to love her, but when was it ever real? 10 years ago, she'd had good friends too, but perhaps she had been afraid of everyone discovering her unhappiness, so she couldn't face those around her. There had been people who looked at her with concern back then too. The image of Assistant Jang being berated by Department Manager Kim flashed through her mind, the documents thrown at her. She remembered how she herself had only been able to cry, silently. Ji-won bolted upright, startled. She remembered how she had ignored her own pain in the past. At that very moment, Assistant Jang arrived home. She opened the door, and her daughter ran towards her, laughing, calling out, "Mommy!" Assistant Jang knelt down and embraced her daughter, who must have been waiting for her for a long time. Her husband sat on the sofa, remote in hand, complaining about how late she was. He was starving, holding her daughter close. Assistant Jang told her husband to turn off the television. Instead of complaining about being hungry, why didn't he go to the kitchen and make something to eat? She urged him to give their daughter a bath while she prepared dinner. He immediately switched off the TV, then, hands in his pockets, announced that he had plans and needed to go out. "Just eat dinner and give her a bath," he said. Assistant Jang asked why he was always going out. Didn't he see how hard she worked, staying late at the office? Slipping on his shoes as he headed for the door, he retorted that he'd been looking after their daughter all day and was exhausted from applying for jobs. At this, she bristled. "You call that looking after her? Her hair is still in the braids I put in this morning, and her diaper hasn't been changed." He told her to stop nagging, that it was her fault he had to go out. Frustrated, Assistant Jang pleaded with him to stay and bathe their daughter, but he simply slammed the door shut without a backward glance, leaving Assistant Jang and her daughter standing there in stunned silence. He'd quit his job halfway through, using the excuse of having a year's worth of salary saved ever since she'd become pregnant. Now, he didn't want to go home. Did he think he was the only one who knew the meaning of exhaustion? Assistant Jang was bone-tired too, dealing with Department Manager Kim's constant nagging, managing her daughter's messy meal times, and her own unfinished work, all while carrying her daughter on her back as she struggled to complete her tasks. She was determined to nail this project, so Department Manager Kim wouldn't have anything to criticize. Suddenly, the small form asleep on her back began to cry. She turned to look at her little girl and comforted her. It was already 3 a.m. Preoccupied with work, she'd lost track of time. Setting her work aside, she placed her daughter on the mattress. She told the little one fairy tales, coaxing her to sleep. Suddenly, she remembered her own childhood, how she'd longed for a life like those in the fairy tales. Sleepiness washed over her in waves, making her nod repeatedly. She stretched, yawned, and decided to just close her eyes for a moment. With that thought, she lay down beside her daughter and closed her eyes. But just as she was drifting off, her nose unexpectedly began to bleed, completely unnoticed by her. The next morning, at the office, Department Manager Kim started yelling at Assistant Jang. He criticized her project, throwing the proposal at her, saying her skills were worse than an intern's. His face fierce, he berated her, asking if taking care of her child at home had drained all her creativity. Assistant Jang kept her head down, hoping he would point out her mistakes, but he just angrily poked a finger at her, demanding to know if he really needed to spell everything out. After working at the company for so many years, she couldn't even produce a decent proposal. Assistant Jang crouched down to pick up the documents he'd just thrown on the floor, apologizing and promising to revise and resubmit. Department Manager Kim wasn't letting it go. Still fuming, he ordered her to start over and have it ready by tomorrow morning. Jiwon sat at her desk, frowning, her face a mask of displeasure as she watched Department Manager Kim exploit his position to yell at his employees while their own department manager was away. She turned towards Jo Si-min's desk. She saw her smiling broadly, looking smug. Meanwhile, Assistant Jang was still bowing apologetically to Department Manager Kim, promising to redo and submit the project on time. He still hadn't calmed down, waving a dismissive hand at her to return to her desk. Finally, Assistant Jang returned to her workspace. As she passed Jiwon's desk, she looked at her with concern, worried that Jiwon had been working overtime for days, wondering if she was all right. Jiwon followed her outside, calling out to her with concern. But as Assistant Jang turned, she saw Jiwon with blood trickling from her nose, trying to hide her distress. She asked Jiwon if she wanted some coffee, just as she was about to make some. Jiwon thought silently. She had been working too hard these past few days, but she smiled, offering to make the coffee herself, since Assistant Jang had made it for her last time. She was truly worried, wondering if there were consequences to changing someone else's fate. After all, she had died once and come back to life, so whatever was going to happen would happen. She knew the rules of this world. If something happened that had never happened before, it would change something in the future. Suddenly, Jiwon reminded Assistant Jang about the project she was working on and insisted that she absolutely shouldn't redo it, but instead follow Jiwon's instructions and create a new one. Jiwon told her it wasn't about changing the content of the project. Just changing the font and layout would be enough to resubmit it. She figured Department Manager Kim hadn't actually read the content of Assistant Jang's project carefully. He was just looking for an excuse to criticize her. Assistant Jang hesitated. Submitting the same version felt a bit wrong, but Jiwon urged her to trust her. With a bright smile, Jiwon told Assistant Jang that if Department Manager Kim complained about the project being unchanged, she would redo it and submit it under Assistant Jang's name. Assistant Jang thought to herself, "Is Jiwon really like this?" She reluctantly agreed, saying that if the manager found out, they could just say they mixed things up. Then Jiwon slipped something to her. Assistant Jang asked if it was related to the project. Jiwon replied that it wasn't. It was a voice recorder, and she should record every time Department Manager Kim scolded her. Assistant Jang stared at the recorder. Even though Department Manager Kim often scolded her, he had worked hard during her maternity leave, so she felt she should have some conscience. Jiwon retorted, "Who said Department Manager Kim worked hard during her leave?" She sighed, recalling how she'd had to handle half the workload during Assistant Jang's maternity leave. The other half had been divided among the other employees. Remembering how Department Manager Kim would angrily throw files and make the staff redo their work, she thought he'd probably just been working hard at throwing reports. Jiwon reminded Assistant Jang to continue acting normal and to remember to record everything. It might be useful in the future. After that, the two returned to the office. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Department Manager Kim yelling at Hyejin again. He pointed at Hyejin and berated her loudly, while she could only lower her head and accept the blame. According to Jiwon's memory, Hyejin would soon be transferred to another department, naturally because of Department Manager Kim. He only acted like he owned the place when the department head wasn't around. Jiwon stared at Department Manager Kim, frowning, thinking, just you wait. The one writing the proposal won't be Assistant Jang. It'll be him. The next day, Department Manager Kim, still using the excuse that the proposal was worthless, threw it back at Assistant Jang. He yelled at her to redo it from scratch as he tossed it. The next few days were no different. He continued to find fault with Assistant Jang's proposal, saying she had all this time, and this was all she could produce. 3 days later, he threw the proposal back without even glancing at it. "Redo it," he demanded. For days later, it was the same demand. "Redo it." A week later, this time Department Manager Kim pretended the proposal looked much better and that he would let it pass. He told Assistant Jang to print it out, bring a copy to the meeting, and the original should be submitted to the department head. He reminded her that the promotion evaluations were coming up, and he wouldn't be so lenient next time, so she'd better do well. Assistant Jang breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him. Back at her desk, she thought to herself that he hadn't read the proposal carefully at all. She'd only changed the font and formatting, and he hadn't even noticed. Glancing back at Jiwon, Jiwon gave her an okay sign. She smiled, realizing Jiwon had been right. Suddenly, a notification popped up. It was Jiwon saying that she would submit the proposal to the department head, and Assistant Jang just needed to print and distribute it to the other employees. She was surprised that Jiwon was going to submit the proposal to the department head. She had the original, but who knew? Maybe Jiwon had her own plan. Meanwhile, Jiwon took the prepared documents and brought them to the department head's desk, handing them over and saying it was the proposal for today's meeting. Department Manager Kim had approved it. The department head took the documents and told her to prepare for the meeting, saying Hyojin had already gone to get coffee, so there was no need to prepare anything else. Jiwon did as she was told, but she was curious about Hyojin getting coffee. Soon, the table was filled with Americano coffees that Hyojin had brought back. Everyone was grateful and praised Hyojin for being so thoughtful. Just as everyone was in high spirits, she beamed and said it was nothing that the department head was treating them, not her. Suddenly, Department Manager Kim's voice boomed, asking who brought the coffee into the company. Hearing this, Hyojin immediately claimed responsibility, cheerfully offering him a cup. He not only refused it, but proceeded to berate her, his voice booming through the room. He loudly criticized the exorbitant price of the coffee, its mediocre taste, and questioned who in their right mind would drink coffee before a morning meeting. The break room overflowing with coffee. How dare a contract worker be so reckless with the company card? He was completely oblivious to manager Jin Hyuk, who stood behind him, brow furrowed. Jin Hyuk then informed him that he had, in fact, given Hyojin the company card. He had told her to buy the coffee. The man, startled, stammered that he, too, had intended to use the company card for coffee. Jin Hyuk calmly replied that it was his personal card, and since he disliked instant coffee, he had asked Hyojin to purchase some. Jiwon and Minjun, standing nearby, exchanged surprised glances. Hyojin had used the manager's personal card for coffee. That was unprecedented. Department Manager Kim, his face a mask of displeasure, turned and walked away. The meeting commenced shortly after, with Jin Hyuk presiding. He inquired whether the project belonged to Assistant Jang. Assistant Jang, clutching the project proposal, began her presentation. Everyone focused on the copies in their hands, listening intently. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk interrupted. Flipping through the proposal in his hand, he pointed out a discrepancy between the document and her presentation. Witnessing this, Department Manager Kim erupted, his anger directed at Assistant Jang. He had explicitly told her to submit the original document to the manager, and this was what she presented. She hesitantly apologized for submitting the wrong proposal, explaining it was the one Department Manager Kim had returned. Kim's face paled. He then handed his copy of the proposal to Jin Hyuk for review, not forgetting to throw in another sharp reprimand towards Assistant Jang. Jin Hyuk accepted the document and began to scrutinize the proposal. As if he had discovered something, he asked Assistant Jang if this was indeed the returned proposal. She glanced at the stack of papers in her hand and confirmed it was. Jin Hyuk then turned to Department Manager Kim, questioning why he had returned the first proposal. Kim stammered, attempting to cover his tracks. He claimed the proposal lacked clarity, that Assistant Jang had hastily cobbled something together from the internet, which was why he had returned it. He then feigned a shake of his head, stating that since this version was well done, he had approved it. Jin Hyuk, his voice icy, asked how many times it had been returned. He then tossed the proposal onto the table, stating that the two proposals differed only in formatting, the content being identical. What, he asked, had he read that prompted him to reject it and then approve it? Department Manager Kim's face was ashen. He turned to berate Assistant Jang for daring to deceive him. Assistant Jang stammered. Then Jiwon stood up and apologized. She explained that the first proposal was written by Assistant Jang, while the submitted proposal was her own. Jin Hyuk, taken aback, questioned her, asking what she meant. She lowered her head, explaining that she had seen Assistant Jang feeling unwell earlier and had offered to help. She had assumed the proposal she received was a reference document and had based her submission on it. Since Assistant Jang didn't have time to redo it, she had submitted that version to the department head. Bowing her head before the department head, Jiwon took responsibility, admitting it was her fault for submitting the wrong proposal and offering a sincere apology. Department Manager Kim, witnessing this, pointed at Jiwon and berated her, demanding to know if she knew what she was doing. Making mistakes was one thing, but how could she mix things up like this? If she knew it was a mistake, she should have requested an extension to write a new one. Jin-hyuk adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowed. He glared at Department Manager Kim, asking if he was trying to shift the blame. Suddenly, the harsh reprimands vanished, replaced by a rigid posture. Kim stammered, claiming he must have been tired and confused. Jin-hyuk tapped the proposal folder, echoing Department Manager Kim's question to Jiwon. How could you mix this up? He stood, meeting the bowing man's gaze, and assured him it wouldn't happen again. Jin-hyuk glared at him coldly, wolf-like, telling him he didn't need an apology, but a written self-reflection by tomorrow. Department Manager Kim, shrinking under Jin-hyuk's intense aura, couldn't utter a word. Seeing this, Jiwon handed the new proposal folder to Jin-hyuk, who took it and addressed everyone. From now on, proposals would skip the initial confirmation and go directly to him for review. The meeting continued, each person in the room wearing a different expression. Jiwon and Assistant Jang exchanged pleased smiles, while Department Manager Kim simmered with a mixture of anxiety and anger. Meanwhile, Jo Salmonette bit her lip in annoyance. The meeting concluded, and everyone filed out of the conference room, returning to their desks. Jiwon breathed a sigh of relief. She had been truly frightened, but thankfully, she'd navigated the situation smoothly. She hoped Assistant Jang wouldn't need to take any more leave. A message popped up, Assistant Jang thanking her for her help. From now on, she'd have less harassment to deal with. Another message appeared. Jiwon clicked it open. It was Jo Salmonette, reminding her about their plans this weekend. Jiwon wondered what plans she and Jo Salmonette possibly had. Regardless, she had no intention of going anywhere with her. She glanced at her calendar. Her mouse froze mid-drag. Jiwon's face paled. This weekend was the anniversary of their class reunion from years ago, a memory she desperately wanted to erase. Young Salmon had promised to take her to a famous restaurant, but instead, she'd been lured into that dreaded reunion. The moment her former classmates saw her, they sneered and whispered, assuming she must have begged Jo Salmonette to bring her. No one welcomed her. Jiwon stood frozen, speechless, as they continued their gossiping. Jo Salmonette, smiling, linked arms with Jiwon, introducing her as her best friend, explaining why she was, of course, in attendance. Jiwon, mortified, excused herself to the restroom. Even there, the whispers followed her. They pitted Salmonette for putting up with her, for enduring so much. In their eyes, Salmonette was a saint, constantly tolerating Jiwon. Jiwon sat in the stall, the words stinging, the judgment crushing. They even called her a bad friend. Mid-conversation, one of them remembered seeing Jiwon head to the restroom, and they hurried outside. Tears welled in Jiwon's eyes as the memory washed over her. She'd locked herself in the stall for 30 minutes. When she finally emerged, everyone was gone. Even Salmonette. Lost in thought, Jiwon was startled by someone calling her name. She turned, startled, recognizing Assistant Unho. It was Hae-jin, Jiwon's assistant, calling her name, pulling her back to the present. Hae-jin asked if she was okay, why she was so lost in thought in the restroom. Jiwon, embarrassed, mumbled something about work. Hae-jin teased her about being a busy bee and suggested she relax. Hae-jin asked Jiwon about her plans for Sunday, wanting to invite her to Gadjasuti. Remembering her supposed plans with Salmonette, Jiwon told Hae-jin she already had something that evening. Hae-jin's face fell slightly, but she quickly suggested switching to the morning. Jiwon readily agreed, both of them now anticipating their Sunday morning adventure. Hae-jin excitedly told Jiwon to wait and see. She was planning an epic outing. But Jiwon's attention was suddenly caught by Hae-jin's lipstick. Jiwon, spotting lipstick in Manager Jin-hyuk's car, was suddenly reminded of a rumor she'd overheard circulating around the office. Hae-jin and Manager Jin-hyuk were dating. That was why Hae-jin had used the manager's personal car to buy coffee. Perhaps the whispers were true. In Jiwon's eyes, Manager Jin-hyuk was a cold and aloof figure, while Hae-jin was outgoing, bright, and friendly. How could two people, as different as fire and water, possibly be a couple. She speculated that perhaps it was Hae-jin's bubbly personality that had swayed him to agree to a date. As for Hae-jin, she was simply brimming with excitement for her Sunday outing with Jiwon. Emerging from the restroom together, Hae-jin chattered away, giving Jiwon a rundown of the station as they walked. Jiwon confessed she'd never been there before, and Hae-jin, with an air of cheerful confidence, declared herself a regular at several spas in the area and quite knowledgeable about them. Manager Jin-hyuk, just stepping out of his office, overheard their conversation. He inquired where they were planning to go this Sunday morning. Jiwon was about to answer when Hae-jin cut in, completely sidestepping Jin-hyuk's question and whisking Jiwon away in a flurry of motion. Jiwon glanced back at the manager hesitantly, a thought flitting through her mind. Could she really just leave it at that? If she did, the rumors about manager Jin-hyuk and Hae-jin dating must be true. That was why Hae-jin had acted that way. Early Sunday morning, Jiwon received a call from the only optical shop in town. They informed her that the contact lenses she had ordered had arrived and were ready for pickup. This time, Jiwon was determined to transform herself completely to present a whole new image at the class reunion. It was Jiwon's first time trying contact lenses, and she wasn't sure if it would hurt. Closing her eyes tightly, she thought, wow, putting in contact for the first time was definitely no easy feat. Ready and set, Jiwon took a taxi to the shopping mall at Gakyasuri Station. She noticed Hae-jin had already been waiting for her for quite some time. Hae-jin was utterly stunned by Jiwon's striking new look. Jiwon, slightly embarrassed by Hae-jin's exaggerated reaction, told her it was her first time wearing contacts. Hae-jin was ecstatic, gushing about how beautiful Jiwon looked in them. Hae-jin firmly believed that even Kim Tae, he looked better in contacts than with framed glasses. Suddenly, something occurred to Jiwon, and she changed the subject. Turning to Hae-jin, she remarked that she'd seen manager Jin-hyuk wearing contacts, and he looked much more handsome in them. Hae-jin startled, her face lighting up as she realized Jiwon had casually mentioned the manager in front of her. Jiwon thought to herself, perhaps she doesn't like other people complimenting her boyfriend. Hae-jin didn't deny it, smoothly deflecting Jiwon's comment and steering the conversation towards their plans for the day. Jiwon was surprised. There was an entire itinerary. The first place Hae-jin took Jiwon was a hair salon. Hae-jin introduced Jiwon, her much-admired boss, to the salon owner. Jiwon, also wanting a change, consulted with the owner about a suitable hairstyle. Under the skillful hands of the salon owner, she would be getting a curled hairstyle. Jiwon eagerly anticipated her completely transformed appearance. First, the stylist trimmed Jiwon's hair slightly, then proceeded to curl the ends. Finally, it was all about the charm. Having just become the owner, the stylist didn't forget to introduce the salon and the steps involved in achieving the perfect hairstyle for Jiwon's face. Finally, it was finished. Hae-jin was the first to rush over, squealing with delight at Jiwon's transformation, while the owner beamed with pride and satisfaction at her handiwork. But the most astonished was Jiwon herself, who almost didn't recognize her own reflection in the mirror. Suddenly, the phone rang like a plot twist. It was Joe Salmonette calling to remind her about their date tonight, especially the reminder to wear the earrings she'd given her. Of course, Jiwon knew those earrings didn't suit her at all, but she agreed to Salmonette's request anyway. Jiwon smiled, thinking about her initial plan. She was going to have Mary Park and Minute Wan attend in her place. The next item on her agenda was inviting Hae-jin on a shopping trip. Hae-jin, of course, readily agreed, as this was part of the fun outing she had been eagerly anticipating for the past few days, the Sunday night class reunion. Everyone was thrilled to finally be together after such a long separation. The air buzzed with laughter and animated conversation. Salmonette couldn't help but bring up Jiwon in their chatter, fully aware that everyone considered Jiwon the reason behind many of her embarrassing moments. Salmonette played the noble card, appearing completely unaffected by the drama, while her classmates simply saw her as naive. Some were curious about what Jiwon had been up to, but couldn't resist poking fun at her unassuming fashion choices. So Salmonette continued to defend Jiwon in front of her friends, sharing that Jiwon would be attending the reunion. Samonette pulled out her phone to call Jiwon. But the real reason she wanted Jiwon at the reunion was a secret shared only between the two of them. Jiwon answered the call, and Samonette eagerly asked where she was, offering to pick her up. Jiwon calmly replied that it wasn't necessary. She walked in briskly, ready to put on a show. Everyone present gasped, utterly taken aback. Jiwon waved cheerfully, greeting everyone. She was no longer the plain Jane they were used to. She had undergone a complete transformation into a striking presence. It had been a long time, so Samonette was the most surprised of all. Perfectly in sync, Jiwon casually asked Samonette about their date, feigning complete ignorance. As for the reunion, Samonette rushed towards Jiwon, introducing her to the entire class as her best friend and the one who brought her there. The class erupted in whispers, one guy even jumping up in surprise at Jiwon's stunning transformation. But Jiwon didn't recognize him. She asked who he was, and he clearly replied, "My name is Kim Tae-song." Jiwon recalled that he was the one who used to tease her relentlessly. Noticing that Jiwon and Samonette were wearing identical earrings, Tae-song couldn't help but emphasize how well they suited Jiwon, while Samonette looked like she'd borrowed them from her mother. He even asked for Jiwon's phone number and casually inquired if she had a boyfriend. Jiwon glanced at Samonette, who was silently biting her lip. The classmates gossiped about Tae-song's behavior, claiming he had no shame. Jiwon excused herself to the restroom. Outside, the class whispered amongst themselves, gossiping about Jiwon's transformation, even comparing Samonette's style to something out of a fashion magazine. Samonette fumed at the whispers, completely bewildered by the unfolding situation. Everything was spiraling out of control, far beyond her expectations. Inside the restroom, Jiwon slipped in, finding the reunion utterly boring. She opened the door on the left, and in the third stall she stared inside, vividly recalling the memories of this day 10 years ago. Samonette, the person she once considered a close friend, had been spreading rumors and talking behind her back. She couldn't understand why Samonette's friends disliked her so much. Remembering the story she overheard in the bathroom a decade ago, she finally understood the true reason behind Samonette's actions. This was precisely why she revisited that dreadful memory. Jiwon gritted her teeth again, still in disbelief even now. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a notification. It was her manager, Jin-hyuk, texting to ask what she was doing. She replied that she was at a class reunion, unsure if there was an emergency. Since it was the weekend, she snapped her phone shut. She heard footsteps approaching. It was the same gossip about her, the same whispers she'd heard 10 years ago. She remembered every word vividly, as if etched deep into her mind. Their conversation replayed in Jiwon's head like a rewinding tape, but this time was different. She couldn't run away like a fool anymore. She pushed the door open, startling everyone inside. Jiwon asked them if they wanted to hear about what she did to Samonette back in high school. Samonette's friends, taken aback by Jiwon's sudden appearance, still defended Samonette, claiming she was just pretending not to know anything. They asked if she remembered Barkin-won. Hearing the name, Jiwon was equally shocked. It was because of him, apparently. Her friends criticized her for liking Barkin-ho, supposedly preventing others from confessing their feelings for him. But she knew that wasn't true. She had always believed Barkin-ho had a crush on Samonette for all 3 years of high school. Back then, Jiwon received a love letter. But Samonette told Jiwon that Barkin-ho had confessed to her, even claiming she didn't reciprocate his feelings. So Jiwon assumed the letter was for Samonette, only realizing now that it was actually meant for her. She didn't deny liking Barkin-ho, but she hadn't known Samonette liked him too. Yet, the friends continued to defend Samonette, even implying that Samonette's failure to get into college was Jiwon's fault. They demanded that Jiwon stop bothering Samonette, especially since Samonette was about to work at the same company as Jiwon. Hearing this, Jiwon couldn't hold back any longer. She pulled out her business card, revealing that someone had been hired as a contract worker thanks to her recommendation. All of Jiwon's friends were skeptical of her claim. Snatching the card from Jiwon's hand, they realized after reading the information that Jiwon was right. She emphasized that, as a contract worker, Samantha was extremely busy and didn't have time for beauty treatments. She even sarcastically remarked that her friend, referring to Jiwon, was using a fake handbag. Hearing Jiwon say this, the entire group panicked, demanding she apologize immediately, but they didn't know Jiwon had changed. She knew the whole truth now, and she was back to get even with all of them. It was they who should apologize, not her, for blindly following Samonette and bullying her during their high school days without verifying right from wrong. The group fell silent, as the truth was undeniable. Jiwon claimed that if she saw the receipt for the handbag from the department store, she would apologize for calling it fake. However, the more they listened, the angrier they became. Jiwon pointed out that while they felt wronged, she had felt the same way all these years. Jiwon told them that if they didn't believe her, they could ask Samonette themselves. Then, she turned and walked away with a hardened demeanor, hoping they would never cross paths again. As she swiftly exited the restroom, Jiwon couldn't shake the disappointment she felt towards the people she once considered close friends. It turned out Samonette had been slandering her all along. Thinking back to her high school days, Jiwon was certain her isolation was also because of Samonette. Today, she finally understood why. The sound of Samonette's voice calling out to her snapped her out of her thoughts. Samonette asked what she was doing standing there, to which Jiwon responded nonchalantly. Samonette was curious about what Jiwon and her friends were talking about. Jiwon didn't beat around the bush. She brought up Park In-won. He was a revered student council president, always surrounded by a dazzling aura, and Jiwon was no exception. She had a crush on Park In-won. He was always kind to her, making her feel warm and cherished. But he had responded to her confession with disdain, and shortly after, he confessed to Samonette. Well, it was all in the past now. Jiwon encouraged herself, recalling her realization that she hadn't seen Park In-won at the reunion, which she considered for the best. Park In-won had just gotten out of his car and was calling his classmates, letting them know he'd arrived. Meanwhile, Jiwon was lost in memories of Park In-won, wondering if he was even more handsome now than before. When his friend announced that Jiwon was also coming, and that she looked absolutely stunning, Park In-won was completely taken aback. He insisted that when Park In-won saw Jiwon, he'd be utterly captivated, as she was no longer the glasses-wearing girl of the past. But in Jiwon's mind, she had always been that beautiful girl. He just never saw past the literal and figurative glass separating them. Jiwon, feeling a wave of dejection, was about to leave. She tried to compose herself, to shake off the gloom, but the tears wouldn't stop. The door opened, and she rushed past Park In-won. As he walked in, wait a minute. A sudden realization struck Park In-won mid-call. He recognized the girl who had just slipped past him as Jiwon. Hey, Jiwon. Jiwon turned around and recognized Park In-won, her high school crush. Park In-won gazed at Jiwon with delight, recognizing her instantly. Finally, after searching for so long, Park In-won had found Jiwon. And the moment Jiwon saw Park In-won, the memories she least wanted to revisit flooded back. Jiwon turned and ran, thinking, why him, of all people, at a time like this? But how could Park In-won just let Jiwon go like that? He hurried after her, calling out, you came here to see Jiwon. You just need to get her to stop and talk to you for a second. At the cafe, Samonette's friends were anxiously waiting for her return. When they heard what Jiwon had said, they were furious. They wanted to get the real story from Park In-won's side. He suggested again, just a quick chat with Jiwon, just for a moment. Jiwon stopped dead in her tracks as a car screeched to a halt in front of her. Out stepped manager Jin-hyuk. Startled by his voice, Jiwon wondered what her department head was doing there. Park In-won called out, saying he wanted to talk to Jiwon. Jiwon frowned, squeezing her eyes shut, unsure of what to do next. It was Park In-won who left first, after all. He said there was nothing left to talk about with her. So what does he want to talk about now? With that thought, Jiwon turned and walked away, leaving Park In-won standing there. She jumped into her manager's car, and they sped off. She had enough of this place. Park In-won, still not giving up, yelled out that Jiwon needed to check the messages on the forum. The forum. Jiwon hadn't logged in there since graduation. Jin-hyuk drove towards the setting sun. Glancing in the mirror, Jiwon saw Park In-won still standing there and wondered why he was doing this to her. As for Jin-hyuk, he remained silent, having witnessed her in the restroom. Back inside, Samonette and her friends continued their conversation, asking Samonette if she was a contract worker and if it was Jiwon who had gotten her the job, just as she had claimed. Hearing this, Samonette paled, wanting to avoid the question, but her friends wouldn't let it go. They were furious at being played. Samonette explained that she had mixed it up with another company, that she hadn't meant to say that. As she spoke, she silently blamed Jiwon, thinking that everything that was happening was because of her. It was then that her friends began to realize that everything Jiwon had said was true, including the part about not being able to confess to Park In-won because Jiwon hadn't either. Samonette paled again, thinking Jiwon must be crazy to bring that up. They were just kids back then, and she had forgotten all about it. One friend shoved Samonette angrily, accusing her of lying to them all this time to gain sympathy. Samonette pushed the girl back, yelling that she hadn't lied. Although Samonette tried to explain that she hid the company details because she was afraid Jiwon would be blamed by everyone, Samonette's friends no longer believed her. They realized it was Samonette's lies that had led to Jiwon being reprimanded. In a last-ditch effort, Samonette turned on them, accusing them of being the ones who bullied Jiwon. She'd never meant for things to go this far. So why were they betraying her now? Utterly disappointed in her friends, they had nothing left to say to Samonette. They left, hoping Samonette would sever ties with them in the future. As the restroom door clicked shut, Samonette felt like she had lost everything. Trembling, she collapsed onto the floor. She hadn't wanted this. She hadn't wanted things to turn out this way. In the past, Jiwon had been the one looked down upon and ridiculed, and Samonette still couldn't accept what had happened today. Back then, she had always led everyone to misunderstand Jiwon, while portraying herself as the noble one. In everyone's eyes, she was compliant and gentle. Only by acting this way could she receive everyone's love and care. But now, Jiwon had completely shattered that facade. And so, Samonette sat trembling in the restroom, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. When she finally calmed down, she didn't know how long she had been sitting there. Slowly rising to her feet, Samonette swayed, her legs numb from sitting for so long, unsure of how to face everyone outside. She thought that if she just cried softly and made up some excuses, everyone would let her off the hook. But when she stepped back into the restaurant, the sight before her sent a wave of panic through her. The room, which had been bustling with people just moments ago, was now completely empty. Meanwhile, Jiwon was sitting in the car with her manager, Jin-hyuk, when her phone rang. Jin-hyuk glanced at Jiwon, noticing that she had fallen asleep, exhausted after everything that had happened today. He didn't want to wake her, but the phone rang again. The bullying back then had been absolutely atrocious. They had even taken pleasure in throwing trash at her. During those times, Samonette had always stepped forward to protect her. Back then, Jiwon believed that Samonette truly considered her a good friend, so she didn't want her to be hated by others. Jiwon had thought everyone hated her, but everything changed when Park and Won appeared. He came over and sat next to her. Park and Won insisted that sitting next to her gave him a better view, so from tomorrow onwards, he would sit there. With that, he gave her a warm smile. Jiwon's feelings for him began to blossom. From that day on, whenever Jiwon was bullied by her classmates, Park and Won would always step in to protect her. Jiwon couldn't understand why Park and Won was so kind to her. It all started when Park and Won told Jiwon to smile more, because she looked prettier when she smiled. After that, her classmates stopped throwing trash into her window. Every time she arrived at school, her heart would start racing. With the enthusiastic encouragement of her friend, Samonette, and the fluttering in her heart, Jiwon wrote Park and Won a love letter. It was Samonette who helped her slip that letter into Won's private locker. But Jiwon had completely forgotten what she looked like in the situation back then. So she and Won had a conversation at that time. Won said he had nothing to say to her and then turned and walked away. Watching her letter being crumpled in Won's hand, she completely broke down. She collapsed onto the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Jiwon became increasingly certain that no one liked her, except for Samonette, who cherished her. She was an unloved, overlooked girl. Back then, she didn't know that everything that had happened to her was deliberately caused by Samonette. The person she considered her only friend had been scheming against her all along. The memories of the past still brought Jiwon to tears involuntarily, the painful past jolting her awake. Just then, Jiwon realized she had fallen asleep in Jin-hyuk's car. Looking at the jacket draped over her, the memory of dozing off in her manager's car surfaced. Jin-hyuk, noticing she was awake, casually asked her a question. Jiwon quickly apologized and asked what time it was. Jin-hyuk glanced at his watch. It was already 10 p.m. Jiwon couldn't believe she had slept for 3 whole hours. Embarrassed, she thanked him and quickly opened the car door to get out. Suddenly, a hand grabbed hers and closed the door again. Jin-hyuk reached for the door handle. In that moment, the proximity between them was startling. She had never been this close to Jin-hyuk before. Her heart pounded in her chest. Jin-hyuk apologized to Jiwon for being nosy, but he didn't think she wanted to see Park and Won right now. At Jin-hyuk's words, she looked up and saw Park and Won. She wondered why he was standing in front of her apartment building. Unable to reach Jiwon, Park and Won returned to his car and drove away. Watching Park In-won's car disappear, Jin-hyuk looked back at Ji-won for confirmation. Ji-won breathed a sigh of relief, realizing how perceptive her manager was, knowing she was avoiding Park In-won. She had to move, and soon Ji-won thought. She explained to Jin-hyuk that she and Park In-won had a falling out due to company matters, which was why things were this way. Remembering his hand still holding hers, Ji-won quickly pulled it back. Both of them, awkward and flushed, looked at each other. The closeness felt too intense. Ji-won stammered another apology. Jin-hyuk calmly asked Ji-won if she loved Park In-won. Ji-won frankly admitted to Jin-hyuk that she did. He was her boyfriend, after all. She also told Jin-hyuk that she felt uncomfortable answering such a personal question. As soon as the words left her mouth, a wave of panic washed over Ji-won. She thought she sounded too cold. Jin-hyuk apologized for making her uncomfortable, a hint of sullenness in his tone. Ji-won bid Jin-hyuk goodnight, wanting to leave as it was getting late, but she still wanted to express her gratitude. "Manager, thank you for always helping me," she said, reminding him to drive safely. Jin-hyuk remained silent, not saying a word. Worried he was upset, Ji-won tried to offer a compliment. She told Jin-hyuk he looked better without his glasses. At her words, a smile played on Jin-hyuk's lips. He put his glasses on, not forgetting to tell Ji-won that her outfit didn't suit her today. With that, he drove off. Ji-won didn't think much of it. She figured that was just how her manager was. As she reached her doorstep, she couldn't help but wonder, was the outfit really that bad? Jin-hyuk continued to watch Ji-won through his rearview mirror. His heart raced as he recalled the moment Ji-won had smiled brightly at him, but he was puzzled. Why had she been crying in the car earlier? Was it really because of some loser? Jin-hyuk had overheard a conversation between Park In-won and his uncle. Park In-won's uncle had complimented Saminette, saying she was prettier and cuter than Ji-won. Jin-hyuk was angry. He couldn't understand why Ji-won would like someone like that. Did she really love him just because he was her boyfriend? Jin-hyuk thought it was a lie and drove straight home. Back at her apartment, Ji-won picked up her phone and saw several missed calls from Saminette. She felt miserable and didn't even want to call back. Ji-won remembered what Park In-won's uncle had said earlier. She opened her blog, wanting to see why Park In-won's uncle was angry with her. What interesting things could someone like her, with no friends, find on her blog anyway? Jiwon was surprised to find several messages, all from Park In-won's uncle. He truly yearned to connect with her, even leaving his phone number for her to reach out. All these messages, sent over a period of time, had gone unnoticed by Jiwon. Even without a reply, he persisted, his messages a testament to his unwavering hope. Jiwon couldn't fathom his persistence. He'd even mentioned he'd kept that phone specifically because of her. Suddenly, her phone on the table vibrated, an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. Answering, Jiwon found herself speaking to GR, one of Subminette's friends. She was calling from the number on the business card Jiwon had given her. Jiwon cautiously inquired about the reason for the call, bracing herself for a potential confrontation, but it never came. Instead, Ji are called to apologize. Because of them, Jiwon had endured so much hardship. They had blindly listened to Subminette, forming unfair judgments about Jiwon. They hoped she could find it in her heart to forgive them. Tears welled in Jiwon's eyes. Hearing their apology, she responded candidly. While she accepted their apology, she didn't have the courage to face them again. Still, she was grateful they had reached out. She would strive to become stronger. The three classmates expressed their gratitude for her forgiveness. In passing, they mentioned that In-ho had been trying to contact her. Jiwon was unaware that In-ho had been with them at the time. The next morning at the office, she bumped into Jin-hyuk, her manager, as she walked through the door. Jin-hyuk complimented Jiwon's shirt, remarking on how well it suited her. Another colleague, Haejin, chimed in, praising the department head's appearance without his glasses, saying they looked like a movie couple. Embarrassed, Jin-hyuk hushed Haejin, urging her to focus on her work. Haejin had just settled at her desk when she saw Park In-won and Minute approaching. Both were taken aback at the sight of Jiwon. Park In-won could scarcely believe his eyes, a smile instinctively gracing his lips at her transformation. She looked like a famous actress. Minute, however, was annoyed at the sight of Park In-won. Park In-won rushed over to Jiwon, asking what had happened, why her style had changed so dramatically. Jiwon, meeting his gaze but offering no explanation, simply asked if he thought the outfit didn't suit her. When Park In-won assured her it looked great, Minute turned away in a huff. Park In-won leaned closer to Jiwon, telling her that while she looked beautiful, she shouldn't dress like that at the office again. He was worried about the attention she might attract. Park In-won was alluding to Jin-hyuk, the department head. He'd noticed Jin-hyuk, usually bespectacled and tied up, looking particularly sharp today, and assumed he was trying to impress Jiwon. As usual, he invited Jiwon out after work. Jiwon declined, saying she already had plans. After work, Jiwon went to a nearby cafe. Pushing open the door, she saw Uncle and Ho already there, waiting for her. Jiwon sat down opposite him. Hesitantly, she asked him why he had been sending her messages on the blog for so many years. In-ho confessed that he had harbored a crush on Jiwon throughout their 3 years of high school. Jiwon was stunned, scarcely able to believe her ears. In-ho, acknowledging that his misunderstanding had ruined everything, apologized for hurting her. Seeing Jiwon's silence, he assumed she had a boyfriend. He clarified that he hadn't sought her out to cause her any discomfort. He simply wanted to be friends again, to occasionally check in on each other, grab coffee, have a meal, and chat. Wouldn't that be a normal thing for friends to do? Ji-won smiled, agreeing with him. After their reconciliation, Ji-won finally learned the truth about what had happened all those years ago. Submanet had intercepted the love letter she had written. It turned out Park In-won had liked her all along. Ji-won couldn't bring herself to tell him that. In truth, she had deeply liked him too. If that spiteful minute hadn't done what she did, perhaps she would have married Park In-won, the man she loved. She wondered if she would have been happy, the thought agonizing, if he would have held her and cried for her. Suddenly, someone called her name, and tears welled up as she realized it was manager Jin-hyuk. Why did he always appear when she was at her lowest? She asked him curiously why he was there at that hour, and the manager politely apologized for not informing her beforehand. He mentioned seeing Park In-won around a little while ago. Before leaving, the manager reminded her to be careful, at which point Ji-won exclaimed, "Manager Jin-hyuk, Park In-won is my boyfriend. It's none of your business, so please don't wait outside my apartment because of him." The manager hesitated for a moment before saying, "Ji-won, the person you fear and want to avoid is also called your boyfriend. You don't love him. You see it every day. Don't you know why you have to endure Samonet's jealousy?" Ji-won asked the manager directly, pushing him to say what he really meant. The manager turned around, saying he hoped she wouldn't cry alone anymore. He couldn't bear to see it. Ji-won, irritated, asked, "You care this much about another girl? Does Haejin know?" The manager asked, stunned. Ji-won retorted angrily, saying she knew the two of them were dating. Didn't he feel guilty towards Haejin? The manager, looking flustered, prompted Ji-won to continue. Ji-won mentioned that even if it was just a hunch, it seemed that way, so he should stop paying attention to her, or she would tell Haejin everything. Unbeknownst to Ji-won, the manager was about to reveal that the relationship between the two of them wasn't what she thought. Haejin was his sister. Ji-won pale asked again. The manager urged her to keep it a secret at the company, as it was a somewhat sensitive situation. He wouldn't be biased towards Haejin, even if she was his sister. He just hoped Ji-won wouldn't misunderstand. Only then did Ji-won realize they were actually siblings. The manager added that, even though his heart was taken, he was still single. After a while, a cheerful ringtone broke the silence. Haejin's voice, laced with exhaustion, asked, "Why are you calling me at this hour? I still have to finish my plans." Jin-hyuk told her that Ji-won now knew they were siblings, which greatly displeased Haejin. Jin-hyuk suggested she could pretend not to know. Haejin retorted, "Is now really a good time for you to go see my benefactor?" She scolded her brother for pressuring the girl and warned him that if he continued like this, he might end up in a long-term singles club. Jin-hyuk shot back, "What's the difference between us?" Haejin asked if he was going on a business trip next week, promising to do everything she could to help him, but reminding him not to make any rash moves. The reason she was helping her brother was because she considered that Park In-won guy a complete loser. Everyone in the company knew about the guy's little romance with Samonette, but since Samonette was Ji-won's best friend, she decided to let it slide. However, this was definitely something they couldn't ignore. Ji-won had finally arrived home. She collapsed on her bed, utterly exhausted. Lying in bed, replaying the earlier scene, the manager's words echoed in her ears. Covering her face with her hands, tears streamed down Ji-won's face as she wondered why she had acted that way. It was like walking into a dangerous situation alone, wasn't it? Park In-won's story had truly taken her by surprise. It turned out so many people cared about her, including Haejin and assistant Jang. If she had been braver back then, would the plot have taken a different turn? Suddenly, she reminded herself to stop daydreaming. Love was a luxury she couldn't afford. She would get revenge on the couple who ruined her life, no matter the cost. She would never live like she had before. The following day, Park and-won was surprised to receive a care package of food from Jiwon. She smiled beautifully, thinking he hadn't had breakfast yet, so she'd bought him an egg sandwich, wondering if he'd like it. Minute approached her cheerfully. Of course, he liked it. He wasn't upset at all, even asking kindly if she'd gotten home late last night. Jiwon offered an apologetic smile, explaining that she'd been so tired she'd fallen asleep as soon as she got home. Minute thought to himself that she'd been distant for a while, but now things seemed to be back to normal. Still, because she was so beautiful, he let it slide. He suggested that if she was going to be late in the future, she should call in to pick her up. Just then, Subminette chimed in, asking Jiwon if she had a date today, since she dressed up so nicely for work yesterday. She herself had also dressed elegantly yesterday, thinking Jiwon was going to meet her boyfriend, but seeing him looking clueless, she decided to tag along with Jiwon. "Hey Jiwon, who are you all dressed up to see?" Jiwon replied that she was just meeting some old classmates. The two of them playfully planned a dinner date, making Subminette burn with envy. She cursed Jiwon under her breath for dressing up and putting on airs, thinking that no matter what, Jiwon would always be beneath her. Jiwon clearly noticed this attitude, and since Minute wasn't being swayed as easily as she'd hoped, she decided she'd steal Park and one away. It was in her nature to take whatever she wanted, and Jiwon knew this well. She decided to use this trait to her advantage. Minute was now completely in her grasp, with nowhere to run. Just then, Hyjin appeared, apologizing for being late due to traffic on the bus. She cheerfully greeted Jiwon, who returned the smile. It was only now, looking closely, that she realized Jinhyuk and Hyjin looked quite alike. At that moment, Jinhyuk glanced over. Jiwon blushed, quickly turning away. His words from yesterday about not having a girlfriend, but liking someone were heavily laden with implication. A while later, in a meeting, Jinhyuk announced that Assistant Manager Jang's proposal had been selected for the new product project launching in the summer. Everyone should be prepared for overtime work, and once the design department finished the prototype, they should begin field research. Team leader Kim was deeply annoyed. Assistant Manager Jang thought that while this was good news, if she had to work overtime, there would be no one to look after her child. Jinhyuk also announced that he would be absent soon due to a business trip, and Assistant Manager Jang would be in charge of his work. Assistant Manager Jang nodded, thinking that if she did well this time, she would be promoted soon, but she would likely be even busier, and her child was surely waiting for her to come home. First and foremost, she would work hard to provide a fulfilling life for her child. She couldn't let this project slip away. Just then, she unexpectedly received a message from Jiwon, who had a favor to ask. Assistant Manager Jang was taken aback when Jiwon expressed her desire to have Subminette join the team. But why Subminette? She knew the two were close, but this project was crucial. She understood Jiwon's intention to get Subminette promoted to a full-time position, but she was worried that Subminette still had many shortcomings. Jiwon replied, "It's not that. I'm certain Manager Kim will try to sabotage this project." Assistant Manager Jang was confused, asking what that had to do with Subminette. Jiwon replied that Manager Kim seemed to have taken an interest in Subminette. Assistant Manager Jang was shocked at the thought of this 40-year-old man and a 20-year-old girl. Jiwon nodded. That's why his head is so bald. Assistant Manager Jang summarized. So, Jiwon, you're saying that if Subminette joins the team, Manager Kim won't recklessly sabotage the project, right? Jiwon nodded. If we want to succeed this time, we need Subminette. A while later, the assistant manager stood before everyone, introducing herself as the team leader for this project. This project would be a collaboration between the marketing and development departments, and aimed to launch it by summer. Jiwon also introduced herself as the assistant who would be taking on a full support role. Another individual introduced themselves as Lee Dong-suk, the team leader of the second group in the development department. Their department had produced a total of 3 prototype versions for field testing, all within a limited time frame. Assistant Manager Jang was pleased, thanking them and praising the sleek designs, suggesting they could proceed with testing right away. Jiwon thought to herself, thankfully, The prototypes were visually appealing. The problem was Subminette, who was causing manager Kim a great deal of worry. They had put her on the team, and Jiwon was concerned that Subminette might damage assistant manager Jang's reputation. Soon enough, assistant manager Jang directly assigned Subminette to conduct surveys at the supermarket, but she immediately requested a different task, claiming she wasn't good with people. Assistant manager Jang refused, stating that this was an important job and who knows, Subminette's bright smile might leave a good impression on others. Left with no choice, Subminette reluctantly agreed. She was also afraid Hyjin would steal her chance at becoming a full-time employee, and working with assistant manager Jang meant working with Minute, so she had to agree. However, Subminette felt humiliated by the prospect of inviting customers to sample and evaluate the new product. Subminette fumed. How could assistant manager Jang assign her this task? Did she think she would obediently do this? Scoffing, she pulled out her phone to play games, ignoring the customers who came to try the samples. She answered their questions half-heartedly. She reasoned that just because it was a free sample, she didn't need to actively invite anyone. People would still come and eat, and it wouldn't be difficult to create buzz on social media. A couple also stopped by the counter where Subminette was stationed. The wife asked if the dishes contained any nuts. Subminette, still without looking up from her phone, said no. The wife introduced the new product to her husband and offered him a bite. Just as he took a mouthful, the husband suddenly felt unwell. The food container he was holding fell to the ground, and red spots appeared on his skin. The wife cried out in a panic. He was allergic to nuts. Meanwhile, Subminette was still glued to her phone, unable to look up, annoyed that they were making a fuss and disturbing her record-breaking fish cake game. Seeing Subminette's attitude, the woman couldn't hold back any longer and yelled, demanding to know why Subminette had said the dishes didn't contain nuts and how she planned to take responsibility for this. Subminette snapped her phone shut and indifferently asked the woman what she wanted her to do now, claiming it wasn't her fault as they had recklessly eaten the food just because it was free. This infuriated the couple, who demanded to see the manager. Not only that, but she also said that if they were in pain, they should hurry to the hospital. Just then, Minute, a doctor, witnessed the scene. He rushed over and asked Subminette what had happened. The couple explained the situation to Minute. Minute bowed his head in apology, saying he would take them to the hospital immediately. He turned to Subminette and said he would take them to the hospital first and she should follow. Subminette felt a wave of fear, secretly blaming assistant manager Jang for making her do this to humiliate her. At the hospital, Minute asked Subminette if Jiwon had reminded her that the sample products contained allergens. Subminette, tearing up, said that Jiwon might have mentioned it, but she hadn't heard, and she apologized to him for it. Minute felt a headache coming on. He was about to marry Jiwon and didn't want her to face disciplinary action, but he also didn't want anyone to get fired. He advised Subminette not to talk about this incident with anyone. He told her to apologize to the customers so they wouldn't file a complaint with the supermarket. Hearing that Minute agreed to help her, Subminette hugged him tightly in gratitude. So Minute said that even if she were fired, it wouldn't matter, but she was worried about Jiwon. Minute consoled her, thinking that Jiwon had truly found a wonderful friend. He urged her not to worry and to trust him. Minute reached out and wiped away her tears, and in that moment, Subminette resolved to win this man's heart. Meanwhile, Jiwon was working, thinking about how Minute and Subminette were managing their business, when her phone rang. It was Minute's uncle, Mr. Yang. He asked her why she hadn't told Minute that the third sample contained peanuts. Luckily, he had arrived in time to resolve the issue. Otherwise, it could have become a major problem. Jiwon remembered that she had already discussed this with Subminette. She understood everything and didn't want to say anything more. Jiwon instructed him not to tell anyone that she knew about it and to comfort and appease Subminette on her behalf. Jiwon chuckled to herself, as Minute had truly lived up to her expectations. That evening at assistant manager Jang's house, as soon as she entered, she asked if the child had been well behaved at home and hadn't caused any trouble for the grandparents. She asked her mother if the child was difficult to handle, and her mother replied that the child had been very good. Her father and husband asked if she was hungry and urged her to take a shower and then come to eat, saying they had prepared kimchi stew. She obediently went to take a shower. She hadn't showered so relaxedly in a long time. Following Jiwon's advice felt right. She recalled that a few days ago, she had shared her worries with Jiwon about not having anyone to look after her child. Jiwon had advised her to ask her own parents, but her parents believed she was living happily and were unaware that her husband was unemployed. She didn't want them to worry. Jiwon encouraged her to reconsider, saying that parents often think of their children and would do anything for them. She hoped she could talk openly with her parents, who knew they might become her strong support. She thought for a long time and couldn't give up this project. If she got promoted, her family could live a happier life. As soon as she came out of the shower, her husband rushed over and asked why she had called her parents, telling them he was unemployed. He told her she was crazy. Didn't she need to go to work early and work overtime? She told him that she had to work overtime with her colleagues, and if he felt uncomfortable, he could leave the house. The house was in her name. She paid the mortgage and living expenses. He raised his voice and asked if she was showing off because she had money. She angrily told him to either go out and earn money or stay home and take care of the child. If he didn't want to be kicked out of the house, he'd better get his act together. The next morning, as soon as she entered the office, Jiwon received a call from assistant manager Jang. After listening to her, Jiwon said she did well, and from now on, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Assistant manager Jang thanked her, and Jiwon was happy for her because everything seemed to have settled down. As they were chatting, Manager Kim approached her, startling Jiwon. He asked if she was finished talking with assistant manager Jang. She replied that she was, but she remembered that today was his business trip, so why was he here? Manager Kim explained that his flight was in the afternoon, and he mentioned that there were a few things to discuss with her, so he stopped by the office before leaving. Jiwon was puzzled. Since he was going on a business trip, why would he go out of his way to talk? The two of them went to a cafe on the first floor. As she followed him inside, she muttered under her breath that she should have continued chatting with assistant manager Jang. Manager Kim asked Ji-won what she wanted to drink, and she shyly replied that she wanted an Americano. Just then, the cashier mentioned a free sandwich. Recognizing the familiar voice, Ji-won looked up over Jin-hyuk's shoulder and saw Park In-won. As Jin-hyuk pulled out his car to pay, In-won greeted Ji-won with a bright smile, expressing surprise at seeing her there. Ji-won was startled, and Jin-hyuk, equally surprised that Ji-won knew In-won, shot him a less-than-friendly glare. In-won, recognizing Jin-hyuk as the person who had picked Ji-won up from the alumni reunion, asked if he was Ji-won's boss. Ji-won was confused when Jin-hyuk asked In-won if he was the one who had yelled at her about checking the neighborhood. In-won admitted he was, explaining that he owned the cafe and suggesting they meet up more often. As their drinks arrived, Ji-won awkwardly agreed, wondering why, of all the cafes, it had to be this one. Jin-hyuk asked if they were classmates, pointing out that In-won hadn't mentioned owning a cafe. She told him she didn't know why either, but she knew it was because of his one-sided crush on her. She asked Jin-hyuk if he had something to say to her. Jin-hyuk took a sip of his coffee and mentioned that Manager Kim would be taking over management duties while he was on his business trip. He told her that Assistant Manager Jang's project wouldn't go through Manager Kim, but would be reported directly to higher-ups. Jiwon asked if he was aware of the bad blood between the two. He told her it was a personal matter between them, and as a superior, he shouldn't interfere. But if the person acted fairly, the situation would be different. Jiwon inquired whether Manager Kim would face disciplinary action in a situation like the last one. She smiled, thanking him for his concern, the implication certainly not lost on her. She reminded him to be safe on his trip. After work hours began, she headed to the office. Suddenly, Ji-won stopped in her tracks. She saw Manager Kim chatting with Hyejin, laughing and talking animatedly. Sitting down, Ji-won pondered why it had to be today, of all days. She was certain he was up to something. A moment later, Hyejin rushed over to her, saying something was upsetting her. Ji-won stood up, offering to make her a cup of coffee. As she passed Manager Kim's office, Ji-won saw him on the phone with someone. Handing Hyejin the coffee, she asked what was wrong. Hyejin revealed that Manager Kim wanted her to give him the plan she had written previously. Ji-won was taken aback when Hyejin mentioned that he'd promised to put her on the project team and make her a permanent employee if she put his name down as the author. Hyejin had also been puzzled this morning when the manager called her in, saying he usually thought highly of her. He had always hoped she would become a permanent employee. He asked if she remembered the plan she submitted when she first joined the company, and, of course, she did. He had harshly criticized her plan. Thinking back on it, she decided to act as if she had never heard the previous offer. Manager Kim told her to reconsider. He asked if she was sure this would help her become a permanent employee. Hyjin turned around angrily, asking if he was threatening her. He calmly replied that if she didn't want to be fired, she should think it over carefully. Hyjin couldn't bear the thought of her brilliant idea being stolen, even if it meant risking her job. Jiwon figured Hyjin's project was a gold mine, which is why the department head was planning to steal it. Hyjin asked Jiwon if she knew which religion ranked second among the most followed and believed religions. The answer was Islam, with over 1.3 billion followers, but they didn't eat fast food. Targeting the Muslim community might be a smart move if they wanted to gain a foothold. Ji-won advised Hyjin to give the plan to the department head. She was confident he wouldn't succeed. Hyjin asked Ji-won why she was so sure. Ji-won explained that there were risks involved, and she wanted them to follow her instructions for now. She'd find a way to credit Hyjin later, but now wasn't the time. Hyjin agreed and handed the plan over to the department head, who immediately submitted it to the CEO. The CEO was deeply impressed with the proposal. He hadn't seen such a creative project in a long time. He mentioned that if the project was approved, they would need to send someone to Arabia for market research. The department head immediately thought of Hyjin. He planned to find a way to send her there. He told the CEO that their team was still working on another project, the salad project. The CEO considered this, then decided to prioritize the department head's project. He was secretly pleased. This was a golden opportunity to regain his authority. Only then will we submit it. Trust him, rely on him, she would date him and marry him. Meanwhile, Ji-won walked up the stairs, heading for the rooftop. She went to see the department head with the documents. Just as Ji-won predicted, Assistant Manager Jang's project was put on hold, taking a back seat to the department heads. She told Jang to wait by the sea for the enemy's body to float up. Ji-won stated that for that to happen, someone needed to throw the body into the sea, and she was ready to do it. The department head was standing outside, smoking a cigarette and waiting for her. He asked her what was wrong. She placed a stack of documents in front of him. Ji-won said it was the report she'd reorganized, and it would be helpful for the ongoing project. This was the first step in Ji-won's plan to send him to the bottom of the sea. Department head Kim received the report and skimmed through it. He asked if she had done it all by herself. Ji-won told him that the industry had great potential. Many companies were targeting it, so they needed to move faster than their competitors. She suggested starting with advertising on social media, which she had clearly analyzed in her report. Department head Kim was delighted. He thought there was no way department head Jean who could refuse. He happily asked Ji-won if she wanted to join the project team. She replied that she would, as long as he remembered her when he got promoted. Over the next few days, everything went according to her plan. When the project information was released, the company's stock price soared. The director praised his tremendous success. Once the project was successfully completed, he was sure to be promoted. Department head Kim was ecstatic. Soon, news of the company opening a branch in Arabia made headlines in several morning newspapers. At UNK Company, department head Kim walked around singing, greeting every employee he encountered. The employees whispered amongst themselves, puzzled by his sudden change in attitude. His phone buzzed with a text message from Saemin, saying she had overslept and hadn't had breakfast. Department head Kim offered to buy her something to eat. Saemin thanked him, adding that she also wanted strawberry milk. Department head Kim beamed. He thought Saemin was really cute. Suddenly, he received a call from Secretary Han. She informed him that the director wanted to see him. He rushed off happily to see the director, feeling like everything was going according to plan. At the door, he knocked and waited anxiously. He walked in, elated, completely unaware of the impending storm. The director, furious, threw a stack of reports at his head. He demanded to know what had happened and how he planned to take responsibility for this mess. Looking at the newspaper reporting the kidnapping of Koreans by Islamic extremists, he realized the company's stock had plummeted. At that moment, Manager Kim grasped the gravity of the situation. He lowered his head in apology and suggested halting the project. The director, furious, demanded to know if Kim was aware of how much the company had already invested, ordering him to come up with a solution, and fast. Nervously rubbing his bald head, Kim confessed to the director that the project was actually the brainchild of an intern on his team. He rambled on about wanting to give the newcomer a chance, which was why he'd presented it as his own. He proposed issuing an apology statement, blaming the 26-year-old intern, hoping it would appease the public's anger. At this, the director seemed to recall something and asked for the intern's name. He told the director her name was Hyjin. He even suggested releasing an article portraying her as an airhead, believing that if he threw Hyjin under the bus, everything would blow over. The company, too, could escape the crisis. The director asked manager Kim if he had told Hyjin that he had initiated the project. He had, of course. The director immediately ordered him to inform Hyjin that she had nothing to do with it. It was all his responsibility. The director's booming voice carried beyond the office walls. It was all because of him. Now even the Arabian branch was in jeopardy. Manager Kim emerged, defeated, the whispers of his colleagues following him like a shadow. Because of him, everything was in shambles. At that moment, he could only keep his head down. He dared not speak. He pulled a carton of strawberry milk from his bag, a small comfort, reminding himself that he still had Subminette. They would get through this together. But when he offered the strawberry milk to Subminette, she said she didn't want it. He asked why she had told him she wanted some that morning. Subminette turned and walked away without a word. Manager Kim couldn't understand her sudden change of heart. The entire office watched him with a mixture of pity and something else. He gritted his teeth. This was all Jiwon's fault. She must have known Hyjin had connections, which was why she befriended her. If he hadn't listened to her and leaked the documents to the press beforehand, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. Using the report due that day as an excuse, he lashed out at Jiwon. But Jiwon was clearly prepared. She placed the report on his desk and texted him. Powerless against her preparedness, he yelled. She texted back that she had played him for a fool. Seeing Jiwon's attitude, his rage intensified. He attributed Jiwon's rudeness to her parents' upbringing, his words dripping with melodrama. At this, Jiwon's face darkened, her hands clenching into fists. He could say anything about her, but she wouldn't tolerate disrespect towards her parents. But the committee director wasn't finished. In his mind, this entire mess was Jiwon's fault. He raised his hand, intending to strike Jiwon. Jin-hyuk, the department director, having witnessed the entire scene, swiftly intervened. Jin-hyuk grabbed the committee director by the collar. To Jiwon's astonishment, he lifted manager Kim clean off the ground. Jin-hyuk demanded he apologize to Jiwon immediately. The committee director, dangling in the air, sputtered, asking when Jin-hyuk had returned from his business trip. Ignoring him, Jin-hyuk pressed for the apology. Manager Kim, choked and struggling, stammered an apology to Jiwon, begging Jin-hyuk to put him down. At her acceptance, Jin-hyuk released him. The sudden drop sent the committee director sprawling onto the floor. A flicker of pity crossed Ji-won's face at the sight. Jin-hyuk announced he would be sending a disciplinary notice to the company's disciplinary committee. This incident definitely wouldn't end with just a pay cut in a few days. The committee chairman received the disciplinary report sent from the company. In addition to the attempted assault and defamation of assistant manager Jiwon, manager Kim faced additional penalties for making threats. He'd also stolen Hyjin's idea. Chairman Kim was startled when he overheard some people chatting with Minute. She was telling them that she had no relationship with Jin-hyuk and planned to transfer to another department. Minute said she didn't need to do that, and he didn't believe her. Chairman Kim stealthily followed behind, eavesdropping on their conversation. Minute asked Jin-hyuk what kind of disciplinary action he would face, and he replied that the senior board might take some harsh measures. Chairman Kim's face darkened after hearing what Jin-hyuk said to Minute. He bought her a drink and told her she didn't need to flatter him anymore. She asked him if he was being demoted and suspended for 6 months. It was like being kicked out. Hearing this, Chairman Kim stormed in and punched Park In-won in the face. He berated Park In-won. "You idiot, do you want to be strangled by him?" So Park In-won asked him why he was doing this. He yelled that he was about to marry Subminette, even though he already had a girlfriend and was flirting with Subminette. Subminette was incredibly embarrassed when manager Kim announced this to everyone. She definitely didn't want Park In-won to know about her relationship with him. Manager Kim didn't give up. He told Subminette to clarify whether their love was real, and she frantically denied everything. Everyone in the company who witnessed this scene believed the rumors about her and manager Kim were true. Subminette told manager Kim that he wasn't thinking straight, which flustered him. He asked her if she was being cold to him because of Park In-won. Seeing so many people whispering in the company, Park In-won hurriedly ran away, embarrassed. Now everyone in the company would know everything about her and manager Kim. Subminette ran into the restroom and locked the door. She thought that manager Kim couldn't use her anymore, and it would be difficult for her to become a regular employee. What should she do from now on? Suddenly, she smiled. An idea popped into her head. If there was no manager, there was still the department director. At the meeting the next day, Department Director Jin-hyuk announced to everyone that Manager Kim had been suspended and had his salary reduced. He also asked Jiwon if she was alright after being hit by Manager Kim. Jiwon felt shy. Why did he have to bring up the fact that she was hit? Before the meeting started, he announced that the halal project would be temporarily halted and mentioned that the plan was written by Hyjin. The company would continue with the project that Assistant Manager Jang had paused, and she was thrilled to hear the news. Jin-hyuk also mentioned that due to Manager Kim's suspension, the team needed more staff. He introduced that someone from the development department would be sent to support them. That person was Mr. Lee Dunsat, the head of the marketing department. Jiwon was surprised to see him. In her opinion, Submanet should have been the one transferred to another department. Jiwon couldn't understand why Submanet could still smile so brightly while rumors about her and Manager Kim were spreading like wildfire. Finally, Jin-hyuk announced that there would be a gathering on Friday. He assigned Hyjin to choose the location and inform everyone later. Before leaving, Submanet deliberately said loudly that she heard clearly, and she even gave a deliberately bright smile. She flipped her hair, making sure Manager Kim could see, convinced there was nothing easier in this world than attracting a man after work. Hyjin pulled Ji-won down to the cafe on the first floor, demanding to know how she knew. Ji-won replied that she'd assigned the halal project to Manager Kim precisely because she knew there would be problems. Ji-won took a sip of her coffee and denied it. Of course, this was something she couldn't let anyone else know. In her memories, around this time every year, there were incidents of Koreans being taken captive. Min Ju-hwan would be furious when the government spent a fortune rescuing the kidnapped hostages. But naturally, she couldn't discuss this with Hyjin. She fabricated an excuse about rising tensions with the Taliban. So, she figured, hearing this, Hyjin admired her even more. As they chatted, Park and Won brought them both complimentary pastries. He asked Ji-won if this was the first time she'd met her colleague. Ji-won introduced them, prompting a polite exchange of greetings. Won set the pastries down on the table. Hyjin realized this was her brother's rival. She told him she wasn't fond of sweet pastries. Park and Won smiled and told her to try it. He'd only added a touch of sugar, so it wouldn't be too sweet. He launched into a detailed description of the pastry. Certain Hyjin wouldn't regret trying it. Hyjin, focused on the pastry in her hand, took a bite, her eyes widening. She couldn't believe how exquisitely sweet it was. Wow, does it really taste like this? Hyjin exclaimed. She hadn't expected Won to offer her such a delicious treat. He was such a nice guy. He told her she could come to the cafe anytime she wanted if she craved it, because he always kept one aside for the person he'd had a crush on forever. That person, for all these years, had been Ji-won. She understood, but pretended not to hear. Meanwhile, Submanet sat alone in her office. Lately, she couldn't quite figure out Ji-won's actions. Just now, she'd gone out with Hyjin, who knew where. Suddenly, she heard footsteps nearby. Turning, she saw Manager Kim heading for the water cooler. Submanet saw this as a perfect opportunity to get closer to him. She rushed over, asking if he wanted coffee. She could make him some. Hearing him say he preferred soda, she snatched the bottle from his hand, offering to open it for him. She asked if he preferred soda to coffee. She did too. After pouring a glass, she offered it to Manager Kim. As Jin-hyuk reached out to take the glass, Submanet feigned a clumsy fumble, gasping dramatically as the entire glass of water splashed to the floor. Submanet sucked in a breath, quickly crouching down to ask Jin-hyuk if he was all right. Jin-hyuk nonchalantly replied that he was fine. A shard of glass pricked Submanet's finger, and she winced, feigning tears as she cried out for the department director, claiming her hand was bleeding. Jin-hyuk asked if she was all right, then turned to walk away. Submanet continued to tell him she was in pain, but Jin-hyuk coldly walked past her as she sat there, injured. He mentioned there was a first aid kit on the shelf. He also reminded her to clean up the floor after she was done. She couldn't understand how someone could be so cold. Jin-hyuk walked out the door, bumping into Park and Won, who was entering. Park and Won rushed to Submanet's side, concerned and eager to check if she was okay. Seeing him, Submanet burst into tears, showing him her injured hand. Park and Won, worried, reminded her to be careful and asked if she was hurt anywhere else. Submanet thought this was a typical male reaction, completely different from Jin-hyuk. She asked Park and Won if he could blow on her injury to help it feel better. Park and Won readily agreed. He gently took her hand and softly blew on the sore spot. Submanet sighed. "It's a good thing you're here." Jin-hyuk hid by the door, watching Park and-won hold Subminette's hand, praising her slender, attractive fingers. He even caught himself comparing her to Jiwon, neither woman aware of his scrutiny. Standing just outside, he clenched his fists, unable to contain himself any longer. He couldn't let Jiwon continue seeing a loser like Park and-won. If Jiwon discovered the truth, she would only suffer more heartbreak. Just then, he saw Jiwon and Hyejin returning. Hyejin still chattering excitedly about the cake she'd eaten. She declared it the best cake she'd ever tasted. Jiwon, spotting Jinhyuk, approached to greet him. Jinhyuk asked Hyejin if she frequented the Below Cafe, a question that seemed to fluster her. Her uncle had warned her to stay away from the cafe owner and encouraged her to pursue a relationship with Jiwon. But the thought of those delicious pastries made her reluctant to apologize to her brother. Deciding it was best to leave the two to sort things out themselves, perhaps more effectively without her presence, Hyejin excused herself, saying she needed to go to the development department, and slipped away. Jiwon also asked the department director if she could leave early. Jinhyuk immediately called her back. Pulling her aside, he stood before Jiwon and asked where she was going. Jiwon told him she was going to the restroom to get her water bottle. Jinhyuk offered to get it for her. She awkwardly refused. He couldn't let her run in a Park and-won now. He needed an excuse. So he invited her to dinner with him that evening. He told Jiwon he had something important to discuss with her. Jiwon replied that she was free that evening, but asked if the matter he wanted to discuss was work-related. Hearing Jinhyuk say it concerned Manager Kim, she agreed. He told her there was a plumbing issue in the restroom and suggested she use the one across the hall. Watching Jiwon leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want her to see anything that would hurt her. That evening, Jinhyuk took Jiwon to the EO11 hotel for dinner. She asked him what had happened with Manager Kim and why he had brought her to a 5-star hotel for dinner. Jinhyuk explained that she had been working hard because of the incident, so he wanted to thank her. He then asked if she still wanted to see Park and-won, mentioning that she might find it uncomfortable, but it was a very important question for him. Jiwon replied that she had made it clear before that she didn't want to discuss her private life, so she saw no reason to answer his question. Her dates with Minwon were going well, and she wished he would stop. He agreed, and they continued their meal. Jinhyuk couldn't understand why it had to be Park and-won. As they were leaving, he reminded Jiwon to be careful on the stairs. Just as he finished speaking, she slipped. Jiwon lost her balance and tumbled forward. Jinhyuk panicked. He hadn't caught her in time. Jiwon landed hard, her shoe breaking in the process. Jinhyuk rushed to her side, asking if she was all right. She said sadly that she had just gotten her shoes fixed, and now they were broken again. He helped her up, asking if she could walk. Jiwon tried to walk on her own, but her foot throbbed with pain. She told him she might have sprained her ankle. Jinhyuk, momentarily flustered, mumbled an apology and then swiftly scooped her up into his arms. He said that continuing to walk would only make it worse and told her to hold on tight. Jinhyuk gently placed Jiwon on a chair in the hotel lobby, telling her to wait there for him. Jiwon's heart pounded from her boss's sudden action. She looked down at her foot. If she had been more careful, this wouldn't have happened. The lobby doors opened, and Jinhyuk rushed in, asking Jiwon if she had been waiting long. Seeing him breathless, Jiwon asked if he'd run all the way to get her first aid kit. Jinhyuk replied that he'd borrowed it from the hotel lobby. He carefully tended to Jiwon's injury, telling her to throw the shoes away. Even if repaired, they would likely break again, potentially causing further harm. Jiwon mentioned she only had the one pair, but he insisted that someday she would need new shoes, not just patched up old ones. He added that once shoes were damaged, they tended to break easily again. Then, Jinhyuk produced a gleaming new pair, deeming them perfect for her. He carefully slipped the shoes onto her feet, telling Jiwon she deserved to wear something better. Jiwon's heart fluttered at Jinhyuk's gesture. Suddenly, her phone rang in her bag. It was Subminette. Park and-won was on his way to Jiwon's apartment. He called as he drove, but Jiwon stubbornly refused to answer. Thinking back to that afternoon, he wondered if he'd misheard. Why would she agree to have dinner with Jinhyuk? Park and-won fumed. If he'd finished work earlier, he wouldn't have let her go with Jinhyuk. How dare Jinhyuk flirt with her? Park and-won was pleased that Jiwon was blossoming into an even more beautiful woman, but it was also causing a lot of trouble. He was certain the owner of the coffee shop on the first floor of their building had his eye on her. just riding in the elevator drew everyone's gaze to her. Rumors were even spreading through the company that she was the most beautiful woman in the marketing department, not only skilled, but also highly competent. At this rate, he thought someone would steal Jiwon away from him. He called several more times before she finally answered. He demanded to know why she hadn't answered his calls. Jiwon explained that she had just finished dinner with her boss and had just arrived home. Park and-won had never imagined a day would come when he'd worry about Jiwon. She was just a girl he'd dated on a whim for a bottle of wine. He remembered how it all began, a simple wager between him and a colleague. If Park and-won could win her over, his colleague would give him a bottle of wine. So, Jiwon had once been a simple conquest, a prize Park and-won had pursued for that bet. Confidently, he told his colleague it would only take 3 days. The next day, he sought Jiwon out, making her acquaintance. He got her number and initiated his plan, bombarding her with sweet nothings, thinking that would be enough to win her over. But things didn't go as smoothly as he'd hoped, and he began to lose patience. By Saturday, he called her to see if she was busy. Park and-won invited her to dinner. He asked where she lived, saying he would pick her up, and so he and Jiwon began dating. Back then, Park and-won only wanted to get the wine and then find an excuse to break up with her, but everything took an unexpected turn. The more he got to know her, the more he realized how kind and gentle she was. In fact, she was so kind, it was almost foolish. She always helped him with his tasks. Meanwhile, he was out with his friends, partying, never suspecting a thing. That's what Park and-won liked most about Jiwon. But lately, he felt like she was acting differently, and he wondered if she was cheating on him. Regardless of the reason, he didn't care. He had become a more capable man than before. Park and-won opened his computer to check the stock market for the day, watching the numbers soar. He decided it was time to put his plan into action. The next day, he would take Jiwon on a boat trip on the Han River. On that boat, Park and-won planned to execute his scheme. He wouldn't let anyone take her away from him, not even if it cost him everything. She had to be his. Fireworks exploded. Under a shimmering canopy of stars, Jiwon looked stunning. A bouquet of flowers from Park and-won cradled in her arms. Park and-won produced a ring, dropping to one knee. "I love you," he declared, asking for her hand in marriage. He promised her a lifetime of happiness if she accepted. Jiwon, beaming, readily agreed. Park and-won pulled her close, declaring that from this moment forward, she was his forever. He added that she needn't worry about the honeymoon suite. He'd made a killing recently and would take care of everything. Jiwon smiled. Everything was proceeding according to plan, right down to MW Corporation's unexpected bankruptcy announcement. Park and-won knelt, the ring clutched in his hand. "Jiwon, will you marry me?" he asked, echoing his earlier proposal and vowing to make her happy for the rest of her life. "I love you," he reiterated. Taken aback by the sudden, repeated proposal, Jiwon nevertheless smiled and replied, "I will marry you." Overjoyed, Park and-won exclaimed, "Am I dreaming?" "Thank you. From now on, Jiwon is Park and-won's girl forever." They embraced under the fireworks-lit sky. "All right, don't worry about our honeymoon suite. I made a lot this time, so let me handle it. Congratulations." The next morning, Park and-won went to work as usual. Over breakfast with her colleagues, Jiwon shared the news of her engagement and her plans to meet his parents the following evening. Hyejin asked if her shirt and new bag were also gifts from Assistant Park. "Yes," Jiwon replied. "He said he wanted to make a little money from stocks, so he bought me these. He also said he'll take care of the honeymoon suite." "Really? Assistant Park is amazing, haha. But don't you think getting married so quickly is a bit rushed?" Subminette questioned whether Jiwon was truly going to marry Park and-won. Jiwon, smiling, retorted, "Who else is there like him? He loves me, treats me well, has a stable job, and a good business sense." She declared that marrying Park and-won would undoubtedly bring her happiness. She asked everyone to keep the engagement a secret for now. Subminette offered her congratulations, but as she looked at the ring on Jiwon's finger, she seethed inwardly, consumed with a desire to possess it herself. Jiwon, observing Subminette's expression, knew the jealousy would fester, even after breakfast. Subminette fumed. What right did Jiwon have to marry Park and-won? She was frustrated. She had always catered to Jiwon, providing her with whatever she desired. She had always been by Jiwon's side, believing her kindness was genuine and without ulterior motives. Now, she was determined to take everything away from Jiwon. Dumping the remaining food from her tray into the trash, she vowed that Jiwon would not be allowed to live a happier life than her. Back in her office, Jiwon opened her account to check her pharmaceutical stocks. They were currently up 170 million won. Jiwon figured this was enough to move out and quit her job after breaking up with Park and-won. She checked the stock price of MW, the tech company, which continued to plummet. She picked up the financial newspaper, scanning the market reports. Park and-won slammed the newspaper down on his desk. Furious, he called MW Security for advice, but no one answered. He reminded himself that this had seemed like a golden opportunity, one that no one else knew about, which is why he had invested all his money into these stocks. Now, his 40 million won was worthless. If Jiwon found out, she would certainly call off the wedding. He decided to keep it a secret from Jiwon, planning to recoup his losses from other stocks. He needed to call his parents and borrow some money. He regretted buying her that expensive designer bag. He wished he'd just gotten her a knockoff. Jiwon came to find him. Everyone was waiting for him to join the celebration, she said. Regarding Assistant Jang's project, Park and-won claimed to have forgotten about it, nonchalantly tossing the newspaper he'd just finished reading into the trash. Worried that Jiwon might see it, he offered her a ride in his car. Jiwon accepted, even suggesting that Submanet join them, a proposal Park and-won readily agreed to. Jiwon glanced back at the discarded newspaper and smiled to herself. She'd known he would do that. Their office was having a barbecue today, a location chosen by Hyjin. Hyjin told everyone to just focus on eating. She would take care of the grilling. Everyone praised her barbecuing skills, declaring them superb. Submanet told Hyjin she thought she was better suited to a part-time job at a barbecue restaurant than working in an office. Hyjin scoffed, claiming to be multi-talented, and retorted by asking Submanet what she was good at. Submanet looked at Hyjin shyly, wondering how this little slip of a girl dared to tease her. Watching the two of them, Jiwon felt a surge of amusement. Jinhyuk sat across from her, gazing at Jiwon with a melancholic expression. Earlier that morning, he had received a message from Hyjin, saying that Jiwon was about to marry Park and-won. Hyjin had asked her brother if he was just going to stand idly by. He overheard Park and-won reminding Jiwon that tomorrow was the formal meeting of their families, so she shouldn't drink too much. Jinhyuk didn't know what to do. He kept pouring and drinking. Could he stop Jiwon's marriage? Submanet raised her glass, inviting Park and-won for a drink. She expressed her hope that he would take good care of her in the future. Watching Park and-won drain his glass, she told herself that she had to have him. No matter what, he had to be hers. The two of them continued exchanging drinks. Park and-won seemed to be getting drunk. Back at the restaurant, with both Jiwon and the two of them present, Manager Kim had stepped out to take a call, while Hyjin and Assistant Jang had gone to the restroom and hadn't yet returned. Jiwon didn't like watching Park and-won and Submanet enjoying themselves. She felt her opportunity had arrived, a chance to avenge all the pain they had caused her. She would make them taste the bitterness she had endured. With this thought, Jiwon immediately stood up, interrupting their revelry. She told Park and-won it was time to go home. Ignoring Submanet's insistence on continuing to drink, she told Park and-won she would help Submanet to the car first. Park and-won handed Jiwon his keys, telling them to wait for him in the car. He would call a driver and join them shortly. Watching the two women leave, Park and-won finished his last drink, thinking that Submanet was rather cute. She was sweet and knew how to liven things up during a drinking session. Jiwon led Submanet to the car. Submanet kept complaining about how difficult her life at the company was. Jiwon said she used to feel the same way. She mentioned that it was thanks to Park and-won's help that she had managed to get through it. Hearing Jiwon praise Park and-won so highly made Submanet wish she could marry him too. Jiwon reached for her phone. Just then, Park and-won emerged, asking why they hadn't gotten into the car yet. Jiwon made an excuse, saying she had left her phone in the restaurant, and asked Park and-won to look after Submanet for a moment. Jiwon hurried back inside. Park and-won glanced into the car at Submanet, who was beginning to put her own plan into action. She pretended to shiver, telling Park and-won she was cold. Seeing this, he took off his jacket and draped it over her, then went to turn on the heater to warm her up. Submanet thanked him, her voice warm and inviting. She thought to herself, the fish has taken a bait. Park and-won told her to hold on a little longer, as Jiwon would be back soon. But what he didn't know was that this was a table Jiwon had set for both of them. So how could she possibly come back at this moment? Submanet reached up and covered Park in Won's mouth with her hand. She told him not to mention Jiwon, that it was just the two of them now. Park and Won, gazing at Submanet's expression, felt his heart pounding. The truth was, he'd realized he liked her more than Jiwon for a while now. However, he'd always restrained himself from crossing the line. looking at Subminet's sweet face in this moment. Coupled with her playful demeanor, he truly lost his composure. Subminet pulled Park and Won closer, suggesting he bring her inside. Faced with her proposition and her captivating actions, Park and Won couldn't hold back any longer. He jumped into the car, wrapped his arms around Subminet, and kissed her. And just like that, they fulfilled Jiwon's expectations. Each driven by different motives, Subminet desired him out of jealousy towards Jiwon, unable to bear the thought of Jiwon having more than her. Park and Won, on the other hand, was simply a despicable man, a scoundrel. One was her fiancé, the other, someone she had always considered a dear friend. At this moment, both of them betrayed her. Subminet urged Park and Won to hold her tight. She felt a sense of satisfaction, having achieved her goal. She was about to have this man, the man about to marry her friend, Jiwon's boyfriend. They were truly a perfect match, two utterly shameless individuals. Jiwon stood behind them, witnessing everything that had just transpired. They couldn't possibly know she hadn't forgotten her phone. It was all part of her plan. She watched them embrace, a sense of finality washing over her. Finally, Jiwon could have her revenge. Even though everything was going according to her plan, why were tears still streaming down her face? It was them who had betrayed her first. She gripped her phone tightly, ignoring the incoming call. Memories of the two of them flashed through Jiwon's mind. Memories she wished she could forget, even just for a moment. Back then, when she returned home from the hospital, looking for Park and Won, she'd found two pairs of shoes at the door, Park and Won's and a woman's. Though a sense of foreboding had washed over her, she never imagined that the person lying in bed with Park and Won would be her friend, Subminet. Her heart truly shattered then. Now, they would have to endure the pain she had suffered. The nightmare was just beginning. Even so, seeing them betray her again, Jiwon's tears wouldn't stop flowing. Just then, the driver Park and Won had called earlier arrived. She watched as the car slowly drove away. Jiwon stood there motionless. Everything had gone according to plan. She should be raising a glass to their new beginning, celebrating with joy. Wiping away her tears, Jiwon told herself not to cry. They were the ones in the wrong. If she cried, wouldn't that mean she had lost to Subminet? With that thought, Jiwon went to a late-night bar. She intended to get completely drunk and forget what was happening. It was then that Jiwon finally checked her phone, noticing several missed calls from her boss. Jinhyuk. Just as she thought of him, her phone rang again. He really did care about her, didn't he? This time, Jiwon answered. Jinhyuk asked where she was and why she had left without telling anyone. She told him she wanted to get drunk, so she was sitting alone at a bar. When Jinhyuk asked which bar, so he could come over, she hung up. Jiwon continued to drink. Of course, she wouldn't tell him where she was. If she did, he would definitely come, and right now, she just wanted to be alone. She thought that if she had made different choices in this life, perhaps those too would have changed. But even now, reborn, Park and Won and Subminet were the same. They still chose to betray her. And she, despite dying at their hands, was still clinging to hope like a fool. Suddenly, a hand snatched the bottle from her grasp. Jinhyuk had arrived. He told her to stop drinking, that it was enough. Jiwon was surprised. He was quite resourceful. She asked him how he found her, and then Jinhyuk asked where Park and Won and Subminet were, why she was sitting here alone. She told him they had left, and that the two were very close, so he should pretend he didn't know anything. Jinhyuk felt he might have figured out the relationship between Park and Won and Subminet. He said she could sit there as long as she wanted, and he would take her home. Jiwon told him not to worry about her. She was really tired of love and dating right now. Jinhyuk ignored her and sat down beside her. He asked what she planned to do with him if she wasn't going to date him. Jiwon didn't understand what Jinhyuk was talking about. Jinhyuk suggested that if she didn't want to look more haggard, she should go out with him. Jiwon panicked, wondering if she really looked that bad. He thought he would be useful to her. Thanks to Jinhyuk, Jiwon felt a lot better. She didn't dislike him at all. She placed her glass on the table and then suggested he turn around and face the entrance if he could. He readily agreed to Jiwon's request. Jiwon leaned against Jinhyuk's back, thinking to herself, it would be nice if she could just lean on him for a little while. At that moment, his back felt as broad as the trunk of a giant tree. They sat there for a long time without saying a word. This was exactly what Jiwon needed right now. Being close to Jinhyuk made her feel comforted in some way. The next morning, at the Happy Hotel, Park and Won woke with a splitting headache as bright sunlight streamed through the window. He opened his eyes wearily, struggling to recall what had happened. He sat up abruptly, realizing he'd completely lost his mind. He looked at Subminette, who was still asleep, and then at the messy room. Park In-won was truly worried that if this got out, the company employees and Jiwon would cut ties with him forever. Just then, Subminette woke up and continued to act affectionately towards him. Park In-won awkwardly said they were both drunk last night, so she should pretend nothing happened. Subminette asked incredulously how they could just ignore the fact that they had slept together. Pouting, she pointed out that he knew she had feelings for him, so didn't he feel anything for her at all? Park In-won panicked. He told her that wasn't what he meant, but he had to meet his future in-laws today. Subminette then started to cry, saying she wouldn't interfere with his relationship with Jiwon. She also promised not to tell anyone about what happened. In return, he still had to continue seeing her. Park In-won clearly couldn't refuse this offer, as he wasn't as into Jiwon anymore. With that, In-won hugged Subminette tightly. He thought to himself that he was just too popular with the ladies. Suddenly, the phone on the wall rang. It was Jiwon. She asked if he was awake and why he had come back before her yesterday. Park In-won explained that Minette wasn't feeling well, and since the hired driver had arrived on time, he couldn't wait for her to go back together. Jiwon, while putting on her makeup, asked if he had made a reservation for the restaurant where their families were meeting. Park In-won told her he had booked a table on the first floor of the La Hang traditional restaurant for 5 p.m. Jiwon said she would come to see him after she finished her makeup. Overhearing the conversation with her boyfriend, the makeup artist said she would do her best to make Jiwon look stunning. Jiwon insisted she wanted a bold look, something captivating that people wouldn't be able to forget. The makeup artist asked, surprised, wasn't she meeting her boyfriend today? Why such a dramatic style? Jiwon recalled her life before her mother-in-law passed away. She had said she accepted Jiwon not because of her beauty, but because she took good care of her son. One morning, she even scolded Jiwon for making breakfast with leftovers from the previous day, saying that on weekends, one should wake up early to prepare a nutritious meal for their husband. Not only that, but she also belittled Jiwon, saying that people without parents are worthless and that she understood why Jiwon's parents died early. Therefore, this time when she met them, she would completely change her approach and see how they would react. Meanwhile, after Park In-won left, Subminette paced angrily in the room. Why did he leave her here to meet Jiwon and submit it? Jiwon could never be her equal, so why did Park In-won abandon her and marry Jiwon? Out of jealousy and rivalry with Jiwon, she was determined to win Park In-won over, no matter the cost. However, why was everything still not going her way? She remembered lying next to Park In-won when he called Jiwon and said that the two families would meet at 5 p.m. at the traditional La Hang restaurant. She couldn't let things go on like this. She couldn't let them get married. Subminette sat down to touch up her makeup. Would all her efforts so far really be overshadowed by Jiwon? Of course, before the big day arrived, she would find a way to keep Park In-won by her side. Once there was a first time, there would definitely be a second time. At exactly 5 p.m., Jiwon hopped into a taxi and headed to the agreed-upon location. The whole family was chatting happily, and her cheating husband was still sweet-talking his parents, completely relaxed and at ease. A knock echoed through the room, and Jiwon walked in, politely greeting Park In-won's parents. Seeing Jiwon, Park In-won's parents were truly startled by her appearance. Jiwon introduced herself as Park In-won's girlfriend. She smiled, and everything in the room felt like her past life. Park In-won's parents were taken aback. They mentioned hearing a lot about her from In-won, who described her as a simple girl. Jiwon pretended not to understand his mother's question, asking if she was referring to the new handbag In-won had given her. Thinking back, Jiwon realized that even if she hadn't done anything wrong, she used to be afraid when she met them. But now it was different. She wondered if Park In-won cared about her. He must care more about his mother. His mother asked if she knew how to handle housework, saying that if no one cooked in the morning, In-won wouldn't eat. Jiwon found this amusing. She had never seen him eat breakfast. She assured his mother that she would be in charge of preparing nutritious meals for In-won, and if he had to work overtime, she would personally prepare a lunchbox and deliver it to his office. In-won's mother happily suggested that every weekend she would prepare some side dishes for Jiwon, and they could come and pick them up. Jiwon agreed, saying she would pick them up on weekdays because she wanted In-won to rest on weekends. His mother worried that Jiwon would be overworked, as she also had a job. Jiwon surprised her by saying that she planned to quit her job after marriage and become a full-time housewife. Hearing this, his mother was shocked and asked how she could so decisively decide to quit her job. She questioned whether Ji-won wanted to enjoy life at the expense of her son's income, saying that other daughters-in-law managed just fine, so why couldn't she? Raising children would be even more expensive. Ji-won retorted, wasn't one person earning enough? Especially if they didn't have children yet. In-won broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't understand why Ji-won was acting so differently today. Hearing her response, In-won's father, who had been sitting silently, couldn't hold back any longer and slammed his fist on the table. He raised his voice, asking if they wanted this house to have no legal heir, insisting that only his son could take care of the ancestral rights. He questioned how she dared to stand before her elders and declare that she wouldn't have children. Jiwon boldly replied that her father, despite having only her as a daughter, still performed the ancestral rites with offerings prepared by her. He argued that once a daughter marries, she must perform the rites for her husband's family. How could she stand for this? Minjun's mother chimed in, saying Jiwon's father sin was giving birth to a daughter. Hearing this, Jiwon wondered why being born a girl was considered sin. She angrily shouted back, calling Minjun's mother an old hag. Park Minjun nearly choked on his words. Everything that was happening was beyond his imagination. He couldn't comprehend what had gotten into Jiwon today. His father's face darkened, unable to understand why his son brought home such a girlfriend. Minjun's mother trembled with rage, wondering how Jiwon dared to speak to her like that. Jiwon stood up, leaving the three of them stunned. Straightening her back, she declared that she had already decided not to marry his son, so calling her mother sounded strange. Old hag seemed more fitting. Park Minjun was taken aback, asking what nonsense she was spouting. At this, Minjun's parents flew into a rage, claiming they knew this was her true nature all along, saying those without parents were all spoiled. Jiwon's expression suddenly changed, and she coldly asked why. If a mother also had no parents, would she insult Jiwon's parents under the same circumstances? Minjun's mother, taken aback by Jiwon's words, told Minjun she would never agree to him marrying her and would never allow her to become a part of their family. Jiwon replied that she would surely regret this decision and left. Park Minjun called out to Jiwon, bewildered, unable to understand why she had changed so drastically, but she ignored him. Walking outside, Jiwon realized that after hearing all of that, she could never be the daughter-in-law they wanted. If it were only once, she could have laughed it off as a misunderstanding, but after being insulted twice, she couldn't bear it any longer. Ji-won hurried out, and suddenly she saw Subminette getting out of a taxi, looking like she had dressed up to meet her boyfriend's family. Ji-won smiled at her. Subminette, you've come at the perfect time. You should marry that jerk in my place. Meanwhile, back in a restaurant, Minjun's mother was still fuming, wondering how he dared bring that disrespectful girl there. She demanded he end things. She would not approve of this marriage. Just then, Subminette arrived at the entrance. She feigned surprise, asking how he happened to be there. Subminette greeted Minjun's mother warmly, introducing herself as a junior from the company, even offering a few flattering remarks. Minjun's mother affirmed that he took after her. Park Minjun asked Subminette, hadn't she said she had a date? She replied that her parents had an urgent matter and couldn't come, pointedly mentioning that she enjoyed cooking, making sure his mother heard. Hearing this, Minjun's mother beamed, inviting Subminette to dine with their family. Subminette naturally agreed. This was exactly what she had come here hoping for. She asked if this was all right, and Minjun's mother seemed to have forgotten everything that had just transpired. She deemed Subminette much better than Jiwon, even saying it was a blessing for their family to meet such a forthright girl. Sitting at the dining table, Subminette inwardly rejoiced that Jiwon's first meeting had gone so terribly. She happily dined with Minjun's family, thinking that coming here was indeed a wise choice. Jiwon was on her way home, reflecting on the disastrous first meeting that afternoon. Just then, her phone rang. It was a message from Park Minjun. He asked where she had gone and why she wasn't answering his calls, saying he wanted to marry her smoothly and wondered if she intended to let things continue like this. She read his messages as she walked. Jiwon thought to herself, he and Subminette were truly a match made in heaven. Thinking of how Subminette had coveted everything of hers for the past 10 years, she decided it was time to give it all to her. The next morning, Jiwon arrived at the office, acting as if nothing had happened. Things were going even smoother than she'd anticipated. She hadn't expected them to cling to each other so readily after just a little nudge, even sneaking off for trysts during work hours. Now, her task was to bring this twisted fate to an end, and then a bright new life would be hers. Jiwon had already drafted her resignation letter. She planned to wrap everything up neatly and then leave this place behind. Assistant manager Jang and Hyunjin called, inviting her for coffee. Jiwon agreed to join them. Hyunjin then extended the invitation to department head Chun. Though he couldn't make it, he handed Hyunjin his card, telling them to treat it as his contribution. He added, turning to Jiwon, that there was plenty of time and she should order something delicious. Jiwon thanked him, feeling a pang of regret at leaving. Perhaps, she thought, she could wait until the company's new product launch before making her exit. Just then, Park Min-jun and Subminette were having a clandestine meeting at a nearby love motel. As he prepared to leave, Park Min-jun told her to just pretend they'd been meeting with a business partner for an hour. Subminette disagreed, reminding him that he'd promised to spend the entire day with her. Park Min-jun explained that he had a lot of wedding preparations to attend to. Subminette immediately questioned him, thinking the wedding had been called off. He replied that his mother and Jiwon had just had a minor disagreement and everything would be fine. Subminette then asked if that meant he intended to break up with her. Park Min-jun dismissed their relationship as a casual fling, nothing serious enough to warrant a formal breakup. With that, he kissed her forehead and said goodbye. He left her stunned. Subminette gritted her teeth, wondering why, even on the verge of ruin, he still wanted to be with Jiwon instead of her. She picked up her phone, determined not to let her efforts go to waste. One of Jiwon's high school friends called to tell her that Subminette had asked for Jin Hyuk's number. Jiwon thanked her for the heads up. Jiwon suddenly remembered his past harassment and wondered why anyone would want his number now. It couldn't be anything good. She needed to be prepared to deal with whatever this was, so Jiwon submitted the report her manager had given her. She pondered whether she should ask him for help again. Jiwon didn't understand why, but she felt she could trust the man in front of her. Department head Chun asked if she needed his assistance. She asked if she could use him one more time. Department head Chun folded the report. He looked at her intently and told her she could use him as many times as she liked. In fact, he'd be happy to oblige. On her way home that evening, Ji-won suddenly heard a voice. She'd expected Jin Hyuk to show up as soon as he was finished. He said he'd rushed over as soon as he saw her contact him. Ji-won told him she hadn't contacted him at all. Meanwhile, Park Min-jun was sitting in his car across the street, watching them closely. He wondered who this guy was this time. He'd prepared flowers and gifts for her, but she hadn't answered his calls. How dare she meet someone else behind his back? Just then, Subminette walked over and knocked on his car window. She smiled, asking him what he was doing there, and got into the car. Subminette told him she was Ji-won's high school classmate, pointedly mentioning that they'd been inseparable ever since their reunion. She warned Park Min-jun not to assume that Ji-won only had eyes for him. She was deliberately trying to provoke him, and it was working. He insisted that Ji-won only loved him. Ignoring his protest, Subminette continued, prattling on about how Ji-won's mother had cheated on and abandoned her father, implying that Ji-won was sure to follow in her footsteps. Park Min-jun was shocked to learn that Ji-won's mother had left for another man. So, Min-jun explained that she hadn't brought it up before because Ji-won was her best friend, but she couldn't stand the way Ji-won treated him. She comforted Min-jun, suggesting they move somewhere else. She warned that if they stayed, he was bound to witness unpleasant things. Watching Min-jun's car pull away, Ji-won knew Subminette was behind it all. She told Tae-sung she hadn't contacted him at all. Tae-sung immediately showed Ji-won the messages. Ji-won opened her phone to show him clearly that someone had impersonated her. Stunned, Tae-sung couldn't believe anyone would dare play him like this. He asked Ji-won if she thought she was so valuable as to be this audacious. He grabbed her hand, intending to drag her to confront the culprit. He demanded she follow him quietly. Ji-won insisted he let go of her hand. She told him this had nothing to do with her. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his from behind, leaving him bewildered. Jin Hyuk declared himself her boyfriend and demanded to know what Tae-sung was doing to her. Jin Hyuk asked Ji-won if she was alright. In that moment, Tae-sung realized what was happening and demanded Jin Hyuk release him. Jin Hyuk, enraged, punched Tae-sung in the face. Tae-sung crumpled to the ground in pain. With that, Jin Hyuk led Ji-won away. Walking beside him, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. She thought that as long as this man was by her side, she could face anyone. Why hadn't she noticed him before? Ji-won got into the car, and he drove off. Ji-won thanked him for what he had done. Jin Hyuk told her she was simply exercising her right to use him, which was exactly what he had asked for. He stopped the car, telling her they had arrived. Ji-won was surprised. Why had he brought her to a hotel? He said she should stay the night, and he would take her home in the morning. Jin Hyuk mentioned that the man from earlier knew her address, so it would be dangerous for her to go back. Ji-won shook her head, refusing, saying she could go up on her own. But Jin Hyuk disagreed, asking what kind of boyfriend would drop his girlfriend off at a hotel and leave her to fend for herself. Ji-won replied that, well, if he brought his girlfriend to a hotel and then just left, that would be strange too. As soon as the words left her mouth, she covered it, wondering what she was even saying. Jin Hyuk told her he would be staying here tonight as well. He led Ji-won to the front desk to check in. She asked him, "Weren't you supposed to just drop me off and leave?" He repeated her earlier words back to her. Flustered, Ji-won said that was just something she blurted out. Jin Hyuk told the receptionist to give them 2 adjacent rooms. She jumped, asking why 2 rooms. He suggested they could just get 1 room. Embarrassed, she conceded that 2 rooms might be better. She hadn't expected him to actually stay. Would this help him sleep better? Jin Hyuk watched Ji-won walk in her room. Ji-won wanted to scream. She didn't know what was wrong with her today. She decided to take a shower to clear her head. Jin Hyuk stood at the door, watching Ji-won's room. He vowed to protect her for the rest of her life, as long as she agreed. Then he turned and left to meet with his men, pulling out his phone to arrange a meeting in the lobby on the first floor at the other end. They told him they had taken care of everything, and from now on, Taesung wouldn't dare go near her again. Jin Hyuk told them not to call him boss, but director. They weren't mafia. Why would they call him that? One of them said to him. Meanwhile, Park Min-joon had already driven away. Jin Hyuk quickly guessed that Subminet was behind all of this. She pretended to be Ji-won and messaged that man. Maybe Ji-won knew about it all along. That's probably why she suggested he pretend to be her boyfriend. He glanced at his watch. It was already 9 p.m. He wondered what she was doing at that moment. Suddenly, he shot up from his seat, remembering that she hadn't eaten anything. How could he have forgotten? He immediately went to her room and knocked. He wished he had taken her out to eat something before bringing her to the hotel. Ji-won, fresh from a shower, hurried to the door at the sound of knocking. "What is it?" she asked. He calmly asked if she had eaten dinner yet and if she wanted something to eat. He also asked what she usually liked. Ji-won thought a pork soup, sprinkled with sesame seeds and chopped green onions, served with some pickled radish. It would be delicious. Just then, a butterfly landed on her head. Startled, Ji-won let out a sudden shriek. Jin Hyuk, confused, couldn't understand what had happened. She pointed at her head, saying she was truly terrified of insects. He offered to catch it for her. He cautioned her to be careful. At that very moment, Ji-won stumbled, grabbing onto Jin Hyuk's tie. She lost her balance and fell backward, her back hitting the light switch. The room was plunged into darkness once again. Jin Hyuk and Ji-won were incredibly close. They stared at each other, hearts pounding. Jin Hyuk gazed at her intensely. For a moment, the room was silent. The clock struck 2 a.m. Ji-won tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. She replayed the earlier moment in her mind, the one between her and Jin Hyuk. Embarrassed, Ji-won pulled the blankets over her head. She wished things weren't so complicated with Park Min-joon. Perhaps then she could have opened her heart to Jin Hyuk. In the other room, Jin Hyuk felt the same way as Ji-won. He was reliving the moment they had fallen into each other's arms. Jin Hyuk tossed and turned, sleep evading him. Her image kept flashing through his mind, an unforgettable imprint. 2 people in separate rooms, yet their feelings were strikingly similar. A shared longing, a quickening of the pulse. Who knew how long it took for dawn to break? Sleepless nights truly made one realize how long the night could be. Ji-won yawned repeatedly. Staying up all night was utterly exhausting. Early in the morning, Jin Hyuk called her, inviting her to have breakfast together. Wasn't he tired? Jin Hyuk went to get some food and brought it to Ji-won. After sitting down, he casually remarked that a boyfriend should get food for his girlfriend. Flustered, Ji-won said it was just a favor from yesterday. Jin Hyuk replied that she only asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend, but she never specified for how long. Watching Ji-won's flustered expression, he smiled and wished her a pleasant meal. Seeing him like this, she blurted out that he looked like a puppy when he smiled. As soon as as the words left her mouth, Jin Hyok's face went blank. He didn't know what she meant. Jiwon explained that she was referring to a large, lovable dog, a Labrador Retriever. Jiwon described it as a beautiful, cute, and obedient dog. Big and smart. Jiwon rambled on, then suddenly covered her mouth in a panic, berating herself for what she had said. Jin Hyok asked if that meant she thought he was cute. He then asked if she had chosen an apartment to move into yet. She mentioned she would be moving into the one Hyunjin recommended, the one she had stayed in before. After breakfast, Hyunjin took her to see the apartment she had recommended. She said Jiwon just needed to sign a contract and could move in right away. Jiwon thought it was a nice apartment and apologized to Hyunjin for bothering her on the weekend. Jiwon felt she needed to move into the apartment as soon as possible. Hyunjin was happy to be of help to Jiwon. He mentioned the apartment had excellent security with CCTV, faced south, and had incredibly low management fees. All in all, a fantastic find. Most importantly, it was within Jiwon's budget, and she could move in immediately. Jiwon, of course, knew this and asked if they could sign the contract right away. On their way to the real estate office, Jiwon suggested they enlist Jin Hyok to keep her move a secret from everyone at the company. She asked Hyunjin how he knew about such a great apartment. Hyunjin replied that he had been studying at a nearby university recently and asked which university Jiwon had graduated from. Upon hearing Jiwon's answer, Hyunjin was surprised to discover they had attended the same university. Jiwon was equally surprised, having never seen him on campus, nor had he ever seen her as her senior. Later that evening, at Jiwon's old apartment, Park Min-joon came looking for her. He rang the doorbell repeatedly, but there was no answer. Jiwon didn't seem to be home. He was annoyed that she wasn't answering his calls, and now that he was at her place, she was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, he heard a man's voice asking who it was. Park Min-joon yelled angrily, asking if Jiwon was in the room and demanding to know who this guy was barging into her apartment. He then started banging on the door, yelling for the person inside to come out. The door opened, and a man stepped out, asking who he was and why he was making such a racket at his door. Evening, Park Min-joon bowed apologetically, saying he must have the wrong apartment. He asked the man if he knew where the girl who used to live there had moved. The man scoffed, replying that hounding her like that wouldn't bring her running. Less. He claimed he knew nothing and then slammed the door shut. Park Min-joon was startled and angered that Jiwon had moved without telling him. Thinking back to that night, he regretted not going after her to clear up her rude behavior. But then something came up that ruined everything. He took out his phone and called Jiwon, but the call wouldn't go through. He left her a message, asking when she moved and saying he would forgive everything, even her disrespect towards his mother. Hearing the messages, Jiwon guessed it was him looking for her. She thought to herself how fortunate she was to have decided to move earlier. Suddenly, she felt hungry. She hadn't eaten anything the previous night, and even at breakfast with Jin Hyok that morning, she had barely touched her food. Then, the busyness of moving had made her forget about dinner. Just then, she received a message from Jin Hyok. He asked if her move went well and if she wanted him to bring over some pork soup. Before she could even reply, the doorbell rang. Jiwon opened the door and was surprised to see Jin Hyok standing there. He said he brought her some pork soup since he heard she liked it. Jiwon thanked him and invited him in. Suddenly, she heard a meow from near Jin Hyok's feet. Thinking it was a stray cat, she crouched down to pet it, finding the little fur ball adorable. Jin Hyok mentioned it was his pet cat, Pang. Jiwon was delighted it was snuggling up to her, but if it was his pet, did that mean he lived here too? Jin Hyok replied that he was her neighbor. Jiwon was taken aback. How could this be? She glanced at the open door of the apartment opposite hers and suddenly realized something. Jin Hyok looked a little flustered and apologized for not telling her beforehand. Jiwon had moved here to avoid Park Min-joon and someone, but the fact that she and him were living in the same apartment building had never crossed her mind. Confused, Jiwon wondered how her department head could be her neighbor. Jin Hyok explained that Hyunjin used to live in this apartment, and he wasn't comfortable with her living alone out here, so he moved in. Jin Hyok handed the bag of food to Jiwon, urging her to eat it while it was still hot. Jiwon thanked him and asked if he had already eaten dinner. Jin Hyok said he had and was just about to take Bang back to his apartment. Jiwon gently stroked the cat's head. She really did find the cat adorable. Jin Hyuk told her she could play with him for a while if she liked. Delighted, she invited him in to sit for a bit. Jin Hyuk followed her inside, cat in tow, reflecting on how having a pet had truly given his life purpose. Jiwon sat at her dining table, eyeing the steaming dishes before her. "Is this really what you ordered?" she asked, incredulous. "Did they really send the whole pot and everything?" she wondered aloud. Jin Hyuk, feeling a pang of guilt, explained that it was a new style of takeout that was all the rage these days, adding that it came from a very reputable restaurant. Jiwon dug in, savoring the delicious aroma. Jin Hyuk anxiously asked, "Is it good?" She told him it was delicious, reminding her of home. It was similar, she explained, to the kind of food she and her father used to enjoy in Busan. Jin Hyuk breathed a sigh of relief, pleased that she liked it. He remembered calling his younger brother earlier, asking him to pick up a bowl of pork soup, even giving him specific instructions. A short while later, Jiwon had polished off the food Jin Hyuk had brought. As he was leaving, he told her she could come over any time she wanted to see Bang. And play with him, he added. Jiwon, overjoyed, promised to visit often. Jin Hyuk, surprised and slightly apprehensive that she'd actually agreed to come over, simply nodded. Back in his own apartment, Jin Hyuk held Bang, praising the cat for being so clever. He mused that the cat had known he liked her from the moment they met. He wondered aloud if Bang liked Jiwon as much as he did. Of course, he answered himself, she was his savior. Stroking the cat's head, Jin Hyuk thought that thanks to Bang, he might be seeing Jiwon more often now. The next morning, Jiwon, an assistant manager Jang, went to a Mart supermarket to conduct a survey, gauging customer reactions and observing how the new products were displayed. Assistant manager Jang confessed to Jiwon that she caused her parents a lot of trouble because of this project, and she was really worried. Jiwon encouraged her, saying that she could get promoted later and repay them. They entered the supermarket, both stunned by what they saw. They noticed that not only the new products, but all of their company's products were gone. They found it strange and decided to inquire directly with the supermarket staff. When they introduced themselves as representatives of UNK, the staff's attitude turned icy. They were asked how they dared to show their faces after what had happened. After hearing from the supermarket manager, the two immediately returned to the company. This was no small matter. How could Park Min-jun and Submanet let this happen? As soon as they entered the office, assistant manager Jang immediately called Submanet to demand an explanation. After causing such trouble, you just ran away as if nothing happened? Do you have any sense? Assistant manager Jang demanded loudly. Submanet stammered, asking what assistant manager Jang was talking about. Assistant manager Jang reminded her that she had given a sample food containing peanuts to a customer with a peanut allergy and hadn't even apologized, let alone reported it to the company. Submanet jumped up, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Assistant manager Jang informed the manager that Submanet had caused a major incident during the recent new product market survey, but hadn't reported it. Panicked, Submanet racked her brain, trying to figure out how to shift all the blame onto Jiwon. Submanet sobbed uncontrollably, explaining that her actions stemmed from deep concern for Jiwon. She confessed that she had completely forgotten to report the allergic reactions because Jiwon hadn't informed her beforehand, leaving her entirely unaware. Looking at Jiwon, Submanet cried, saying that if she revealed the truth, she feared Jiwon would get into trouble. Jin Hyuk turned and asked Jiwon if what Submanet was saying was true. At that moment, Jiwon once again felt the weight of everyone's suspicious and contemptuous gazes fixed upon her, while Submanet continued to receive sympathy and comfort from the surrounding crowd. But she was used to it now, no longer wounded, and simply replied that she didn't quite remember. Submanet, still playing the supportive friend, told Jin Hyuk that if the company decided on a punishment, it should only be directed at her. Jin Hyuk told Jiwon to think carefully and see if she truly couldn't recall the events. Jiwon lowered her head, saying that too much time had passed, and she genuinely couldn't remember. She suggested reviewing the CCTV footage from that day. Hearing this, a pang of guilt shot through Submanet. If they did that, wouldn't everyone know that the responsibility rested solely on her shoulders? Jiwon presented a USB drive, explaining that it contained the CCTV footage from that day. Because it was an important project, she had kept it with her. Everyone could see for themselves that Jiwon had informed Submanet beforehand. You had already thoroughly explained the key points to Submanet, Jiwon emphasized. I really stressed how important this was. Submanet apologized to everyone, suggesting that perhaps her memory was simply poor. That's why I forgot, she finished. Jin Hyuk questioned why neither Subminette nor Park Min-joon had reported the incident to the company. Subminette, desperate to extricate herself from the situation, told everyone that Park Min-joon had advised her to keep it quiet. He said that as long as we both stayed silent, no one would know, she claimed. I followed his advice. Park Min-joon jumped up in astonishment. What are you talking about? He wanted to slap her. How dare she shift all the blame onto him? He had no choice but to lower his head and apologize to everyone, explaining that because Subminette was a new employee, he had stepped in to handle the situation. Jin Hyuk instructed both Subminette and Park Min-joon to write reports and submit them, he concluded. In the end, Subminette had successfully shifted all the blame onto Park Min-joon to protect herself. He asked her if she knew how much effort he had put into covering up the incident, and why, he seethed, did you dare stab me in the back? She told him that since he was the assistant manager, he only needed to write a report. As for her, if anything went wrong, she wouldn't be able to become a full-time employee. Park Min-joon told her that after all this, even getting her contract signed would be difficult, let alone becoming a permanent employee. He assured her that she wouldn't face any reprimand or punishment for this incident, as there was no need. With that, he walked away, leaving Subminette alone. She thought to herself, if I'm going down, I'm taking everyone with me. She pulled out her phone and called the customers who had suffered allergic reactions to the new product. She inquired about their well-being and whether they had recovered, mentioning that the company wanted to send a gift to apologize for the previous mistake. Of course, she wasn't going to let things rest. Later, Subminette idly focused on her beauty routine, confident that everything she had done was flawless. Suddenly, her phone rang. She quickly answered, asking the customer if they had received the gift from the company. On the other end, she was met with a furious roar. I almost died after eating those peanuts, he yelled. So why the hell did you send me a peanut salad? She answered nonchalantly, suggesting he had a penchant for free food and needed to try harder to adapt. Now, the furious man demanded to know her location. Subminette told him if he wanted to find her, he should come to the lobby of the company headquarters the next morning. Jiwon ran into assistant manager Jang and Hyunjin. Hyunjin asked if she had seen Subminette at the company today. Suddenly, they heard a man's voice booming, asking who assistant manager Jang of the marketing department was and demanding to see her. Security stepped forward to stop him, saying he couldn't cause a scene like this, but the man insisted on seeing assistant manager Jang. He then threw all the food he had brought with him onto the floor. Assistant manager Jang decided to go and see what the commotion was about. She addressed the man in front of her, identifying herself as assistant manager Jang and checking the sender information on the package. Her name was indeed on the package. She was taken aback and told Jiwon she had never sent such a package. Someone must have impersonated her, and Jiwon was certain Subminette was behind it all. Assistant manager Jang told Jiwon and Hyunjin to stay out of it. She would handle everything. Hearing this, the man yelled, claiming she was the one who told him to come find her, but now she was treating him like a thug. He raised his hand, as if to strike assistant manager Jang. Jiwon froze, a flashback of her past life flashing before her eyes. Park Min-joon about to do the same to her. But given a second chance at life, she couldn't stand idly by and let history repeat itself. She rushed forward, placing herself between assistant manager Jang and the man, telling him to calm down. He demanded to know who she was. Bowing apologetically, she explained that assistant manager Jang was definitely not the one who sent the package. It was someone else. She assured him she would find the person who spoke to him on the phone and bring her to apologize. She also promised to come up with a compensation plan for him as soon as possible. After hearing Jiwon's words, the man seemed to calm down a bit. He angrily asked if she was spouting nonsense and if she was the one responsible. Just then, Jin Hyuk arrived and told her she didn't need to do this. He introduced himself as the head of the marketing department, the person in charge, so the man could talk to him. He suggested they talk somewhere more comfortable and led the man away. Jin Hyuk told Jiwon to contact Subminette. Jiwon replied that she might not be coming to the office anymore, but she would find a way to make her show up. All of this was witnessed by the chairman. The chairman questioned why Jin Hyuk only stepped in now, when assistant manager Jang and Jiwon were almost done resolving the issue. The chairman's secretary told him they needed to move on. Meanwhile, Subminette was enjoying a treatment at a beauty salon. She thought everything she had done was going according to plan. The phone on the table buzzed, notifying her of a text message from her mother asking if she had been fired. The company had been calling her house nonstop. She thought of the person she called mother, who had yelled at her all her life. Just thinking about that person made her shudder. She stood up, intending to wash her hair, determined to live a leisurely life and become a beautiful lady for them to see. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was In-ho. She answered, asking what he wanted. In-ho asked if he could meet with her to talk about Jiwon and Subminette. Subminette agreed to meet him that evening. They agreed to meet at the fidgety bar. Subminette pushed open the door and walked in. She was surprised to find Jiwon, not In-ho, waiting for her. Jiwon said casually that she had finally managed to meet her. If it weren't for In-ho's call, she definitely wouldn't have shown up to meet with anyone. Subminette stated that she was tired of working. She only knew Jiwon, but Jiwon was always busy with other people, completely ignoring her. Jiwon truly didn't want to hear this anymore and told her to stop saying such things. Now is not the time for her to relax. Jiwon handed over her termination notice, citing unauthorized leave and absence from work. She added that the official documents would reach her soon. Jiwon asked if she was the one who sent the product containing peanuts to the customer. Subminette vehemently shook her head, claiming she had no reason to do such a thing. Jiwon coldly replied that if it wasn't her, she was lucky because the customer had already contacted a lawyer. If the company's legal department got involved, they would submit her call records to the investigators as evidence. Hearing this, Subminette began to feel real anxiety. She confessed to Jiwon that she had indeed sent a package. She explained that she had removed the product containing peanuts and sent it in Assistant Manager Jang's name. But due to a mistake, she accidentally sent the wrong item. The customer kept calling incessantly, and she was so scared that she acted that way. Jiwon tightly gripped Subminette's hand and apologized. She said that if she had cared more, perhaps these things wouldn't have happened. She wanted them to resolve the issue together and suggested that Subminette accompany her to the hospital the next day to apologize to the customer. Jiwon told her that if it was just a misunderstanding, she would help. The next morning, Subminette and Jiwon went together to the hospital where the customer was being treated. Jiwon, holding Subminette's hand tightly, insisted she kneel and beg the customer for forgiveness. Subminette asked Jiwon what she was doing. Gritting her teeth, she apologized to the customer, even though she didn't want it at all. The customer wasn't accepting. He asked if this was the attitude of someone who was truly remorseful. Subminette cried out, saying she didn't remember what she said on the phone. He was the one who yelled at her first, so why should only she apologize? Jiwon shouted at Subminette to stop talking. Just then, Jin Hyuk, the department head, and Park Min-jun walked in. Subminette looked pleadingly at Park Min-jun, thinking he would surely help her. But Park Min-jun ignored her. Jin Hyuk asked the customer if he was feeling better, but he was still furious. Subminette sobbed, saying she truly knew she was wrong and hoped he could forgive her. She explained that being pregnant had made her emotions uncontrollable. Everyone in the room's attention was now fixed on her. Jiwon was equally shocked. She was pregnant. Park Min-jun went up to the roof. He wanted to see Jiwon and clear everything up. He took out his phone and called Jiwon. He said he wanted to talk to her for a bit. She replied that it was her day off and she wanted to rest. Jiwon asked if he wanted to discuss the baby Subminette was carrying or if they were going to get married. Jiwon said that whether or not the child was his was irrelevant to her. She wanted only a professional relationship in the future and told him not to call her again. Park Min-jun hesitated, wanting her to keep the matter confidential from the company employees. He told her that if everyone in the company found out, it would be troublesome for her. Jiwon said she didn't care about any rumors, but she didn't want to leave everything ambiguous. With that, she hung up. It turned out he was still only thinking about his own reputation. She couldn't understand how she had dated such a selfish person. Jiwon found it laughable. What fiancé? He was just her ex-fiancé. Meanwhile, Park Min-jun was in turmoil. He kept calling Jiwon, but she didn't answer. Then he called Subminette. Park Min-jun yelled at Subminette, demanding to know what she had said to Jiwon. On the other end of the line, his mother's voice rang out. She demanded to know how he dared to raise his voice at a pregnant woman. She ordered him to come home immediately and prepare for the wedding. From now on, Subminette would be living with them. She was pregnant, and they couldn't leave her alone. Subminette would stay in Minute One's room for the time being, while they looked for a new place. Subminette smirked inwardly. She certainly couldn't let Park Min-joon abandon her like this. Earlier at the hospital, Jiwon had pulled her aside to the stairwell, questioning how she could use her pregnancy as an excuse to justify her actions. She'd pointedly asked whose child it was. Subminette feigned distress, saying she would tell the truth, but pleaded with Jiwon not to be angry. Tears streaming down her face, she confessed that the child was Park Min-joon's. She asked Jiwon, as her best friend, if she could forgive her. Jiwon was stunned into silence. Unable to believe what she was hearing, she stormed off, leaving Subminette to continue her theatrical apologies. Even after Jiwon had left, Subminette continued to sob dramatically. Then, remembering Jiwon's speechless shock, she burst into laughter. Hadn't Jiwon always acted so high and mighty, claiming she could handle everything on her own? In the end, she hadn't even been able to utter a word. Subminette clenched her fists, a thrill coursing through her as she pictured Jiwon crying alone. She had taken everything from her. At Park Min-joon's family home, Subminette questioned his mother about the constant stream of grilled meat, suggesting it was a bit extravagant. His mother beamed, explaining that the elders believed eating plenty of meat was conducive to having a son. She told Subminette it was the most delicious soybean paste stew she had ever tasted. Park Min-joon's mother declared happily that she would teach Subminette how to make it for Min-joon. In that moment, Subminette felt like they were truly a family, and that she could finally live a happy life. Subminette thanked her, saying she'd enjoyed the meal immensely. Park Min-joon's mother continued to ladle a nourishing broth into her bowl, emphasizing its benefits for bearing a son. Subminette eyed the pungent liquid, covering her mouth and claiming she couldn't drink it, but his mother insisted it was precious and that she must finish it. At this, Subminette closed her eyes, pinched her nose, and downed the entire pouch in one gulp. Park Min-joon's mother remarked that she hadn't had access to such nutritious things when she was pregnant, so Subminette must take advantage. A delivery driver's voice called out for Min-joon's mother from outside. She told Subminette that the wedding invitations were beautiful and asked for her help folding them. Subminette was taken aback. She hadn't ordered any invitations, but Park Min-joon's mother explained that she had arranged everything as soon as she heard about the pregnancy. She asked Subminette if she liked them. Subminette seethed. Why were their wedding invitations being designed according to someone else's taste? She detested the gaudy design. Her shock deepened when Park Min-joon's mother mentioned she had also picked out a few wedding dresses for her, explaining that she wanted to spare them the trouble since Min-joon worked so hard. She was so lucky to have such a wonderful mother-in-law. Panicked, Subminette stammered that she wanted to choose the dress herself with Min-joon. Park Min-joon's mother retorted that her son worked hard enough as it was. Why burden him further? If Subminette insisted on having her own way, there was no point in having a wedding at all. She added that she wanted Subminette to remove those dreadful red acrylic nails. They weren't good for the baby. Late that night, Park Min-joon finally arrived home from work. Entering the room, he wearily looked at Subminette, who was lying on the bed reading. Park Min-joon asked if he was still angry. He couldn't understand. Subminette was quite capable, after all. He wanted to know what she had said to his father that convinced him to give her money to buy a house. Park Min-joon then devised a plan. He would use the money to cover the losses from his recent failed vote. He thought to himself, since everything had turned out so unexpectedly, he didn't know what else to do. Subminette asked him who he loved more, her or Jiwon. He immediately replied that, of course, he loved his wife the most. Subminette felt satisfied. She was about to become the owner of this house. Meanwhile, Jiwon was on her way home from work. Just as she was about to open her door, she saw Jin Hyuk coming out of the elevator. She asked him where he had just been. Jin Hyuk said he had just taken Xiaobang to the hospital. Jiwon panicked and asked what was wrong, if it was because of the food she had given him. Jin Hyuk told her to calm down. He had just taken Xiaobang for a routine checkup. He explained that Xiaobang was 7 years old this year, so he needed a checkup every year. Jiwon suggested that he let her hold Xiaobang before taking him home. She thought to herself that he seemed cold on the outside, but she hadn't expected him to be so doting on his pet. Jin Hyuk gave Jiwon the passcode to his door. He told her that as long as he wasn't home, she could enter the code and play with Xiaobei. Jiwon wondered why the passcode was 0227. Was it his birthday? Jiwon excitedly asked Jin Hyuk if he really agreed to let Xiaobei stay at her place tonight. Jin Hyuk shyly mentioned that Xiaobei was quite fond of her too. That night, Jiwon let Xiaobei lie beside her. She mentioned that she used to have a cat, but it had decided to go on an adventure of its own. Her kitten was cute and small and must have been lured away by someone whistling. Jiwon took out her phone and checked a message from Submanet. Submanet asked if she was free after work tomorrow. She wanted to give her a wedding invitation. Jiwon recalled when she had sent Park Min-jun's invitations to everyone at the party. Hearing everyone congratulate her then, she had been too embarrassed to say a word. Looking back, it had truly been a wedding without a single blessing. Jiwon texted Samantha, inviting her out for a meal and promising to reserve an extra seat at the restaurant in her name. Samantha also mentioned that she would eat a lot because she had a little one in her belly. Jiwon found Samantha's constant references to her pregnancy amusing. One thing she was completely unaware of was Park Min-jun's infertility. The next day, Samantha arrived at the restaurant Jiwon had booked. She was annoyed because her mother-in-law wouldn't let her wear short skirts or anything flashy, but she still felt that a beauty like herself looked good in anything. She made a grand entrance into the restaurant, like a scene from a movie, and told the waiter, "Your friend made a reservation under the name Jiwon." She followed the waiter into the room, thinking that Jiwon's face would surely change when she saw her wedding invitation. When Samantha opened the door, she was surprised to find not only Jiwon inside, but a whole group of people waiting for her. Park Min-jun was also shocked to see her there. Jin Hyuk looked at her in surprise. Hyunjin was equally surprised, asking how she knew they were having a gathering there. Submanet asked Jiwon what was going on. At that moment, Jiwon stood up and gently patted Submanet's shoulder. Jiwon told everyone that while Samantha's departure hadn't exactly been a fairy tale ending, she had some exciting news to share. Submanet sat beside Park Min-jun, feeling incredibly awkward. Park Min-jun gestured to her, wanting her to take the bathroom key and go home first. He didn't want her rambling nonsense while she was with him, and Min-jun was furious at her attitude, so embarrassed that he was marrying her. Submanet decided to stop dwelling on it. She stood up and apologized to everyone for her abrupt resignation, then announced that she and Park Min-jun were getting married. The room erupted in a mixture of shock and outrage. No one could believe their ears, demanding to know who Submanet was supposedly marrying. Submanet pulled the wedding invitation from her bag and showed it to everyone, reiterating her announcement that she was marrying Park Min-jun. The room fell silent, everyone staring at the invitation. Hyunjin angrily demanded to know if what Submanet had just said was true. Jiwon was the calmest person in the room. She congratulated Submanet, saying they were truly a good match. Except for Hyunjin, everyone else began to offer their congratulations. Submanet, brimming with excitement, thanked everyone, declaring that she and Park Min-jun would live happily ever after. Park Min-jun, silent until now, couldn't bear to let Submanet continue. He stood, excused himself to the group, and pulled her away. Before leaving, Submanet insisted that Jiwon catch the bouquet at her wedding. Jiwon accepted the invitation with a smile. She said she would definitely be there. Submanet had expected Jiwon to be devastated, but seeing her calm expression, she couldn't understand why she seemed so indifferent. On the way home, Park Min-jun demanded to know why Submanet had come and embarrassed him. Submanet explained that it was all Jiwon's fault. It wasn't her who embarrassed him, but Jiwon. Park Min-jun angrily retorted that if she mentioned Jiwon's name again in his presence, there would be no wedding. Submanet showed Park Min-jun the message from Jiwon, arguing that if Jiwon hadn't told her, how would she have known where the company gathering was? Park Min-jun asked if Jiwon had called her, without mentioning that it was a company gathering. He angrily declared that it was all Submanet's fault, claiming that Jiwon was someone who couldn't live without him. So, seeing Park Min-jun like this, Jiwon must be in a lot of pain. Submanet didn't understand. Something felt wrong, and she started to worry. If things continued like this, even after they were married, her life would likely revert back to the hellish existence of her childhood. Subminette was always having to watch her mother yell at her, constantly asking why she was even born. She tearfully admitted she was wrong and promised not to say such things again. Exhausted, Subminette leaned back against the seat and asked Park Min-joon to take her home to rest. She had done everything she could to escape that house, and she was determined never to go back. She absolutely had to live a happy life, starting with the company gathering. Jiwon tried to remain at the gathering for a little while longer. She stood up, excused herself, waved goodbye to everyone, and walked out. Hyunjin was still furious. Even though she didn't know the whole story, the situation was truly unspeakable. She was incredibly angry for Jiwon. It was clear that Park Min-joon and her friend were supposed to get married. Yet shortly after they broke up, he was marrying her best friend. Jin Hyuk reminded her that it was Jiwon's private matter and they shouldn't dwell on it. He stood and followed after Jiwon, waiting for her to go home. He couldn't let her go home alone right now. Jiwon felt incredibly guilty. She was always making him walk her home, but somehow, while she used to feel a bit shy, he felt so familiar to her now. Jin Hyuk told her he would bring Xiaobang over to her place to sleep later. She teased him, asking if he was bringing him over to comfort her because he was worried she'd be upset. Jin Hyuk replied that it wasn't entirely that, but also because Xiaobang really liked her. Jiwon looked at the wedding invitation Subminette had given her, realizing she needed to make plans for that day. She couldn't let them get married peacefully after all she'd been through. With this thought, Jiwon turned to Jin Hyuk and asked him. She looked at him, implying she wanted to use him again. Jin Hyuk didn't understand what she was talking about, but as long as she needed him, he was always willing to follow her lead. Unnoticed by many, the day of Park Min-joon and Saemin's wedding arrived. His mother was still excessively worried about Saemin and the baby in her belly. Everything had to be done according to her wishes. The most important thing, she declared, was her precious grandchild, so anything unnecessary that might affect the baby would not be done. Saemin resignedly agreed to her wishes. The makeup artist told Saemin that she had a mother-in-law who cared about her very much. Saemin replied that her mother-in-law cared more about her grandchild than her own parents, so she had to live happily and not be envious of anyone. That way, her mother couldn't call her a useless child anymore. Looking at herself in the mirror, the conservative wedding dress and the layers of makeup didn't seem to please her at all. The wedding photographer walked in and asked Saemin why her friends hadn't arrived yet. Saemin brushed it all aside. Regardless, she had to put on her best face. She was determined to be happy today. She was the main character in this performance, and she had truly won against Jiwon. Outside the main gate, Park Min-joon was busy greeting the distinguished guests. The wedding planner approached him and asked why Saemin was alone in the waiting room, wondering when her friends would arrive. Park Min-joon replied that she didn't have any friends, so there was no point in asking. At that moment, everyone's attention focused on the couple about to enter. They wondered if the girl was a friend of the bride, as she looked beautiful and had come with her boyfriend. But when many saw that she had come with her boyfriend, they expressed their regrets. It was Jiwon, arm in arm with Jin Hyuk, slowly walking towards Park Min-joon. Park Min-joon was surprised to see them. He hadn't expected Jiwon to attend their wedding. Jiwon told him she had come to congratulate the newlyweds. She had come with department head Jin Hyuk. Jiwon looked like the star of the show today. Park Min-joon flushed. Although he didn't want to admit it, they were indeed a striking couple. Jin Hyuk extended his hand to congratulate Park Min-joon, mentioning that other colleagues might not be able to attend, so he was glad to see everyone come to celebrate the wedding. The host hurried over and asked Park Min-joon why he had such a beautiful colleague, but hadn't introduced her sooner. He boldly approached Jiwon to get acquainted, asking if she would share her name. Jiwon cheerfully introduced herself as a colleague of Park Min-joon from the same company. Park Min-joon's friend grinned, saying that even her name was beautiful. As he recalled the name she had just mentioned, he remembered hearing it somewhere. He immediately realized and asked Jiwon if her company had 2 assistants with that name. She replied that there was only one assistant, Jiwon. After Jiwon and Jin Hyuk went inside, he asked Park Min-joon, astonished, if he hadn't broken up with a girl like that and instead was marrying the girl in the heaven room inside. Park Min-joon's fists clenched in anger. Jiwon should have been his girlfriend, and now he was filled with regret. Jiwon said she wanted to go see Saemin in the bride's room for a moment. Jiwon opened the door and went inside. She didn't see anyone at first. Looking at Saemin, she was just like her old self, a lonely bride, staring at the floor like a doll. Saemin, seeing Jiwon enter, happily asked why she was late. Jiwon explained that she and Jin Hyuk had been stuck in traffic. Saemin told Jiwon that she had to catch her wedding bouquet today. She asked Jiwon, did she think she looked beautiful? Jiwon told Samantha she looked beautiful. Jiwon genuinely admired Samantha's appearance, and with this compliment, the first step of her plan seemed to fall smoothly into place. Samantha was radiant in the wedding dress chosen by Park Min-jun's mother. Jiwon recalled Samantha's wedding day, where she herself had been merely a guest. Now, the roles were reversed. Suddenly, Jiwon heard Uncle In-won call her name. Perhaps he, too, had been invited by Samantha. He told her that Samantha had been worried about her. Samantha had specifically asked him to keep an eye on Jiwon. In-won mentioned seeing her with Jin Hyuk, implying he was a little late in finding her. He explained he was only there to deliver a wedding gift. Jiwon thanked him for his concern, stating that since she and Park Min-jun had broken up, she didn't mind at all. In-won thought she was remarkably strong, but also lamented that perhaps his own chance with her had passed. He pulled out his phone to call a friend. He told Jiwon that he had said he was almost there earlier, but still hadn't arrived. Jiwon asked In-won if he had told them about Samantha's husband. Of course, In-won confirmed he had revealed everything. He mentioned that Samantha's husband-to-be was Jiwon's former fiancé. Jiwon thought to herself, knowing their personalities, that she was bound to witness some drama unfold. Speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. All the esteemed guests at the wedding murmured as they entered, their arrival a complete shock even to those who considered them friends. The three of them looked as if they were dressed for a music festival. They strolled in one after another, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Judging by their attire alone, it was clear they had no intention of behaving politely at this wedding. Jiwon wondered why they would come to a wedding dressed so outlandishly. They complimented Jiwon, telling her she looked beautiful. Jiwon replied that if she had known they were coming, she would have arranged to come with them. They told Jiwon to pretend not to know them, to play the part of a dignified lady and sit quietly. They were only there to see the face of Samantha's precious husband. These two people, who would forever be a part of Jiwon's past, now walked hand in hand into the fiery pit she had created. In this lifetime, they would have to endure the pain she had suffered in her previous one. While everyone present at the wedding applauded them, Jiwon thought to herself, congratulating them on walking hand in hand into hell. She clapped sincerely, hoping they would feel as much pain as possible, for that was the hell they had once cast her into. In that moment, the three of them caused a commotion in the hall. Samantha wondered why they were there causing trouble, as she hadn't invited them. The photographer, witnessing the chaotic scene, asked if they were friends of the bride. They all chimed in, confirming that they were indeed her friends. Jiwon and In-won watched them, speechless at their antics. Seeing the guest reactions, Park Min-jun fumed. How could Samantha invite such a group to tarnish his family's reputation? The photographer called for all those who wanted to catch the bouquet to step forward, eager to end the spectacle and get out of there. Only Jiwon stepped forward, much to Samantha's embarrassment. In that moment, she really wanted to throw the bouquet right at her. 1, 2, 3. The bouquet was tossed by Samantha and, as if guided by fate, landed squarely in Jiwon's hands. Jiwon, beaming, told Samantha that she sincerely wished them both happiness. Jiwon looked so stunning that even Park Min-jun was captivated. He stared at her with a look of regret. Samantha's face immediately darkened. Even at this moment, all he could see was Jiwon. After the ceremony, Jiwon followed Samantha into the waiting room. She frankly told Samantha that she wasn't there to congratulate her on her marriage, but to say something important. Jia leaned in, telling Samantha that she congratulated her on picking up the trash her friend had thrown away, adding that the act was no different from a beggar's. The photographer called Samantha over for photos. He instructed the bride and groom to hug and kiss, claiming the photos wouldn't be beautiful otherwise. Subminette immediately placed her hand on the back of Park Min-jun's neck, urging him to kiss her, wanting everyone to see. She had landed a fantastic husband, and they were incredibly happy together. Before everyone, they exchanged a kiss as proof of their love. This love, this marriage, wasn't something she'd picked up. It was something she'd fought tooth and nail for. She'd snatched it from a friend who once believed he was hers alone, but she was determined to triumph. After the wedding photos, the bride and groom invited all the guests to dine in the restaurant. Dee's group also stayed for the meal. When they asked Dee why she wasn't staying, she replied that if she stayed and had a look at Samantha's face, she wouldn't be able to swallow a single bite. They watched as Subminette approached, deliberately complimenting her beautiful hanbok and asking if it was something her mother had left for Park Min-jun's father. Park Min-jun's mother asked Subminette if they were her friends. Subminette immediately denied it, claiming she didn't know them. Dee exclaimed excitedly that they were friends. Furious, Park Min-jun's mother told the staff to throw the three out, or she wouldn't pay the remaining bill. The staff approached Dee's group, explaining that the hosts were complaining about them disrupting the party and wanted them to leave. The three jumped up, claiming they had made an effort to offer congratulations only to be disrespected, typical for someone who dared to steal a friend's fiancé. Subminette, mortified, yelled at the staff to hurry up. Get them out. But they argued, since they had already given a wedding gift, how could they be kicked out? Just then, a man appeared. He called over the staff, handed them his card, and said he would pay for the three of them, so there wouldn't be any further issues. It turned out he was one of Jin Hyok's men. The waiter took the card from him, saying he would handle it. After the waiter left, he walked softly over to Jiwon and told them to enjoy the meal, letting them know he knew they were Jiwon's friends. Jiwon felt a blush creep up her cheeks. The man before her seemed powerful. After the party, they all met outside. Jia thanked Jin Hyok's man, saying Jiu. Jia winked at him, saying she hoped to have a drink with him next time they met. Jin Hyok suggested he treat everyone to a meal, then Sang Jiu proposed driving Jiwon's friends home while the two of them should go on a date. They both blushed shyly. Jin Hyok said he would take Jiwon home. Jiwon asked Jin Hyok if he wanted to treat her to a meal. She mentioned she had received a lot of wedding gifts today, but hadn't eaten anything. She had received 5 million won in wedding gifts, money that would go towards Samantha's cancer surgery. Meanwhile, Park Min-jun and Subminette were on their honeymoon. He wearily asked her if she was satisfied with everything. Subminette replied that it wasn't her fault. Jiwon had shown up uninvited. She hadn't invited them. Park Min-jun angrily retorted that all this chaos was because she had sent Jiwon an invitation. His mother had nearly fainted when she went out to catch the bouquet. Subminette, deeply frustrated, told him to stop yelling at her. As her car stopped at a red light, Park Min-jun looked out the window and couldn't help but comment on how nice the car next to them was. Hearing this, Subminette leaned over and asked him how much that car cost. Park Min-jun told her that even if he sold her, he couldn't afford that car. Just then, the window of the car next to them slowly rolled down, revealing Jin Hyok and Jiwon inside. Jiwon, unable to bear the sight of them, turned her face away. Jin Hyok sped off, leaving Park Min-jun stunned in his wake. Rage consumed him. He cursed the audacity of the shameless dog, daring to covet another man's girlfriend. Subminette observed the man before her, the man she'd fought tooth and nail to marry, burning with fury at the sight of another man with his ex-girlfriend. Did he truly love her, this Park Min-jun? Recalling his words to her at the wedding, the answer was a resounding no. A tremor of anger ran through her. She glanced sideways at the husband seated beside her. This man, the prize she'd schemed and plotted to win, surely he would bring her happiness. He couldn't possibly be Jiwon's discarded trash. Meanwhile, Sang Jiu, having just exited the restaurant, patted her stomach, declaring that stuffing herself to near bursting on a 3,001 won all-you-can-eat buffet was the ultimate revenge. She spotted Uncle Inwon waiting for a taxi by the roadside. She hurried over to greet him. Studying him closely, Sang Jiu asked why he looked so dejected. Inwon replied awkwardly that Jiwon had rejected him again, and that from now on, he was truly putting an end to his pursuit. He lamented that he might not even have the chance to see Jiwon from afar anymore. He asked Sang Jiu if he looked terrible, to which she responded that he was still handsome in her eyes, regardless. Inwon stared at her in surprise, asking if she truly thought he was handsome. Sang Jiu retorted that he should know. He burst into laughter, thanking her and saying she'd made him feel much better. Flustered, she waved goodbye, her taxi having arrived. Inwon asked curiously if she was hailing a cab. Sang Jiu quickly hopped in and closed the door. Looking back at Inwon, she thought to herself that he was a good man. She waved to him. From their first encounter at his cafe, Sang Jiu had been impressed by Inwon. He was both kind and sincere. She remembered the warm smile he'd given her when he first brought her pastries. She felt a pang of disappointment that he and Jiwon couldn't be together. Sighing, Sang Jiu thought that at least this was good news for her brother. Now, she just needed to have faith in him. Jin Hyuk took Jiwon to a traditional restaurant for a late-night meal. Seated at the table, Jiwon expressed her deep gratitude for everything he had done for her. Jin Hyuk asked what she was thanking him for. Jiwon replied that if he ever needed her help, he should just let her know, and she would do her best. She told him he could use her whenever he needed, just as she had used him. They clinked their glasses together and drank them down in one gulp. Jin Hyuk declared that whenever she needed his help, even at 3 a.m., he would fly to her side. But if she were to seek his help, she should think carefully before coming. Confused, Jiwon asked why he would say such a thing. Jin Hyuk replied that it might just be him wanting to satisfy his own desires. With that, he drained his glass in one go, leaving Jiwon coughing in surprise. She was taken aback that such a composed man would tease her like this. As they prepared to leave, the heavens opened and rain began to pour. Jin Hyuk told her to wait there for a moment while he went to retrieve something. Jiwon stepped outside the cafe to wait. She wondered why he would go out in such heavy rain. After a while, Jiwon saw him returning with an umbrella, his tall, striking figure exuding a cool charisma that would catch any girl's eye. Anyone who saw him on the street would think he was quite a catch. But why would a man like him be interested in her? Jin Hyuk reached Jiwon and held the umbrella over her. He mentioned he had called a taxi, and they would head to the parking lot to go home. Jiwon quickly darted under the umbrella, taking her place beside him. She asked him why he liked her. Jin Hyuk replied that there wasn't any particular reason. Jiwon questioned when he started liking her, but he dismissed it as a conversation for another time. He added that if she gave him a chance, he would answer her questions soon enough. The taxi arrived, and they were dropped off back at their apartment building. The two of them stepped out of the elevator, reaching their floor. Jiwon mentioned she was a bit thirsty and craved something refreshing. Jin Hyuk mentioned he had some canned beer in his apartment and asked if she wanted to come over for a drink and see Pang. Jiwon gently stroked Pang, the cat, as it nuzzled against her hand. Jin Hyuk took off his jacket and told her to make herself comfortable. Jiwon opened his refrigerator, finding it stocked with expensive imported beers, and asked if she could have one. He told her she could have as many as she liked, reaching for a similar to hers. Being this close to Jin Hyuk, Jiwon could smell the intoxicating scent that emanated from him. He asked if she needed anything else. Noticing her flustered expression, he said he would close the refrigerator if she didn't need anything. He warned her that leaving it open too long might make it catch a cold. Jiwon blushed, embarrassed, feeling her limbs suddenly superfluous. Their eyes met, a dramatic gaze locking them in place. Perhaps Jiwon was developing feelings for Jin Hyuk too, as he stared at her flushed face. His heart pounded in his chest. Jin Hyuk couldn't hold back any longer. Leaning an arm against the refrigerator, he moved closer to Jiwon. He told her he wanted to kiss her, asking if she would let it happen. Jiwon reached out, her hands finding the back of Jin Hyuk's neck. Unable to resist his allure any longer, the beer slipped from her grasp, and what was meant to be happened. They embraced, sharing a passionate kiss. That year, at Hope University's admissions consultation fair, a tall, handsome young man was strolling leisurely towards home. As he passed the soccer field, a group of friends called out to him. It was Jin Hyuk. They invited him to join them for a game, but he said he had something to do today and suggested they get together another time. As Jin Hyuk continued his walk across campus, he spotted a girl sitting beneath a tree. He wondered who she was, as this spot usually had few visitors. He was curious what she was doing there. The girl was Jiwon, back in her university days. He leaned down and asked her what she was staring at so intently, startling her. She turned, gesturing for him to be quiet. It turned out she was gazing at a small kitten dozing peacefully on the grass. Hearing the noise, it slowly opened its eyes. Jiwon spoke to the kitten, remarking that it seemed to have been abandoned. She said it looked frail. She suggested Jin Hyuk stay and watch over it with her for a while. She was going to the convenience store to get it some food and will be back soon. At that moment, he thought to himself, this girl is quite a handful. He pulled a sausage from his pocket and offered it to her, asking if it would be all right to feed it to the kitten. Jiwon took the food from him and said, "Thank you." At that moment, he really wanted to know why she kept talking without looking him in the eye. The kitten devoured the sausage she offered. She introduced herself to the kitten, asking if it didn't have a name yet, right? She wondered aloud where its mother might have gone, speculating that she might have just stepped away for a moment and surely wouldn't abandon it, as it was too cute. She joked that if she were as cute as the kitten, her mother would come back for her right now. Jin Hyuk looked at her and said that she was really pretty too. Jiwon handed him a 10,001 won bill, saying it was for the kitten's food expenses. It was all the money she had. Before leaving, she told him that if she'd had a little more, maybe her mother wouldn't have come back. Jin Hyuk remembered the story she'd shared earlier about the kitten, how she'd mentioned it had been abandoned by its mother too, implying she felt the same way. He turned to look at the small creature sitting there and said that if it liked her so much, it should follow her. He remarked that it looked like a small, moldy mushroom. He told her to wait there for her mother, as he had some matters to attend to. I think we should give her this money back, he thought, but he didn't know if she would even be there tomorrow. Back in the present, the sun had already risen. Jin Hyuk pulled the blanket over Jiwon. I told the kitten thank you very much. Thanks to it, I had the chance to meet Jiwon. He gently stroked her head. The sound of the kitten woke Jiwon, and she slowly opened her eyes. Jin Hyuk asked her if she slept well. Jiwon recalled the events of yesterday. She couldn't understand why she was here. She shyly bolted upright and looked down at her clothes. Seeing them intact, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed nothing untoward had happened after all. Blushing, she asked him if she had fallen asleep. Do you really not remember anything? Yesterday, when the two of you were kissing passionately, someone rang the doorbell. As his junior, he asked if he could talk to Jiwon about a few things, so he invited them for a few drinks. He asked her if she liked muscular men like him, and he also wanted to know if Jiwon liked anyone. She held the cat and gestured for Jin Hyuk to come closer, then cupped his face in her hands. She playfully waved her hand, asking him where he thought he was going, as they still had unfinished business. Seeing this, the young staff member politely excused himself, wishing Jiwon and Jin Hyuk a good time. Remembering this, Jiwon wished she could find a hole to hide in. She didn't understand why she had acted that way. Jin Hyuk chuckled, asking Jiwon if she had a headache or felt dizzy or if her stomach felt upset. Jiwon said she was fine. Jin Hyuk suggested they should head to work now, or they would be late. Jiwon asked Jin Hyuk why he hadn't woken her up. He smiled mischievously, saying her sleeping face was too cute to disturb. Jiwon quickly got up to get ready for work. He said being late wasn't a big deal as long as he approved her excuse. Jiwon told him she didn't need to remember, which Jin Hyuk found incredibly charming. Meanwhile, Park Min-joon and Subminette were enjoying their honeymoon. Subminette expressed her desire to go out and explore, but Park Min-joon, glued to his computer, told her to go by herself and come back early. Subminette fumed inwardly, thinking, what was the point of traveling all the way to the beach for their honeymoon if they were just going to stay cooped up in the hotel room? He'd been complaining all day about how heavy she was, so how could she possibly go out alone? Park Min-joon patted her, suggesting she could swim in the rooftop pool. Subminette angrily yelled that if he continued like this, she would tell his father how he'd gambled away their house money in the stock market. Clutching her stomach, she said the baby was kicking her extra hard because of him. He reminded her that they had agreed to postpone their honeymoon until after the baby was born, but she had insisted on going, so he had reluctantly joined her. She plopped down on the bed, realizing she had dragged him along against his will. Pouting, she said if Jiwon were with him, he would never treat her this way. She added that Jiwon had probably been waiting for problems to arise between him and Subminette just to swoop in. Subminette knew mentioning Jiwon always riled him up. She said Jiwon was just like her mother. Sumin told Min-joon that Jiwon complained to her daily, saying Min-joon was just a temporary replacement and that he should have met manager Jin Hyuk from the start. Min-joon, furious, told her to shut up, insisting Jiwon would never say such things. Sumin, gritting her teeth in anger, told Min-joon to forget about Jiwon from now on, or she would reveal all their secrets. She also told him that Jiwon had instructed her to get close to him. She confessed that from the very first time they met, she had liked him. This revelation startled Min-joon, but at the time, he was only focused on Jiwon. Even now, being with Sumin, his heart still belonged to Jiwon. Sumin, weeping, claimed that Jiwon had told her to get pregnant by him, so she would have have a reason to break up with him. Minjun was enraged. He couldn't believe Jiwon would do such a thing. He lunged at Sumin in a fit of rage, gripping her tightly, demanding to know who had gotten her pregnant on purpose. Sumin replied that she was merely following Jiwon's orders. She said Jiwon told her to do it, so she'd have an excuse to marry Minjun, leaving her free to see Jin Hyuk. Jiwon had assured her it was a mutually beneficial arrangement, and she simply did as she was told. Sumin insisted he let her go, saying he was hurting her, and revealed that she had miscarried. Sumin told him that the day Jiwon made her kneel before a client in a hospital ward, the intense shock likely caused her to hemorrhage. Tears streaming down her face, she told him that when she went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor informed her she had lost the baby. Minjun, distraught, yelled that he couldn't take it anymore. Why was she bringing this up now? They were already registered and planning the wedding, and now she was saying she'd miscarried. Sumin shot to her feet, exclaiming, how could she say anything when his parents were so eagerly anticipating a grandchild? She pleaded with him to pretend he knew nothing. Minjun angrily retorted that she had only pretended to be pregnant, all the while complaining of stomach aches and demanding to eat everything. She was truly cruel. He found her even more repulsive than Jiwon. Sumin reminded him they were already married. Was he really considering divorce? Minjun, flustered, said divorce was easy, but his parents would never accept it. Sumin suggested they simply needed to get her pregnant again. Clinging to him, she said she held no resentment towards Jiwon because it was thanks to her that she was with him. She only needed him. That was enough. Minjun recalled Jiwon's appearance at the wedding. He was filled with rage, wondering why she had toyed with him. Dejected, he decided to go to the beach and drink some beer. He bitterly replayed everything Sumin had said, blaming it all on Jiwon. She had treated him like a fool, making him marry a shameless woman. It probably all started when Jiwon took the initiative to buy Jin Hyuk coffee, as she usually wouldn't even dare speak to anyone besides him and Sumin. It was then, when he grabbed Jiwon, that she had yanked her hand from his grasp. It was then that Jin Hyuk had swooped in, playing the hero to protect her. Even though Jiwon rarely contacted him now, her demeanor had completely changed. It seemed this had all started a long time ago. It seemed these two had been involved for quite some time. Minjun thought to himself, a bitter resentment brewing within him. He couldn't let those two live happily ever after. He grabbed his passport and searched for the business card his friend had given him. It was a card from a company that would do anything for the right price. He planned to use it against Jiwon to ruin her life, just as she had done to Sumin. Ruin him. Meanwhile, at UNK, Hyejin told Jiwon she'd heard the company had released a special promotion list and invited her to look at it together. Jiwon was surprised, wondering how it had come out so quickly. Hyejin bent down, sniffing the air. This scent, it's familiar, she murmured. It's Assistant Manager Jang. As if on cue, Jang emerged from behind, asking, did you smell something, Hyejin? Hyejin gasped dramatically. I smell something so wonderful it almost made me faint. Jiwon, curious, asked, what perfume are you wearing? Jang replied a little shyly, oh, it's just my fabric softener. Suddenly, Director Lee popped up, a relieved expression on his face. Just fabric softener? I've been searching everywhere for that scent. Assistant Manager Jang looked at him, surprised. Why didn't you just ask me? Director Lee stammered, blushing slightly. I was too shy. I just happened to be looking for it at the department store. Jiwon looked at him, astonished. You mean you were trying to buy it? Because it smells nice? Observing his flustered demeanor, Jiwon couldn't help but think that Director Lee might have a crush on Assistant Manager Jang. Hyejin, ever the efficient one, quickly called them over. Listen up, she announced. You're both getting promotions. Special approval. Assistant Manager Jang, Hyejin continued. You're being promoted to Department Head. And Director Lee, you're moving up to Assistant Manager. Jang stood there, stunned, barely able to process the news. Is this real? He stammered. Jiwon clapped enthusiastically. Congratulations, she said, beaming. You both worked so hard on this project. You deserve it. The room buzzed with excitement as everyone celebrated the double promotion. Hyejin sent a quick text to Jiwon. To celebrate the promotions, Department Head Jang is treating everyone to dinner. Jiwon glanced at the empty chair across from her. Department Head Jang wasn't at work today. Hyejin, Jiwon asked, is it okay to celebrate without him? Hyejin replied, he's not feeling well and took the day off, but as long as you let him know, the dinner will be expensed. Jiwon frowned slightly. She'd noticed Jang looking pale lately. I hope he's all right, right, she thought. That evening, after work, everyone gathered at a Korean barbecue restaurant. Department head Jang, beaming, explained, "This restaurant is owned by my parents. Eat your fill, everyone." Jang's parents emerged from the kitchen, carrying platters laden with food. "This is to celebrate our daughter's promotion," they announced proudly. Everyone cheered and offered congratulations. Department head Jang then introduced her husband, mentioning that he helped her parents run the restaurant. Jiwon's phone buzzed. She pulled it out and saw Min Jun's name flash across the screen. Without hesitation, she declined the call. A moment later, a text message arrived from him, a chilling threat. "Break up with Jin Hyuk, or I'll bury you both alive." Jiwon, though unsure of his specific plans, wondered if he was actually planning to harm department head Jang now. Excusing herself, Jiwon stepped outside to avoid disturbing the celebratory atmosphere. Suddenly, department head Jang's husband approached her. "Are you one of my wife's colleagues?" he asked. "Is the food to everyone's liking?" he inquired politely. "It's delicious," Jiwon assured him. "We'll definitely be back." Noticing a female employee emerging from side area, Jiwon asked, "Is that the smoking section?" Later that night, after the celebratory dinner, Jiwon returned to her apartment building. She rubbed her aching shoulders as she walked. It had been a while since she'd been to a large gathering, and she felt exhausted. Glancing towards Jin Hyuk's apartment, she felt a pang of worry. "I hope he's okay," she thought. She pulled out her phone and tried calling him, but it went straight to voicemail. She pressed his doorbell, but there was no answer, only the sound of Pong, Jin Hyuk's dog, whimpering from inside. What if something happened to him? Pong's whimpers intensified, as if in response to her voice, and a wave of unease washed over Jiwon. She had never heard the dog sound so distressed. Suddenly, she remembered the door code Jin Hyuk had given her the day before. With trembling fingers, she punched in the numbers. The door clicked open, and she saw Pong standing just inside, whimpering. Slowly, she stepped into the apartment, calling out Jin Hyuk's name, her voice laced with anxiety. Her eyes scanned the apartment, searching every corner. Something must be wrong, she thought, her heart pounding in her chest. She opened the bedroom door to find Jin Hyuk lying in bed, looking utterly exhausted. She approached him cautiously, placing a hand on his forehead, only to discover he was burning with fever. Jiwon fetched a lukewarm towel and laid it on him, trying to ease his temperature. Just then, Jin Hyuk stirred in a feverish haze. Seeing her sitting there tending to him, he cried out, loud enough to be heard even outside the room. Worried he might be seriously ill, she opened the door and went in, offering him medicine and helping him take it, explaining that the party had broken up and someone had gone home to get it. Jiwon watched him intently, asking why he was looking at her like that. He took the pills from her hand without a word, swallowing them in one gulp, his gaze fixed on her. He told her she looked beautiful today. Jiwon blushed, feeling shy that he could still tease her, even now. She tucked him in, urging him to rest after taking the medicine, but he complained that he couldn't breathe. She felt a flush of embarrassment, conscious that her makeup was probably smudged. How could she be beautiful enough to take his breath away? Jin Hyuk kicked off the covers, clarifying that she was indeed beautiful, but he meant the blankets were suffocating him. Jiwon finally understood, startled. She asked if he was all right, seeing her concern for him. He reached out and gently stroked her neck. He told Jiwon that as long as she was there, he would be fine. Although Jiwon felt she should pull away, she somehow let him continue. Last time they were both drunk, but today she was completely sober. Jin Hyuk suddenly stopped, and Jiwon asked him why he wasn't kissing her. The words had barely left her lips when he pulled her into his arms and kissed her passionately. The next morning, Jiwon was ready, but unsure how to go to work. Should they continue going together? She didn't even understand what their relationship was anymore. Pacing back and forth in her room, she felt shy about facing him again. She decided she needed to clear her head. When Jiwon opened the door, she was startled to find Jin Hyuk standing right outside. Feigning composure, she asked him how he was feeling. He replied that thanks to her, he was much better. As they stood waiting for the elevator, she wondered how he could be so calm after what had happened yesterday. Jin Hyuk unexpectedly apologized, saying he had been careless the previous day. She told him he didn't need to apologize and to forget everything that happened yesterday. She mentioned that both she and the manager were at fault, so they should just pretend nothing happened. Jin Hyuk rushed in front of her, asking how she could say such a thing. He said that whether she could forget it or not, he definitely couldn't. Jin Hyuk opened the car door, saying he would drive her to work, adding that his carelessness stemmed from not taking her home yesterday. He produced a bouquet of flowers he had prepared for Jiwon. She was taken aback, amazed that he had actually gotten her flowers. Jin Hyuk confidently stated that they did kiss yesterday, so he suggested they take their relationship to a special level. Jiwon was surprised by his words. She took the bouquet from him, and he took her hand, feeling ready to take the next step. Meanwhile, within the confines of their company, things were heating up. Minjun demanded to know why they weren't proceeding with the agreement he had made. But the other party stated that not everyone could be easily manipulated. Minjun angrily retorted that he had agreed to pay a substantial sum, and even if the other party was a nobody, once they accepted the money, they had to fulfill their end of the bargain. The investigator revealed that the person he had been hired to investigate was the grandson of the chairman of UNK, the largest company in Korea, leaving Minjun stunned. He had worked at the company, but had never heard this information. The chairman was Jin Hyuk's grandfather. The detective added that he discovered Jin Hyuk was dating a girl named Jiwon, and that was all he could do. He told Minjun to keep it a secret, as he didn't want to know what would happen otherwise. The detective warned that he absolutely must not breathe a word of this to anyone, or they would be in serious trouble. Minjun, furious, told the detective that he'd claimed he could do anything, but it turned out he was just a con man. He demanded a refund. The detective flicked the cigarette he was smoking onto the ground. He said he respected Minjun, but it seemed Minjun underestimated him. He slowly stood up, walked towards Minjun, and grabbed his shirt, saying he had uncovered the fact they were dating and even lived across from his girlfriend's apartment. He had done his job, so why did Minjun want a refund? Minjun, now terrified, clarified that he hadn't meant it that way. The detective gritted his teeth and practically growled at Minjun to get out right now. Later that evening, Soo-min was reminiscing about the wedding gift money Jiwon had given her. She searched every nook and cranny of the room, but it was nowhere to be found. She distinctly remembered putting the money in the drawer, but now, after searching the entire room, it was gone. Could Minjun have taken the money? Just then, Minjun arrived home from work. As he opened the door and walked in, Soo-min jumped up and asked him if he had used the money Jiwon had given her. He retorted, how dare she raise her voice at her husband who had just come home from a hard day's work. Minjun slammed his bag on the floor. He glanced at the cold rice and soup on the table, feeling utterly defeated. Soo-min, however, wouldn't let it go. She pressed him again, asking if he had spent the money. Minjun admitted he had. She demanded to know why he spent it. It was the money Jiwon had given her. Minjun, without a shred of shame, told her that if she wanted more, she could ask Jiwon for it again, but this time she should ask for 500 million won. She countered that there was no way Jiwon had that kind of money. He replied that she might not, but her boyfriend certainly did. Soo-min asked if Minjun was talking about Jin Hyuk. He scoffed, saying of course he was referring to that bastard who just happened to be the grandson of the chairman of YK Group. Soo-min froze, stunned by the shocking revelation. Minjun sat down to eat, casually mentioning that Jin Hyuk had rented an apartment next to Jiwon's, probably playing house or something. Soo-min asked how he knew, and he claimed he had his sources. Soo-min slammed her hand on the table in a fit of rage. The fact that Jiwon was dating a chaebol heir was unbelievable. So all the things Jiwon had said to her were deliberate. Soo-min reasoned that Jiwon must have known the department head was the chairman's nephew, and she was afraid Soo-min and the department head would get together, so she intentionally badmouthed him. Soo-min seethed. If she had made a move sooner, Jin Hyuk would be her boyfriend now. If that were the case, she would be living the good life instead of this mess. Soo-min yelled, startling Minjun. She asked Minjun if they were really going to get married. Then, in a daze, she asked Minjun why he was taking her bowl of rice. It was hers. Minjun nonchalantly told her that everything, from the house to every grain of rice, was his, so what was wrong with him eating it? He even said it couldn't even be considered a rice. Minjun, chewing, muttered to Soo-min that she didn't even have the right to eat. Soo-min recalled her mother's words, which were strikingly similar to what her husband had just said. Why was the life she had tried so desperately to escape, even after attempting to take away what was most precious to Jiwon, still so miserable? As a child, Soo-min had always endured hunger. Growing up, she had to maintain the facade of a dainty eater, both at school and at home. Her mother never prepared her a decent meal. It was always just a dab of fermented soybean paste, a few dried anchovies, and a bowl of cold, unseasoned rice. Soo-min vividly remembered how different Jiwon's life was from hers. Once, Jiwon invited her over. As soon as they arrived, Jiwon's father had already prepared dinner and was waiting for them to eat. He adored Jiwon. She remembered it was the first time she had ever tasted homemade soup like that. It was so delicious it brought tears to her eyes. At that moment, she realized that even without a mother, Jiwon lived a blessed life. Why should Jiwon have everything while she had to eat aged chili paste and plain rice? It wasn't fair. Recalling her own childhood, Sumin found it hard to fall asleep. Looking at Minjun sleeping soundly beside her, she wondered if he even considered her his wife. Alone in her thoughts, Sumin was convinced that Jiwon would never have a peaceful life. It was clear in her mind that her own mother had had an affair with a married man and then abandoned her family. As the daughter of such a wicked mother, she didn't deserve happiness. Just then, Sumin noticed Minjun's phone buzzing with a new message. She wondered who would be texting him so early in the morning. She opened his phone and found a message from a man named Young D, warning him that he had already told him not to let the media find out that Jin Hyok was the grandson of the chairman of the conglomerate, or neither of them would have a peaceful life. Sumin scrolled through the message history and saw many other messages she didn't understand. What was Minjun involved in? Suddenly, she remembered the previous messages and realized what she needed to do to get revenge on Jiwon. Sumin saw a photo of Jin Hyok giving Jiwon flowers, and she planned to use this photo to execute her scheme. After careful consideration, she opened her laptop and created an anonymous blog. Sumin posted the photo she found on various forums, determined to let everyone know about Jiwon and Jin Hyok's relationship. She also revealed that Jin Hyok was the grandson of the CEO of UNK Group. Sumin gloated, thinking this was the price Jiwon had to pay for deceiving her. The next morning, all of Sumin's posts were picked up by the media and accompanied by malicious comments. Jiwon read the articles, and even though the author was anonymous, she knew exactly who was behind it. At that moment, Jiwon realized that Minjun knew about this, which was why he had sent her a threatening message. She frowned, feeling like she wanted nothing more to do with them. It had gone too far. But there was one thing she had never anticipated. Jin Hyok really was the chairman's grandson. If it weren't for this incident, she would never have guessed. As soon as GR heard the news, she called to check on Jiwon, asking how she was doing. Jiwon assured her she was fine, but GR's voice on the other end of the line sounded furious. She asked Jiwon how she could be fine and whether she needed her to drag that crazy girl to the river for revenge. Jiwon insisted she was truly okay. As for Jin Hyok, she thought he was capable, but she never imagined he was the chairman's grandson. Hearing the doorbell ring, Jiwon told Jar she'd call her back later. Jiwon hung up and hurried to open the door. Outside, Jin Hyok, slightly out of breath, asked if she was all right, clearly having rushed over as soon as he heard the news. She told him she had just read the articles, but she was fine. Jin Hyok apologized, explaining that his grandfather was indeed the chairman, but he had never received any special treatment. He had started from the lowest position in the company and worked his way up. He added, with a touch of frustration, that he had never benefited from his grandfather being the chairman. Jiwon, amused by his demeanor, told him he really wasn't anything special. Jin Hyok expressed his regret that she had been dragged into this mess, because Jiwon reassured him, whether he was the chairman's grandson or the president's son, to her, he was simply Jin Hyok. Jin Hyok was deeply touched by Jiwon's words. She continued, explaining that given how the company planned to handle the situation, she was now more worried about him than herself. Jin Hyok replied that if the issue had been leaked to the press, it would have been easier to resolve, but since it came from an anonymous account, it was more complicated. Jiwon told him it was definitely Minjun and Sumin's doing. Sumin had sent her a threatening message, saying that if she didn't break up with him, he would bury them both alive. Jiwon was shocked that the cowardly couple had actually found Jin Hyok's weakness. Jiwon was used to these backstabbing games, but if they dared to touch Jin Hyok, she wouldn't stand idly by. Jiwon contemplated how she should deal with the couple. Now, she suddenly remembered the drama they had created, and she would use it against them. Jiwon shared her plan with Jin Hyok. She told him to let the couple clean up this mess. As for Minjun, when he saw the news, he flew into a rage, demanding to know why Sumin dared to peek at his phone and spread such nonsense. Sumin asked him why he was so angry, just as Jiwon called her. Ignoring Minjun's protests, Sumin answered the call. Jiwon asked her if she had written the online posts, suggesting Sumin delete them. She explained how much pain the posts were causing her. Sumin yelled at Jiwon, claiming that it was she who had been suffering because of Jiwon all along. Despite everything, she still considered Jiwon a friend. On the other end of the line, Jiwon continued to urge Sumin to delete the posts. Sumin sat back nonchalantly and said if she didn't like it, what would she do about it? Jiwon asked her if she needed money, inquiring how much it would take to delete the posts and then tell the media it was all a misunderstanding. If she did that, Jiwon would give her $3 million. Sumin said she wanted $500 million, not a penny less. If she wanted her to keep quiet, Sumin told Jiwon to hand over the money, just like she generously gave her $5 million as a wedding gift. Otherwise, she wouldn't regret anything. Jiwon agreed to pay her, so Sumin was satisfied that her demands were met. She told Jiwon there were plenty of men in the world, so she shouldn't be too heartbroken. Jiwon told Sumin the amount was too large to transfer through the bank, suggesting she accept cash and saying she would send Sumin the withdrawal location. She even suggested Sumin bring her husband. Sumin asked Jiwon why she wanted to see her husband. Jiwon said she wanted Minjun standing in front of her, deleting all the photos he had saved. Sumin immediately agreed, telling Jiwon to send the address, and they would come. After hanging up, Minjun eagerly asked his wife if Jiwon had agreed to give them $500 million. Sumin said, of course. Jiwon had to agree. It was all her own fault. Jiwon snapped her phone shut. She would let them know she was no longer the same easy target. She would make the couple the victims of the very drama they had concocted. Jiwon texted the address to Sumin, arranging to meet at the Deklat Hotel. Minjun and Sumin walked into the hotel, brimming with excitement. She assumed Jiwon had been dumped by Jin Hyuk and would soon be fired from the company. The thought made Sumin burst out laughing. Just imagining Jiwon's expression at this moment filled her with glee. Minjun stroked Sumin's hair, asking why she seemed so happy today. He told her he was the one who found the photo, and, therefore, he was the one who caused this whole situation. The couple saw Jiwon and Jin Hyuk waiting for them. Minjun stepped forward and asked if they had brought the money. Jiwon opened the door, telling them to come in, that he would hand over the money. He glanced at Sumin, a smirk playing on his lips. She had absolutely no idea what awaited her inside. Sumin sneered at Jiwon, and the couple followed Jiwon and Jin Hyuk into the room. As they walked, Sumin thought triumphantly, Jiwon is finally going to cough up the cash. They'd barely stepped inside when they were met with a scene of utter chaos. Numerous reporters, cameras flashing, swarmed around them. Questions flew. Why are you two holding a press conference with the victim? Is this a public apology? Minjun and Sumin exchanged bewildered glances. Why were there so many reporters here? Jiwon, who had been trailing behind them, closed the door and thanked everyone for coming. Jiwon requested to begin the press conference regarding the recent rumors surrounding the UNK group. It was then that Minjun and Sumin realized they had been completely duped. Sumin, her voice laced with disbelief, asked Jiwon why this was happening. You called us here just to talk and for the money, right? Jiwon replied calmly that she had never said it was just for them to talk. She suggested Sumin take a seat. Sumin, her face burning with anger, questioned whether Jiwon was trying to play her. I'm going to help you dig your own grave today, she threatened. Once everyone was seated, Jin Hyuk requested permission to begin the press conference. He announced that everyone was free to ask any questions. A reporter jumped in, asking about the rumors of his relationship with an engaged subordinate. Is it true? Another reporter followed up, asking if he had bought her an apartment next to his and if they were living together. Is it true? Jiwon addressed the crowd, stating that she wanted to answer this question herself. She introduced herself as Jiwon, the woman mentioned in the recent articles, and acknowledged that she and Minjun had indeed planned to marry. However, that marriage was called off. Another reporter asked why the engagement had been broken. Was it because of Jin Hyuk, or because of financial problems? Jiwon's voice was cold. Minjun's family demanded that I work, cook, and bear sons. The crux of the matter, she emphasized, was that they wouldn't allow me to honor my deceased father. That's what led to my decision to end the engagement. Minjun immediately jumped to his feet, vehemently denying her accusations. How do you explain moving in next door to Jin Hyuk after breaking off the engagement? He demanded. Just then, The door opened and Hyojin walked in. She announced that she was the one who had introduced Jiwon to that apartment. Hyojin produced the lease agreement Jiwon had signed with the real estate company. Jiwon turned to Jin Hyok, whispering, "Did you call Hyojin?" Hyojin displayed the contract to all the reporters, stating that Jiwon's name was on it. From the rent to the furniture, everything was paid for with Jiwon's money. Hyojin then produced a photo of Jin Hyok giving Jiwon flowers in the parking garage, claiming it was evidence of him secretly taking pictures of her, invading her privacy. "And since we've broken up," she added, "this is clearly a criminal act." Humiliated, Minjun lunged forward, snatching the photo from Hyojin's hand. "Stop talking nonsense," he yelled. Minjun leaned in close to Hyojin, his voice low and menacing. "Do you want to renew your contract with the company?" he hissed. Hyojin retorted, "Worry about yourself. With all this going on, which company would keep you?" All the reporters watched their bizarre exchange with rapt attention. Sumin realized she needed to do something drastic to turn the situation around. Feigning distress, she pouted and asked Jiwon, "Why did you make me have a miscarriage, knowing how much I wanted that baby?" Jiwon knew instantly where Sumin was going with this. "I don't recall doing anything that would cause you to have a miscarriage," she replied evenly. Sumin put on a display of grief, insisting that Jiwon should at least apologize. "Even if you hate me, don't you feel any remorse for the loss of my child?" Jiwon looked directly at Sumin. "Were you even pregnant?" she asked. At that moment, Minjun truly panicked. He didn't understand what Jiwon was saying or how she knew. Jiwon turned to Minjun and asked if he had ever accompanied his wife to any prenatal checkups, or if he had seen any images of the baby or any pregnancy booklets provided by the hospital. Minjun stammered, explaining that Sumin worked incredibly hard at the company, so she always went to the hospital alone for her appointments. He added that she hadn't shown him any of those things, and after the miscarriage, she had been so heartbroken that she burned everything related to it. Jiwon inquired which hospital and when these appointments had taken place. Someone answered, "Gangnam Hospital." Jiwon pulled out her phone and asked the assembled reporters if anyone knew the hospital's number. A hand shot up, claiming knowledge. Someone questioned what Jiwon was planning, pointing out that everyone was busy and had she really called them all together for this small matter. Jiwon confirmed that she had, while dialing Gangnam Hospital. Jiwon gave the hospital Sumin's name and requested a follow-up appointment for her obstetrics checkup. At this, Sumin's face drained of color. She jumped up, yelling at Jiwon to stop. The hospital informed Jiwon that they had no record of a patient under that name. Jiwon asked them to double-check, clarifying that it would be a follow-up appointment, not a first-time visit. But the hospital staff insisted they couldn't find any record of such a patient. Jiwon turned to Sumin. "How do you explain this?" she asked. All the reporters focused their attention on Sumin, questions flying about whether the posts were fabricated and what the motive was behind such a concocted story. Sumin lost her composure. She covered her ears, screaming for them to stop asking. She bolted from the room, crying out about why she was being treated this way. This was all Jiwon's fault. She grabbed Minjun, telling him not to just stand there, to do something. But Minjun, his face contorted with disgust, told her to get off him. He didn't want to see her face anymore, he snarled. His life was a mess because of her. Minjun turned and walked away, Sumin scrambling after him. Jin Hyok immediately addressed the remaining reporters, assuring them that they likely had the situation in hand and that UNK Foods had nothing to do with the matter. A reporter, wanting to follow up, asked if he and Jiwon were actually involved. Before Jin Hyok could answer, still considering how to respond without impacting Jiwon, she spoke up, stating that the two of them had met and that their chemistry was excellent. As neighbors and colleagues at the same company, Jin Hyok blushed, turned to look at her. The reporters pressed Jiwon, suggesting that her statement implied they were dating. Yes, Jiwon told them. If Jin Hyok agrees, then that's the case. Jin Hyok, flustered, stammered, unsure how to respond. The reporters seized the opportunity, snapping photos for the record. Jin Hyok mouthed a thank you to Jiwon, their relationship officially turning a new page. After the press conference, they returned to the apartment. Jiwon and Jin Hyok were celebrating their resounding victory. When Jiwon called him department head, Jin Hyok replied, "From now on, don't call me department head. Let's use a more fun title." Jiwon asked if she could call him Appa. He countered, "Shouldn't it be honey?" Then, with a chuckle, he suggested that perhaps using names was still the best way to go. Jiwon agreed, and he asked if the food was to her liking. She replied that it was delicious and she could eat it every day. Jiwon proudly told her that, on top of everything else, he was a great cook, a master cleaner, and dishwashing was just a basic skill. He said that with Jiwon by his side, she wouldn't have to do a thing. He would never let her delicate hands become roughened by housework. Jiwon was deeply touched by his words. Had he just mentioned her soft, white hands? Only Jiwon knew the truth. They had once been calloused, bearing the scars of her past life. Blushing, she asked him how they would go to the company tomorrow. Jin Hyuk told her he had decided to resign. He said he'd been contemplating it for a while, regardless. He'd joined the company at his grandfather's request, but he hadn't actually wanted to inherit the conglomerate. He was currently running GR's company. Jiwon was surprised. He was managing another company as well. He explained that it was a security company he'd founded, and Sergio was a member of it too. He also mentioned that his company provided security services for several large corporations. Now he wanted to focus more on his own company. Jiwon admired him greatly. From a department head at a major corporation to running his own business, everything he did was impressive. Holding Jiwon's hand, Jin Hyuk said it would take about 3 months to hand over his responsibilities to the new manager. Would she be sad that she wouldn't be able to see him at the company? Jiwon leaned closer to him and said, of course, she would be sad. What if some glamorous girl caught his eye? Unable to contain himself any longer, Jin Hyuk pulled her close and kissed her lips. He assured her he would never let that happen. In his heart, there was only her. He added that he belonged to her now. Looking at Jin Hyuk, Jiwon realized there would be no more nights of drunken husbands and beatings, no more enduring the agony of cancer. Perhaps, she thought, her heavenly father had sent him to her. She had been reborn to meet him. She hoped only happiness would come to her now. From now on, right at this moment, the phone on the table kept ringing. It was Director Jang, but Jiwon ignored it. Director Jang was sobbing when she called Jiwon. Alone in a dark room, she wept, heartbroken. Something truly devastating must have happened. A while later, Jiwon arrived at a hotel, following the address Director Jang had sent in a text message. Jiwon knocked and asked if she was inside. Seeing Director Jang open the door, Jiwon mentioned that she hadn't had her phone when she called, so she hadn't noticed. Upon seeing Jiwon, Director Jang burst into tears again. Jiwon led her inside and asked what had happened. Director Jang said her husband wasn't a bad man. He had always worked hard at her parents' restaurant. She believed that, but she didn't know when it started, but he had stopped wearing his wedding ring. Once, when she asked him about it, he replied that he had taken it off while washing dishes and had left it in his apron at the restaurant. She also told Jiwon that on evenings when she came home from work, she noticed the bathtub in their bedroom was still wet. Her cosmetics ran out quickly, even though she had just bought them. She tried to convince herself she was being overly suspicious, but then she really felt something was wrong. Even while sleeping, her husband had developed habits he never had before. So today, she decided to tell her husband she was working late and then hid in a corner of the emergency stairwell and waited. Then she saw a girl enter the house. The girl even entered the passcode and opened the door. She didn't have the courage to open that door, so she decided to run away. She was afraid that if she went in, everything would collapse in an instant. Jiwon understood how Director Jang felt. She had been through something similar before and knew that once that door was open, there was no going back. Director Jang said she had thought about divorce many times, but she worried her daughter would become an unhappy child. No father, Director Jang murmured. Jiwon asked her why she thought her daughter would be unhappy without a father, especially since Jiwon herself had grown up without a mother. Jiwon shared that when she was young, her mother had an affair and left her and her father, but she hadn't been sad at all. She had been raised with boundless love by her father, and it would have been far more painful to have a mother who constantly cheated. Jiwon told Director Jang the decision was hers, but she wanted to add one more thing. Even alone, she could still give her daughter a complete family. Director Jang, after hearing Jiwon's words, decided what she needed to do. Jiwon was absolutely right. She said she was capable of doing it. She had a home, her parents were there to support her and her daughter, and most importantly, she loved her daughter more than anything. Director Jang declared that for her daughter's sake, she would divorce her husband. She confidently believed she could give the little girl a happy life, without her ever feeling the absence of father. Jiwon winked at her reassuringly, telling her that she would definitely succeed. She believed Director Jang could give the girl a happier home than she had now. Director Jang thanked Jiwon, expressing surprise that she would one day show this side of herself to a colleague. Jiwon took her hand and said they were more than just ordinary colleagues. She mentioned she had always thought of Director Jang as an older sister. Jiwon recalled that under Korean criminal law, a person who commits adultery during marriage could face up to 2 years in prison. The next morning, Director Jang told Jiwon she had found the other woman's social media profile. They had posted many flaunting photos online, but she hadn't known until now. She mentioned she had taken screenshots of everything, including pictures taken in her own home. Looking at the photos on Director Jang's computer, Jiwon felt a sense of familiarity, saying she must have seen this woman somewhere before. Director Jang explained that the woman was a longtime employee at her parents' restaurant. Jiwon suddenly remembered seeing the two of them emerging from a corner of the garden when her company had dined at her parents' barbecue restaurant. At the time, Jiwon had assumed the spot was just a smoking area. Now, Director Jang was furious, incredulous that her husband had dared to flirt in the very restaurant where she worked, let alone with so many of her colleagues present that day. At that moment, Director Jang realized what she needed to do next. She would tell her husband she was going on a business trip, and then she would catch them all red-handed, leaving no room for denial. She was determined to make him taste the bitterness of revenge. Just then, Director Jang's stomach began to churn, making her grimace. She suggested that perhaps she should change her morning coffee habit. Jiwon agreed, saying she probably needed to cut back too. After work that evening, Jin Hyuk came to pick Jiwon up. She mentioned she would call him later. He asked if anything had been bothering her lately, noticing the pallor of her complexion. He told her that if there was anything he could do to help, he would do his best, no matter what it was, so she should tell him if something was wrong. Jin Hyuk pulled her into his arms again, holding her tightly and reassuring her that even if he didn't know what was happening, he trusted her to handle everything well. Jiwon closed her eyes, savoring the warmth of being nestled against his chest. She felt she could safely entrust her life to this man. The next day, Director Jang packed her bags and told her husband she was going on a business trip. She mentioned to him that she might not be back until Sunday evening, and that she would leave their daughter with her parents. Director Jang's husband helped her into the car, reminding her not to worry about him, to be careful on the road, and to come home soon. After she left, he waved goodbye. A smirk played on his lips as he thought that her receding, familiar figure was perhaps the most beautiful sight he'd seen since their wedding day. Just then, his mistress appeared, throwing her arms around him and exclaiming that she'd been waiting and thought she'd freeze to death. Arm in arm, the two walked happily towards Director Jang's apartment. A short while later, Director Jang returned, determined to catch them red-handed and leave no room for denial. She had even called the police to document the scene. Jiwon told Director Jang that to press charges of infidelity, they needed the police and clear evidence at the scene. Director Jang gently opened her apartment door. They all tiptoed inside quietly. Director Jang went straight to the bedroom and flung the door open, calling out for her husband. In that moment, her husband and his mistress were caught in bed, completely exposed. They both stared back at her in shock, just as the police entered and began taking pictures. The officer informed her husband that he was being arrested for infidelity. Director Jang's husband, his face pale, asked her how she found out. His mistress frantically grabbed a blanket to cover herself, urging him to figure a way out of this. The police instructed them to get dressed and come out, while Director Jang asked Jiwon to step outside with the police for a moment. At that moment, Jiwon felt a strange sense of foreboding. She looked around the room. Everything was eerily similar to the moment of her death. In her past life, Jiwon had picked up a brick and asked for permission to smash Director Jang's vanity. Jiwon threw the brick at the vanity, shattering it into pieces. She told Director Jang that if he ever dared to hurt her, she would smash his head just like she smashed that mirror. With that, she stormed out with the police, her anger palpable. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Just a few days ago, she had overheard Director Jang mention having an upset stomach from drinking coffee that morning. Suddenly, she wondered if it truly was just the coffee. Jiwon recalled her past life in that bedroom, her then-husband telling others he'd noticed her constant stomach complaints and had taken out insurance on her before taking her to the hospital. She also remembered that, in her past life, she had died of stomach cancer. In that moment, a chilling realization dawned on Jiwon. Could Director Jang be suffering the same fate? In her past life, she had run back and knocked on the door, asking Director Jang what was wrong, but no one answered. The police also found it strange, so they broke down the door. Jiwon was stunned, watching the scene unfold before her eyes. Director Jang was lying unconscious on the floor. They immediately called an ambulance and rushed her to the hospital. After a preliminary examination, thankfully, it was just a mild concussion. Director Jang told Jiwon that she was truly lucky this time. She asked Jiwon what would happen to her husband, and Jiwon assured her that he would be arrested soon. A lawyer had already arrived to work with the police on her behalf. Just then, the doctor came in to check on Director Jang and told her that the results of her in-depth examination had come back. The examination had revealed cancerous cells in her stomach. They were both stunned by the news. Director Jang couldn't believe what the doctor was saying and asked what it meant. The doctor told her not to worry too much, as it was still in the early stages and the cells were small, so they could be removed endoscopically. The doctor also advised her to schedule the surgery as soon as possible, saying that catching it at this stage offered a high chance of a full recovery. Thankfully, she had decided to get a health checkup early. Director Jang, wiping her tears, thanked Jiwon. She'd thought it was just indigestion and was grateful Jiwon had urged her to go to the hospital. They held each other's hands tightly. Jiwon encouraged her to stay strong, assuring her that God looks after good people. She reminded Director Jang to take care of her health for the sake of her daughter and their future happiness together. Bolstered by Jiwon's words, Director Jang felt a surge of strength and accepted the treatment. After the consultation, Jiwon said goodbye and left. The moment she stepped out of the examination room and closed the door behind her, she sank into a chair, lost in thought about how things had come to this. Jiwon recalled that if she hadn't smashed the vanity, Director Jang might not have made it through this. She had always believed that Sammy-net would bear the burden of her past life's fate. But was that truly not the case? The way things were unfolding filled her with a deep unease. Was it because she had interfered in Director Jang's life? Perhaps it all began when she advised Director Jang to document all her conversations with Banjium, along with their future plans. Perhaps that was the reason Director Jang now had to shoulder this heavy fate. Sitting at her desk, the image of Director Jang lying motionless on the floor flashed through her mind, and a wave of guilt washed over Jiwon. She murmured to herself that she would take responsibility. She reasoned that if she wanted to save Director Jang, to prevent her from meeting the same fate as her past life, being murdered by her husband in front of her lover, she had to change the course of events, starting now. Starting from a moment Min Hwan and his mistress were in bed together in his own home. The moment Sammy-net would walk in and witness the scene, just as Jiwon had in her past life. If Jiwon wanted to shift that fate on his Sammy-net, she would have to become Min Hwan's mistress. It meant that she and Sammy-net would, in this life, trade places. Jiwon picked up her phone and called Jia, hoping to ask for a favor. Min Hwan had quit his job and poured all his severance pay into the stock market, only to watch his investments plummet. Sammy-net opened the door, telling him she'd made kimchi stew and urging him to come and eat. He turned, asking if that was all there was. She replied that with their dwindling funds, she didn't know what else to do. He grumbled that he didn't even have pocket change, stuck at home without an income. He demanded she order him takeout. Sammy-net retorted angrily, reminding him that he was the one who got fired, so he had no right to take his frustration out on her. Slamming the door, she told him to order his own food. Just then, his phone buzzed with a new message. It was from an unknown number, asking how he was doing. He figured it was a typical girl's tactic, and feeling somewhat bored, decided to hear her voice. With that in mind, he texted back, asking who it was, since he'd just received a vague message. The girl asked if it was Min Sung's phone. Min Hwan told her she had the wrong number, but that he'd had this number for a long time, so there must be some misunderstanding. The girl thanked him for answering. She'd almost gotten the wrong idea. With that, she ended the call. Min Hwan felt a flicker of amusement. It had been a while since he'd heard a strange girl's voice. After all, there was always a thrill in meeting someone new. He couldn't pass up this golden opportunity. He immediately began texting the girl flirtatiously. Idle and with nothing to do, he figured he might as well seek some amusement elsewhere. The next morning, his mother called. Sammy-net had invited his mother over to make beef bone soup together, but Sammy-net answered, wondering why she was calling so early before 11 a.m. Sammy-net's mother-in-law continued her interrogation. The fortune teller had promised a pregnancy this month, so why hadn't it happened yet? She even wondered aloud if Sammy-net was the problem, if she was the reason they couldn't conceive. Sammy-net retorted defensively. How could she know? Was it her fault if she wasn't pregnant? Her mother-in-law's voice boomed through the phone. Was she implying the problem lay with her son? If someone was barren, she shrieked they should get a divorce immediately. How dare Sammy-net talk back to her? She couldn't understand how a beggar like her had even gotten into her son's family in the first place. Bleeding him dry, that's what she was doing. Things would have been so much better if Min-jun had stayed with Jiwon. At least she could earn a decent living. She barked at Sammy-net to have lunch ready before she got there. Then she hung up. Sammy-net fumed. How dare she compare her to Jiwon? She was just as good, if not better, in every way. Lately, Min-jun's blog had been nothing but a stream of saccharine love songs. Sammy-net had also noticed him constantly scrolling through old photos, his phone practically glued to his hand. And at the wedding, he hadn't been able to take his eyes off Jiwon. The look of longing in his gaze had driven Sammy-net nearly mad. She suspected they were in contact. She wouldn't stand for it. Not a chance. She wasn't stupid. At that very moment, Min-jun was out to dinner with a friend. His friend suggested he pick up the tab, since Min-jun had paid last time. Min-jun asked his friend if he didn't think he was pathetic. Fired from his job, lost money in the stock market, and a marriage on the rocks. His friend laughed heartily, agreeing that he was indeed in a sorry state. And yet, even a loser like him had girls reaching out. He pulled out his phone. They'd only been texting, he explained. Hadn't met in person yet. She was always busy, hard to pin down. He was starting to think he should just give up. Just then, Sammy-net texted, asking when he'd be home. He saw the message, but didn't reply. At that exact moment, the other girl texted him back. An idea sparked in Min-jun's mind. He'd invite her out. His friend thought it was a brilliant plan. Tell her to bring a cute friend, he suggested. But the girl declined, saying they should meet another time. The girl texting him, meanwhile, was none other than Jiwon. A leopard never changes its spots, she thought. She'd met with GR yesterday. GR1 had returned her phone, explaining that she'd been keeping in touch with the man GR1 had instructed her to contact. He seemed easy to manipulate. GR had mentioned she was only helping because GR1 had asked, but she wanted to know if there was a point to all this. Jiwon assured her it would be fine and that she'd explain later. She told GR to keep her promise and play the part of the lovesick girl. It was actually quite amusing. Ever since Jiwon had instructed GR to flirt with Min-jun via text, she'd been doing just that. From the very first message, he'd taken the bait. Jiwon thanked GR for her help. Holding the phone she'd given GR, she scrolled through the messages he'd sent to GR. He was disgusting. A moment later, Jin Hyuk glanced at the phone in her hand. Was that the one he'd helped her register? He asked. She confirmed it was, adding that it had been quite useful. She asked him if he thought she was being shady. He replied that if she decided to do something, she must have her reasons. Jiwon wondered if he trusted her too much. He responded that it was simply his blind love for her. Jiwon patted his head, remarking that he looked like a big, fluffy dog when he said things like that. He immediately seized the opportunity. Since he'd helped her register the phone, wasn't she going to reward him? He insisted his contribution was significant and deserved a proper reward. Jiwon then embraced him, kissing his cheek. She thanked him for believing in her, saying that thanks to him, she felt love again and was living a happy life, unlike her past one. He asked if they could start over, but she replied that it was too late now. He resolved to make the first move. Close to 3 a.m., Min-jun stumbled home. Sammy-net opened the door, complaining that she had called him earlier and only now he appeared. She told him to shower and go to bed, as he reeked of alcohol. Sammy-net wondered suspiciously if he had been out with Jiwon until this late hour. Completely drunk, Min-jun ignored her. He walked into his room and collapsed onto the bed, not even bothering to change his clothes. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a new message. Sammy-net picked it up, curious who would be texting him so late. She figured that whatever she did, Min-jun wouldn't notice anything now. She imagined the two of them out drinking together, him probably still thinking about Jiwon. She opened the message, a text from an unknown number, wishing Min-jun good night. She wondered who this person was, but she was certain they would regret it. Sammy-net took out her own phone and saved the number. Then she quietly opened the door to go out, but just then, Min-jun turned over in his sleep, startling her. She demanded to know what the person on the other end of the line's relationship was with her husband. How dare she drink with him until midnight? The other person texted back, asking who she was. She said she hadn't known he was married. He told her he'd been single for 3 years. The girl promised to block his number and not contact him again. She apologized to Saminette, but she questioned why her husband only came home in the middle of the night. Their last text exchange was at 11 p.m., wasn't it? So Saminette surmised that perhaps he really was meeting with Jiwon. The image of the two of them together, close, gnawed at her. She absolutely couldn't let this happen. Saminette sat down to read through the messages from the unknown girl. She said if Saminette suspected her husband, she would tell her everything she knew. As a woman, she felt sorry for her. She was worried about her. She went on to ask if Saminette couldn't sleep, that she must be heartbroken. Saminette bit her lip, deeply uncomfortable, but in that moment she had no one else to confide in. She had to text a complete stranger. She told her that she thought her husband was secretly seeing her friend, and she was going crazy. The girl advised Saminette to pretend she didn't know and wait for the right moment to catch them both. Saminette thought her advice made a lot of sense, and she felt like this girl really understood her. Saminette continued texting her, ranting about her maddening husband. Jiwon suggested she discuss it with her husband, as her in-laws were probably anxious about having grandchildren. She also suggested using her in-laws as an excuse, saying that since they were eager for grandchildren, the couple should get checked out together. That way, her in-laws would see that they were both fine, easing their worries. Jiwon thought to herself, Saminette, you'll find out the truth soon enough. She wondered how Saminette would react in that moment, whether it would be anything like how she had reacted. The next day, Saminette went to the obstetrics and gynecology ward of the hospital where they had their checkup to get the results, but Min-jun couldn't make it. Saminette called to ask if he wasn't curious about the results. Min-jun said he wasn't curious at all. He only went for the checkup for confirmation, because what more did she want? It was her who couldn't conceive, so why bother him? He even said, what was so difficult about getting pregnant? If she wanted to get pregnant, she should just go find the guy. The results were probably just a formality anyway. Saminette really had nothing more to say to this man. Did he think she wanted to get pregnant? Clearly, it was his child after all. Wasn't it because his parents wanted a grandson to inherit the family fortune that they pressured her when she was called into the room to receive the results? She submitted the report and asked the doctor many questions, unable to believe what she had just heard. The doctor confirmed that, based on the test results, her husband's sperm count was too low for conception. Normally, a man's sperm count should be at least over 20 million, but her husband's was less than 1 million. This meant he had a condition called azoospermia, which was quite common in men. Saminette was shocked by the news. Did this mean Min-jun couldn't father children? Saminette immediately thought of her in-laws, who desperately wanted a grandson to continue the family line. In fact, the last time, her mother-in-law had even gone to great lengths to help her conceive a son. She still remembered Min-jun's reaction when she told him about the miscarriage. He looked like he was about to break down. Her mother-in-law had even said that if she couldn't bear children, she should divorce him. For her, she didn't care anymore. As far as she was concerned, it was her who couldn't get pregnant, so all the suffering she had to endure was because of that weak Min-jun. She wondered how he would react when he found out. The next day, she went to visit her in-laws as planned. As soon as she entered the door, her mother-in-law yelled, asking why she was only showing up now. She explained that she had been busy, to which her mother-in-law retorted, busy doing what exactly? She sarcastically implied that Saminette was either out on the streets making money or trying to find her grandson. Her mother-in-law told her to hurry up and wash her hands and prepare the ingredients for cooking. Saminette thought to herself all the things she had to endure, and it was all because of Min-jun. She had to get revenge on their entire family. As she walked through the living room, she overheard her mother-in-law chatting with two of her friends. They were praising her for raising her daughter-in-law so well. She realized her mother-in-law was putting on a show because her friends were there to show off. So, Saminette deliberately placed the test results she had just picked up from the hospital on the table, where her mother-in-law's friends could see them, and walked away. Her mother-in-law asked her what that was, with her son's name on it. She turned around and told her it was Min-jun's semen analysis results. The OBGYN said both husband and wife needed to be checked, and they got the results today. She casually washed the vegetables while saying that the hospital mentioned needing at least 20 million sperm to conceive, But according to the test results, her husband didn't even have 1 million. Her mother-in-law immediately jumped up, asking what she meant. She explained that her husband had a condition that resulted in no sperm, and the doctor said even if they retested, the results would be the same. Her mother-in-law was so shocked she could barely stand. One of her friends asked the person next to her if having no sperm was similar to being impotent. At that moment, her mother-in-law still couldn't believe her only son was impotent. Sammynet smiled and told her it didn't matter to her. What mattered was that the couple was happy together. Seeing this, her mother-in-law's two friends stood up and excused themselves. With only the two of them left, her mother-in-law angrily yelled at Sammynet, asking what the hell she was doing. She asked if Sammynet was crazy, going to check her husband's sperm count and bringing out the test results when they had guests. Sammynet muttered that it was her mother-in-law who told her to go and check things out. She didn't know her friends would be so nosy. Her mother-in-law couldn't take it anymore. She stumbled and sat down, still unable to believe that a tall and handsome son could have such a condition. Then, she blamed everything on Sammynet, saying it was because they had chosen the wrong daughter-in-law. Sammynet was taken aback by her words. Her mother-in-law jabbed a finger at her, spitting venom. Everyone says marrying the wrong woman brings misfortune upon a family. If Sammynet had taken proper care of my son, would he have ended up like this? Furious, she ripped off her apron and threw it on the floor. Fine then, Sammynet retorted, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. Kick me out. See if any fool would want a penniless, powerless man like your son. Her voice rose. Don't call me again. Don't even appear before me. I'm leaving this leaky, dilapidated excuse for a house. She flung everything she was holding to the ground and stormed away. Minjun's mother stood there, utterly stunned. Her body trembled with fury, still unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she collapsed. Seeing this, Sammynet, despite everything, felt a pang of guilt. She rushed back, kneeling beside the older woman. "Are you all right?" she asked. After all, this was still her mother-in-law. A flicker of compassion softened her anger. Perhaps she should take her to the hospital. Sammynet placed her hand beneath her mother-in-law's nose, fearing the worst. Feeling the faintest breath, a bitter smile touched her lips. "Looks like you're destined to live a long life," she muttered. "Just rest here until your son gets back," Sammynet instructed, her voice cold. "I have things to attend to," she added with a touch of malice. "My father's gone fishing today, thanks to you. He might not be back until tomorrow." Back at home, Sammynet texted the unknown number. "My mother-in-law collapsed," she typed. How did that old woman know this day would come? Meanwhile, Jiwon strolled with Jin Hyuk, observing that Sammynet had become even more venomous since her marriage. "Do any of your friends get married?" she asked him casually. "You know, like in the movies, rich girls having arranged marriages or blind dates before they tie the knot." Jin Hyuk shrugged. "I've been on a few blind dates," he admitted. "My grandfather arranged them." "Didn't you like any of them?" "J'ai inquired, feigning surprise." "None of them were interested in me," he replied. Jiwon found this preposterous. He was so charming. "Show me your phone," she insisted. Jiwon pulled up a picture of the two of them. "Look at those thick, masculine eyebrows," she said, pointing at the screen. "And that strong nose. I look scary," Jin Hyuk mumbled. "Maybe at first," Jiwon conceded, "but that's only because they haven't seen you smile. Smile for me." He obliged, but Ji-won shook her head. "Not like that." She quickly demonstrated a dazzling smile. "Like this." Jin Hyuk's cheeks flushed crimson. He looked back at her and grinned. Ji-won snapped a picture of his smile. "Stunning, right?" she asked, showing him the photo. "If you don't like it, I'll delete it and take another one." He quickly hid the phone. "Give me your hand," Ji-won instructed, and he immediately complied. "My boyfriend is not only handsome and kind, but also adorable," she declared. How could other girls not see that? Jin Hyuk beamed at her, knowing her approval was all that mattered. He planned to set their picture as his phone wallpaper, a constant reminder of her. Minjun received a frantic call about his mother and rushed to the hospital. He burst into the room, demanding to know what had happened. Seeing his mother lying speechless in the hospital bed, he knelt beside her. "Mother, are you all right?" Just then, Sammynet rushed in, echoing his concern. Though unable to speak, Minjun's mother trembled at the sight of Sammynet. Her father explained that he'd found her collapsed on the floor upon returning from his fishing trip and had brought her to the hospital. "It's a cerebral hemorrhage," he said gravely. But how could this happen when she was home alone? Sammynet sank to the floor, tears streaming down her face. "It's my fault," she sobbed. "My husband insisted I come home and cook dinner for him." She looked up, her face streaked with tears. I'll stay and take care of her. Min-jun agreed, saying he would take good care of her, reminding Sammy-net to focus solely on her recovery. Her father reminded them that it wouldn't be good if she got too cold, so they needed to cover her with a blanket and keep her warm. He asked Min-jun what they would eat, and Min-jun replied that while his mother rested, he would prepare some side dishes and then return to the hospital. He also mentioned he'd prepare a meal for his father too, which pleased the older man. Hearing this, a wave of resentment washed over Sammy-net, but she felt powerless. Why? She thought, should she be the one doing all the work while the two of them seemed perfectly free? Perhaps it was time for a confrontation, a much-needed wake-up call. She told her husband she would text him with her mother-in-law's needs. For now, he should take his father home and look after him. Min-jun told her to take good care of his mother, as she had always treated Sammy-net like her own daughter, making her feel like a true member of the family. Sammy-net couldn't fathom the meaning behind his words. Her own mother had been more like a cruel tormentor. Afterwards, Min-jun led his father to the car, assuring him that Sammy-net would look after his mother, so he shouldn't worry. As her father-in-law settled into the car, he noticed an envelope. He picked it up and asked what it was, but Min-jun dismissed it, suggesting it was probably something his wife had forgotten. Her father-in-law opened the envelope to find a sperm analysis report and asked Min-jun if he had undergone testing. Min-jun explained that Sammy-net had wanted him to get checked with her, so he had. He hadn't looked at the results yet, assuming everything was normal. Suddenly, his father said he needed to look at it again, puzzled as to why there were only 1 million sperm. Min-jun, irritated, asked what the big deal was with 1 million sperm. His father erupted, demanding to know if he was truly ignorant of the fact that with such a count, his son was likely infertile. He threw the results at him, declaring that their family line was about to end. As soon as he got home, Park Min-jun grabbed his phone and called Sammy-net, demanding to know why she had left such a ridiculous test result lying around. He asked if she had done it on purpose. Sammy-net replied that she was busy taking care of his mother and didn't have time to talk, then hung up. Min-jun searched online for information about having no sperm, unable to understand how he could have such a condition. Just then, his phone buzzed with a series of bank notifications, all regarding overdue loans and upcoming payments. All his stocks were plummeting. Selling now wouldn't guarantee any profit. Dejected, he pulled out all the alcohol in the house and began to drink. He truly didn't know what to do. Everything in his life felt like it was coming to an end. His mind a whirlwind, he suddenly cried out Jiwon's name, feeling utterly drained. He told himself that if she knew he was in this state, she wouldn't stand idly by. She would help him. In that moment, Min-jun couldn't stop thinking about Jiwon and dialed her number. A wave of relief washed over him when she answered, and he told her how truly tired he was. Min-jun explained that his mother was seriously ill, his work was a mess, and if she were by his side, things might be easier. He mentioned getting a divorce and being with her, promising to forgive all her past mistakes if she agreed to start over with him. Min-jun insisted that he knew Ji-won's cold demeanor wasn't real, convinced that she still loved him. To his shock, the voice on the other end belonged to Jin Hyuk. He seemed to crumble, wondering why Jin Hyuk was answering her phone. Jin Hyuk calmly explained that he was Ji-won's boyfriend now. He stated that he was protecting Jiwon, so Min-jun should stop trying to contact her. Jin Hyuk's threats echoed in Min-jun's ear, something about dealing with pests like him being easier than swatting flies. "This is your last warning." Min-jun roared into the phone. He demanded Jin Hyuk put Jiwon on the phone. Jin Hyuk hung up, a chilling thought crossing his mind. If Min-jun laid a finger on Jiwon, he'd kill him. Meanwhile, oblivious to the tension, Jiwon played happily with Pang in the living room. Jin Hyuk saw no reason to burden Jiwon with the disturbing call. Min-jun, on the other hand, was practically unhinged after speaking with Jin Hyuk. He flung his phone across the room. It was all Saminet's fault. He would divorce her the moment his mother was discharged from the hospital. His eyes landed on a discarded newspaper, and he froze. An advertisement caught his attention. It urged travelers to purchase insurance before their flights, boasting a payout of up to 500 million won. A sinister plan began to form in his mind. If Sammy-net were to die, he'd not only receive a hefty sum, but also be rid of her. At that very moment, Sammy-net sat by her mother-in-law's bedside at the hospital. A text message from Jiwon pinged on her phone, asking if she was tired from caring for her mother-in-law alone. Sammy-net typed back a bitter reply. She'd been slaving away for a week without a word of encouragement from her husband. She wished the old woman would just die already. She looked up at her mother-in-law, asking if she was comfortable, if she was cold. Suddenly, a shuffling sound behind her made her jump. It was Min-jun, come to visit his mother. He inquired about her condition, whether she could speak yet. Sammy-net replied that she was doing her best to care for her. Min-jun sat down, acknowledging her efforts. The weather's nice, he said. Why don't you take a trip? He'd hire someone to look after his mother for a week or so. Sammy-net's ears perked up. A trip? Was he serious? Min-jun nodded, saying he'd noticed how hard she'd been working and wanted her to relax, enjoy herself, eat well, and bring back some treats. She readily agreed, suggesting she'd find someone to cover for her while she was gone. A nearby patient, overhearing their conversation, kindly offered to recommend a caregiver she knew. The woman mentioned that this caregiver had helped Mr. Kim get discharged early. A pang of guilt shot through Sammy-net. She turned to the woman, asking if this was true. The patient confirmed, praising the caregiver's exceptional skills, particularly with stroke patients, and how their health dramatically improved under her care. Min-jun, eager to arrange things, immediately asked the woman to contact the caregiver. She pulled out her phone, checking the caregiver's availability for the following week. Before Sammy-net could interject, the woman announced that the caregiver was available. Min-jun was ecstatic. He told Sammy-net he'd inform his father. She insisted it was their filial duty to hire someone, that it would help his mother recover faster. Perhaps by the time they returned from their trip, she'd be walking again. Panic seized Sammy-net. She told Min-jun she could care for his mother better than anyone, that there was no need to hire help. But he was determined to send her on this trip. He pulled out his phone, asking for the caregiver's number. A chilling thought gripped Sammy-net. What if this caregiver truly helped her mother-in-law recover? What if the old woman regained her speech and revealed what had happened that day? She would surely tell them how Sammy-net had left her there. Regardless of the cause of the stroke, if her father-in-law and husband learned the truth, she would be in serious trouble. Sammy-net was torn. Should she cancel the trip? An opportunity like this hadn't come along in ages. But if her mother-in-law spoke, everything would come crashing down. Anxiety gnawed at her. What was she going to do? Just then, a nurse pulled back the curtain and entered, announcing it was time for the patient's medication. As she prepared the medicine, the syringe suddenly jammed. She muttered that it was a bit dangerous to use this one and that she needed to replace it. Sammy-net asked why, and the nurse explained that if there were too many air bubbles like this in the syringe, the air could enter the bloodstream, leading to a life-threatening situation. With that, she set the syringe down and pulled out another one to replace it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Sammy-net's mind. After the nurse completed her task and left, only Sammy-net and her mother-in-law remained in the room. She quickly retrieved the syringe she had surreptitiously taken from the nurse earlier and told her mother-in-law that she would help her sleep soundly. Just then, her mother-in-law stirred awake. Her eyes flickered open, and as she saw Sammy-net approaching with the syringe, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Terror gripped her, and she cried out, but Sammy-net held her hand tightly, reassuring her that she would help her sleep, saying that those who were alive must live. Unable to bear it any longer, Sammy-net injected the air-filled syringe into the foreline in her mother-in-law's hand. In that moment, her mother-in-law wanted to scream, but all she could do was watch as her daughter-in-law prepared to end her life. Sammy-net claimed she was merely helping her go to her ancestors. Earlier, she had argued that her mother-in-law would die sooner or later, so why not sooner? With that, she watched her with a sinister smile. The next morning, a mail carrier arrived at Min-jun's doorstep to deliver a package. He said there was a letter and left it at the door. A while later, Min-jun finally opened the door. He held the envelope in his hand, unsure of its contents. Who had sent it to him? He opened the envelope, and a surge of anger coursed through him. Why would Sammy-net do this? Inside were pictures of all the messages Sammy-net had sent to the unknown number, Jiwon. Furious, he couldn't understand what game Sammy-net was playing. Just then, a message arrived on his phone, asking if he had received her package. She mentioned that at first, she had sympathized with his wife, but then she realized he was the one who truly deserved sympathy. He was enraged that she and Sammy-net had teamed up against him like this. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe Sammy-net wanted his mother dead so soon. His mother had been so good to her, yet she repaid her kindness with such malice. He truly felt disgusted by Sammy-net. She was the one who deserved to die. Crumpling the photos in his hand, Min-jun resolved to punish Sammy-net and avenge his mother. He thought again about the insurance plan he had taken out before their trip. He would definitely take her on a trip to hell. The first step in Min-jun's plan was tampering with his car's brakes. Soon, the job was done. he decided to test if it worked. He got into the car, feeling that his plan was absolutely flawless. A sense of pride washed over Min-jun as he thought about his plan coming to fruition. He stepped out of the car and muttered to himself that tomorrow, everything would be over and all the drama would come to an end. He would take care of Sammy-net, and he would also take care of that damn debt. Tomorrow, he would play the role of a grieving husband who lost his wife in a tragic accident, receiving 500 million won in insurance money. Min-jun tossed the lighter in his hand into the car, wishing it a good trip. All the preparations were done, and now he just needed to relax and wait for tomorrow. Meanwhile, Sammy-net was gleefully texting her secret friend, boasting about how her husband had planned this trip because she had been working so hard for her mom lately. Jiwon simply couldn't understand what was going on. It was clear Min-jun had seen the documents she'd sent. So why was he taking Sammy-net on this trip? Jiwon was certain he was up to something. In her past life, Jiwon had married Min-hwan and had to endure the burden of relying on her in-laws. Now, it was Sammy-net's turn to bear that cross. Park Min-jun was playing around with a friend from his past life, while in this life, he was dating a friend of Sammy-net's. She'd even considered that he would be the one to receive the insurance money. So perhaps this life would unfold just as she'd pieced together in her mind when she was Jiwon. Lost in thought, her phone buzzed. Jiwon pulled it out, anticipating a message, but it was just a reminder. Panic seized her as she realized today was the anniversary of her death in her past life, just a few hours ago. Min-jun sat at his computer, gulping down his drink, gleefully thinking about how he would soon have 500 million won and could get anything he wanted. He was still engrossed in his online game when a sudden phone call interrupted his enjoyment, throwing him off his stride. Min-yoon Ensuth. Before the caller could speak, he barked, demanding to know who it was and why they kept calling him. His father's booming voice erupted from the other end, berating Min-jun for being a useless good-for-nothing. His father demanded he come to the hospital immediately. He delivered the news of Min-jun's mother's passing. Min-jun bolted, grabbing his car keys and speeding towards the hospital. Panic and fear warred within him, convinced his mother would be all right. He tried to get there as fast as possible, praying along the way, hoping his mother would hold on a little longer. It was rush hour, and the streets were choked with cars. Min-jun slammed on the horn. Trying to accelerate, he slammed on the brakes. At that moment, Min-jun remembered what he had done yesterday. A cold sweat broke out as he worried about his mother. In his rush to get to the hospital, he had completely forgotten about it. To ensure his plan worked, and he got the 500 million won, he had sabotaged his own car's brakes. Now, the car was hurtling down the road. Min-jun could only try to control the steering wheel, avoiding collisions with other vehicles. In moments, he was about to crash into the truck ahead. He jerked the steering wheel hard to the right. Swerving to avoid it, his car slammed into the bridge railing. Luckily, the airbags deployed, and he only suffered a minor head injury. Min-jun, having narrowly escaped death, woke up dazed and disoriented, wondering what had just happened. He thought how lucky he was to be alive and needed to find a way to get to his mother quickly. Just then, due to the violent impact, the car began to catch fire, but also because of the lighter he had thrown into the car yesterday, causing the front of the car to explode. A loud bang echoed. Thankfully, he managed to open the car door and escape outside, but the flames had already spread to him, and his clothes caught fire. He screamed for help. In desperation, Min-jun jumped into the river below. He slowly sank, wondering if this was truly how he would die. His plan wasn't complete yet. He needed that 500 million won to buy a new car, to invest in stocks, to make money. His phone slipped from his grasp, slowly sinking to the riverbed. And so, Sammy-net lost both her husband and her mother-in-law at the same time. Park Min-jun and his mother's funerals were held together, which felt cruel to everyone. Sammy-net wept desperately, tears streaming down her face. Everyone who came to pay their respects felt sorry for her. They said she had taken such good care of her mother-in-law while she was in the hospital. Min-jun's father was the one suffering the most, losing both his wife and only son on the same day. How could he bear it? He asked Min-jun to go inside and rest for a while, saying he would keep vigil alone. Min-jun obeyed immediately. Sammy-net rushed into the room, slamming the door shut behind her. She stood there, frozen. So Min-jun crouched down beside the doorway. Sammy-net cleared her throat several times in frustration. This was truly tearing her apart. Gritting her teeth, she cursed Park Min-jun. Yesterday, a police officer had come to question her, asking if she knew that her husband had worked on the car with tools the night before the accident. The lawyer had also told her they discovered Park Min-joon hadn't taken out insurance on himself, but had instead taken out a massive policy in her name. So he had intended to kill her. She had almost died at the hands of her own husband, but she hadn't expected retribution to come so swiftly. She was lucky, after all. Min-joon had ultimately perished by his own machinations. So Min-young could finally escape this hellish life. Hae-jin and Jiwon also came to pay their respects to the mother and son. They walked in and saw that Director Kim had arrived as well. Everyone was heartbroken by the tragic deaths of the mother and son. Hae-jin asked Jiwon loudly where Min-joon was, as no one could find him. Why did everything have to end in such tragedy? When Jiwon received the text message about Park Min-joon's death yesterday, she truly hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Although she didn't have any fond memories of him at this moment, Jiwon sincerely hoped he could rest in peace. As for his mother, who had always been harsh towards her, she still wished her peace. Jiwon and Hae-jin held a memorial service for the two. After all, Jiwon had once been the woman's daughter-in-law, and she would do her best to ensure that the mother's unjust death could bring her peace. Saminet's father-in-law entered the lounge to find her, saying that if she had calmed down, she should come out and help him greet the guests. Saminet replied that she would be out soon. She took out her phone and touched up her makeup, trying to make herself look like she had just been crying. Saminet opened the door and walked out. She sobbed as she walked, feigning grief. Suddenly, she saw Jiwon and Hae-jin and was startled. She asked Jiwon what she was doing here. Hae-jin rebuked her for her attitude towards the visitors, while Jiwon said she had just come to pay her respects. Before leaving, Saminet asked sarcastically whose fault all of this was. Because of Jiwon's press conference, her husband had been fired, she had turned them into liars, and now she dared to show up at the funeral. Saminet told Jiwon that both her mother-in-law and Park Min-joon had suffered because of her. Even she herself had almost died in the accident. She would absolutely not let Jiwon off the hook. All the guests at the funeral witnessed this scene, sympathizing with her and thinking she was probably just too shocked to act rationally. Otherwise, Saminet cried pitifully, claiming that it was all Jiwon's fault. Saminet collapsed to the floor, saying that because of Jiwon, her husband had been exhausted, and she would rather have continued having an affair with him than put him in danger, even if it meant she would be in great pain. Jiwon told her to get up. She had nothing to do with this. Saminet continued to cry, asking how Jiwon could say she wasn't involved when her husband was still meeting with her, even after they were married. At this point, Hae-jin knelt down, crying and asking what poor Saminet would do now that Min-joon was gone. Hae-jin absolutely couldn't let Jiwon be misunderstood by others. It was absurd that Saminet was blaming everything on Jiwon. Saminet asked Hae-jin what she was doing, bewildered. Saminet jumped up and said that if Jiwon didn't take Hae-jin away, she would call the police. How dare she be so rude at someone's funeral? Jiwon said she couldn't believe it took only a minute to learn those two words. She stepped closer, causing Saminet to cautiously back away. Jiwon continued, her voice sharp. The one who truly lacks manners is the one who turned her back on her mother, abandoning her while she was unconscious. Saminet trembled, asking Jiwon how she knew. Jiwon held up her phone in front of Saminet's face. She told me herself, she revealed. We exchanged messages quite happily for a long time. How could I forget? Saminet was speechless. Astonishment washed over her. She hadn't realized that the person she'd been messaging all night was Jiwon. That meant Jiwon knew everything that had happened recently. Fear pulsed through Saminet. She knew she had to get Jiwon away from there. Suddenly, she saw two police officers appear at the doorway. Saminet immediately pointed at Jiwon and told the officers to take her away. She's the one who killed my husband, she exclaimed. And now she's here threatening me. Are you Min-joon's wife? Saminet, one of the officers asked. He pulled out handcuffs and fastened them around Saminet's wrists. You're under arrest for the suspected murder of your mother-in-law, he stated. Saminet was stunned. She struggled against the cuffs, insisting she hadn't done anything. It was her. Saminet cried, pointing at Jiwon. She did it. You should be arresting her, not me. The officer urged Saminet to calm down, explaining that someone had witnessed her killing her mother-in-law. Terror gripped Saminet. A witness? She remembered that late night in the hospital room. It had only been her and her mother-in-law. She had been so careful, checking everything before injecting her. How can anyone have seen what she did? In Saminet's childhood memories, Jiwon had always seemed devoid of desire, tall and thin like a reed, with ugly glasses. Yet, Jiwon possessed everything Sammy Net lacked. When Sammy Net discovered that Jiwon, unlike other children, didn't have a mother, she had been overjoyed, wanting to jump for joy. But Sammy Net's happiness was short-lived. Visiting Jiwon's house, she saw how spoiled Jiwon was by her father. It felt unfair. Their fates seemed intertwined. Yet Jiwon lived happily with her father. Meanwhile, Sammy Net lived with her mother, enduring a life of unhappiness. It felt deeply unjust. Sammy Net had asked Jiwon why she never saw her mother. Jiwon had innocently replied that she'd only heard her mother had run away with another man. For a moment, Sammy Net felt a sense of kinship with Jiwon. "Do you miss your mother?" she'd asked. Jiwon, cheerful, had replied that she was fine because she had her grandmother, her father, and Sammy Net as a friend. Jiwon held up a family photo. "Sometimes I look at my mother's picture," she'd said, showing it to Sammy Net. "Isn't she pretty?" Sammy Net scrutinized Jiwon's mother's face. Recognition, sharp and shocking, pierced through her. The woman in the photo, Jiwon's mother, was the same woman she had seen earlier in the car with her father. Jiwon's mother was the shameless woman having an affair with her father. It was because of Jiwon's mother that her own mother drank constantly and yelled at her. "How can you even swallow food?" her mother had screamed, knowing your father is sneaking around with another woman. Her mother had even blamed her for coming home late and not studying, claiming it was the reason for her father's infidelity. In that moment, Sammy Net had believed her mother's words. If her father's unfaithfulness was her fault, then the other woman's affair must be Jiwon's fault. Even a miserable life Jiwon must have endured, constantly abused by her mother, was all Jiwon's fault. Sammy Net seethed with anger. It was because of Jiwon that she, in desperation, had married Minjun. It was all Jiwon's fault. Now, here she was trapped in this nightmare. Sammy Net, losing all control, lunged towards Jiwon, screaming at the police, demanding to know why they were arresting her when it should be Jiwon in handcuffs. Jiwon urged Hygiene to leave quickly, unable to bear another moment of Saminet's venomous accusations. Even as Jiwon reached the doorway, Saminet's enraged cries echoed after her, blaming her for everything. The officers warned Saminette that if she continued to resist, they would be forced to take her to the station by force. The thought was unbearable. She pleaded with them, begging for just a few more moments with her husband and mother-in-law. It was all a misunderstanding, she insisted. She would explain everything. The funeral was only hours away. She just needed a little more time, she promised, and then she would cooperate fully. She would go with them willingly. The officers relented, stipulating that she must accompany them immediately after the ceremony. They would be watching her closely, they warned, so she needed to inform them of her every move. Saminette overflowed with gratitude for this small reprieve. Jiwon offered a final, silent farewell to Minjun and his mother, hoping that Jiwon would face the consequences of her actions. Back in the funeral home, the service for Minjun and his mother was still some time away. But Saminette felt trapped, the two officers watching her like hawks. She approached them, explaining that she needed to use the restroom. Could they allow her this small privacy? She asked. She promised to return immediately. The officers stood and agreed, stating they would wait outside. Inside the restroom, Saminette seethed. She was certain Jiwon had orchestrated this. Fury pulsed through her. Jiwon had pushed her to the brink, and for what? She hadn't committed any real crime. Escape. She had to escape, no matter the cost. Saminette's eyes scanned every inch of the small room, searching for a way out. Then she saw them, a cleaning uniform and cart left behind by the staff. She couldn't rot in a prison cell. Not like this. With a surge of desperate energy, Saminette quickly donned the cleaning uniform and pushed the cart out of the restroom. A prayer echoed in her mind. Let this work. If not, prison awaited. Meanwhile, the officer stationed outside was engrossed in his phone. He didn't even glance up as the cleaning cart rolled past. Relief washed over Saminette as she slipped by unnoticed. Director Kim, preparing to leave, was still deeply concerned about Saminette. He had noticed her pale complexion earlier, and it had filled him with anxiety. He'd bought her a drink from the convenience store, but hadn't had a chance to give it to her. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure huddled in a corner of the parking lot. As he approached, he realized it was indeed Saminette. He helped her into his car, asking why she was sitting there like that. He draped his coat over her shoulders, urging her to tell him what had happened. Saminette made him promise to keep their meeting a secret, and he readily agreed. Director Kim pulled some snacks, and milk from his bag. He encouraged her to eat something. He had bought them for her earlier, but hadn't had the opportunity to give them to her. She said she wanted something warm to drink. Director Kim readily agreed, stroking her hair and telling her to wait while he fetched her something. He promised to be back quickly with a warm beverage. With that, he hurried off. Sitting in the car, Saminette rubbed her temples, disgusted by the lecherous old man. She wished him dead. Then, a sudden realization struck her. This was her chance. With a swift movement, Saminette started the car and drove off. She had to get away. She wouldn't even scratch his precious car, she thought bitterly. She had to disappear. If no one saw her, she would surely die. Just then, she saw Chun Hyuk in front of her. He was waiting for someone too, and then she saw Jiwon slowly walking over there. Seeing them together, Saminette raged. It was all Jiwon's fault. Because of her, Saminette was going to prison. Now Jiwon was happy with Chun Hyuk, a third-generation chaebol. Chun Hyuk asked Jiwon if she was okay. She thought it was all over. Whether it was Park Min or Min Jun, from now on, no one would make her suffer anymore. The cruel cycle of fate was finally over. She decided to tell Chun Hyuk everything about her return from 10 years in the future and her intentions of revenge to change her destiny. She only had one wish: to live happily with him. Jiwon told him she had something important to tell him, something he had to listen to carefully. Just then, car headlights shone directly at them. Both of them turned around and saw a car speeding towards them. Saminette, on a motorcycle, accelerated. She'd already put the handcuffs on herself, so what was there to hesitate about? Today, she was determined to kill Jiwon no matter what. Afterward, even if she died, it wouldn't matter. Chun Hyuk reacted faster, and in that moment, he quickly pushed Jiwon out of the way, but he himself couldn't escape in time. The car hit him and then stopped. Saminette slumped over the steering wheel, her objective finally achieved. But Jiwon lay unconscious nearby. Jiwon struggled to sit up. Thank goodness, Chun Hyuk had pushed her out of the way in time, but he himself wasn't so lucky. He lay unconscious on the ground. Jiwon immediately called out to him. If something happened to him, how could she bear it? At Seoul's largest hospital, a few days later, Chun Hyuk's grandfather sat on a bench outside, sighing worriedly several times. Chun Hyuk had been unconscious for weeks. Every day, Jiwon and Hyejin stayed by his bedside, caring for him. Because of her, Chun Hyuk had suffered a head injury, and Hyejin cried every day. She didn't know when her brother would wake up. Jiwon didn't know how to comfort Hyejin either. Because of what had happened to him, it was all her fault. Jiwon thought to herself, because she had come back from her past life, Director Kim had gotten cancer, and now Chun Hyuk had almost died for her. Perhaps it was because of her that Chun Hyuk's fate had changed. Jiwon held Chun Hyuk's hand, her heart filled with apologies for him. She hoped he could forgive her. She decided that before he woke up, she would take care of everything and keep her distance from him. So she pleaded with him to wake up safely. Today was also Saminette's trial date. Saminette's father-in-law sat in the gallery, his heart heavy with grief, unable to comprehend how his family had ended up with a daughter-in-law like her. Jiwon also attended the trial. Saminette was brought into the courtroom by the police, all the reporters present, eagerly awaiting the verdict. The judge asked Saminette about her motive for the murder, asking if she knew that the victim was the grandson of the UNK group chairman and whether she admitted to the murder. Jiwon sincerely hoped that she would receive the punishment she deserved for the chaos she had caused. The judge asked for silence in the court. The trial was about to begin. He stated that during the time Saminette was caring for her mother-in-law, did Saminette kill her by injecting air with a syringe? A witness entered. Saminette was shocked to see that it was the patient who had been in the same hospital room as her mother-in-law. The judge instructed her to share what she knew. She replied that she was the one who had been in the bed next to the defendant's mother-in-law. If she had truly cared for her mother-in-law, there should have been some improvement, but instead, the victim's paralysis had worsened. On the night, she was injected with a sedative. She claimed she saw everything. She witnessed the defendant holding a syringe and injecting it into her mother-in-law's. But Saminette stubbornly insisted the witness was lying, claiming the woman was jealous of her youth and beauty, which led to these accusations. She stated emphatically that she had always been dedicated to caring for her mother-in-law. The judge asked if she had any evidence to support her claims of slander. At this point, the judge called for order, and the prosecutor stood again, requesting permission to present evidence to the court. It was an autopsy report revealing that Saminet's mother-in-law's cause of death was an air embolism. A large amount of air had entered her bloodstream, causing a blockage that ultimately led to her death. The hospital reported that a syringe had mysteriously disappeared. Next, the prosecutor requested the next piece of evidence regarding the defendant's attempted murder charge, the memory card from Director Kim's car. It recorded the moment she deliberately crashed into Jiwon and Chun-hyuk. This evidence clearly showed that she intentionally hit the two of them. "Submit it immediately," she yelled to the lawyer beside her. It was clear he was her attorney. She demanded he bring the evidence here and tell them she was innocent. At this point, the prosecutor summarized, stating that the defendant brutally murdered her mother-in-law while attempting to escape and even premeditated the attempted murder of people she knew beforehand. For all these crimes, the defendant showed no remorse. At this, Saminet yelled that she hadn't done anything wrong. Why was everyone blaming her? She even reasoned that the Chun family was rich, so what did it matter if they got a little hurt? Just then, she remembered Jiwon sitting there. She immediately pointed at Jiwon, telling everyone that it was all her fault. Why were they arresting her? They should be arresting Jiwon. The judge again demanded she maintain order and declare that the court would punish the defendant according to Article 209. Saminet couldn't believe her ears. She couldn't believe she was sentenced to life in prison. Jiwon felt sorry for her, but it was what she deserved after all she had done. The trial was over, so Saminet had to bear the consequences of her actions. Jiwon waited until everyone had left before leaving herself. As she reached the door, she suddenly stopped in front of a familiar figure. She asked him if he was Saminet's father. He told her that if she had married his son, these terrible things wouldn't have happened. He expressed his hatred for Jiwon. Hearing his words, Jiwon clutched her handbag tightly. She asked him where he was, what he was doing, when his deceased wife tormented her and treated her like a rat. To him, a daughter-in-law's duty was to cook for her husband and bear a grandson to continue the family line. So he must have turned a blind eye, just watched, right? She told him that neglect was also a form of violence, and he was the one to blame, standing idly by while everything happened. What right did he have to express hatred and resentment toward her? With that said, Jiwon walked away, leaving him sitting there alone. She consoled herself, saying that everything was fine, that she was used to living under contemptuous gazes. At this moment, her only wish was for Chun-hyuk to wake up. She missed him terribly. She went home without going to the hospital. Before he woke up, she had to take care of everything on her to-do list. She brought some food to the kitten, asking if it had been good at home. She patted its head, saying that Chun-hyuk would be home soon. She would grab some necessities and bring them back to her place. Jiwon immediately started gathering some essential items. She stared at the storage room in front of her. She thought it was amazing, the style of the rich. She opened the door to the room, deciding to take a few more things from this space. Hey, did you notice the calendar? It's already October, but we're still stuck in April. What's going on? Hygiene asked, surprised to see the notes I'd scribbled on the calendar. You marked April 10th, the day of her grand return 10 years ago, right? Hygiene mused. She doesn't know what it means. Maybe it's just a coincidence. After all, she quickly adjusted the October schedule on the October calendar. She noticed he'd marked the 2nd, writing, "If I had known, I wouldn't have run away." That was the day she and Minho got married in the previous life, Hygiene pointed out. You'll be surprised when you see the address he jotted down at the bottom. It's a place in Busan, Hygiene continued. Jiwon feels like something's off. It's 2009 now, right? There's no number to call. She suddenly noticed an envelope behind it. When Jiwon read what he had written, she couldn't believe her eyes. So, it turned out Kim-hyuk had also returned to the past. Jiwon read, "Ever since I started university, I often saw a girl behind the school. She was very fond of wildflowers and stray cats. She often tied her hair up high, but behind the large glasses that almost covered her face were sparkling eyes." Many days later, her image kept appearing in his mind, like a favorite scene from a movie. Back then, he didn't know he had already fallen for the girl whose name he didn't even know. You were like a clueless character, wasting time, letting it slip away. Before you knew it, graduation day arrived, but he didn't see her at their usual meeting spot. At the time, when I graduated, I saw my younger brother's face looking gloomy. My sister jokingly pouted at him, saying she came to celebrate his graduation, but he couldn't give her a bright smile and take a memorable picture. Could he? I haven't had a chance to tell Jiwon how I brought Bang home when I found it passed out. She hasn't shown up there since the cat disappeared either. But since then, her image has always been present in his life. The memories of Jiwon constantly reminded him of a certain blossoming season he had always longed for. One day, while reviewing the new employees' profiles, he called HR, saying his team needed some extra talent. He asked them if they could send one more person to his department. He wanted to recruit one more new employee, and that was Jiwon. Finally, fate brought them together again. Even if she didn't remember who he was, just being able to see her every day made him feel like he'd won the lottery. The first time he saw her at the office, even though he stayed up all night practicing how to talk to her, he ended up looking like a complete fool, only able to utter stiff words. He felt incredibly guilty towards Jiwon, but being able to see her like this truly made him overjoyed. That day, during the grand celebration held with all the employees, Jiwon had a lot of fun with everyone. He saw Min-jun sitting next to Jiwon, chatting her up. That day made him regretful for a long time. He silently watched her from afar. He should have had the courage to sit next to her. Instead, compared to a boring guy like him, Min-jun definitely had the upper hand. As time went by, he noticed Min-jun getting closer and closer to her, and she seemed genuinely happy in his company. At that moment, he believed Min-jun could bring Ji-won a lifetime of laughter and happiness. One day, she bumped into him and asked what would happen after her contract work ended. Can you get a letter of recommendation from the company? Because he only needed to watch her from a distance. Seeing her smile was enough to make him feel like he'd won the lottery. But one day, as he passed by the company tea room, he suddenly stopped because he heard Min-jun's voice and the voices of some girls. He overheard Min-jun sweet-talking Ji-won's best friend. In that moment, he realized what a complete jerk Min-jun was. How dare he flirt with Ji-won's friend? Chun-hyuk was furious. Clearly, he'd thought Min-jun was good to Ji-won, which was why he'd backed off. But how could Min-jun betray her like this? Chun-hyuk pushed the door open, startling them both. Sammy-net, seeing him, cheerfully asked if he wanted a cup of coffee. If he did, she could make him one. Ignoring them both, he told Sammy-net to get back to work and asked Min-jun to stay for a chat. Chun-hyuk confronted Min-jun, saying he knew he was pushing his work onto others while he was here flirting. He pointed out that all the documents Min-jun had sent him were done by Ji-won alone. He demanded that Min-jun not push his work onto others next time. Chun-hyuk hadn't intended to interfere in Ji-won's affairs, but he couldn't stand by and watch her be deceived by Min-jun. He decided to tell Ji-won the truth. He noticed the earrings she was wearing looked remarkably similar to the ones Sammy-net had been wearing while chatting with Min-jun. He asked her about them, and Ji-won said they were a gift from Sammy-net. While he thought they looked beautiful on her, Min-jun's words to Sammy-net kept echoing in his mind. He told her the earrings didn't suit her at all, though he didn't mean it as a criticism. What he was really implying wasn't about the earrings, but about that guy Min-jun. Then, he attended Ji-won and Min-jun's wedding, finding himself feeling utterly helpless. All he could do at that moment was wish her well, hoping Min-jun would change and make her happy. After several postponements, he finally decided to resign from his job. Years later, when he heard that Ji-won was ill, his heart ached. That day, he decided to visit her at the hospital. He got the address from a nurse and found Ji-won's room. He knocked, but there was no response. He went inside and asked if there was a patient named Ji-won there. An elderly woman told him she seemed to have gone out for a walk. The woman said it was so nice of him to come, mentioning that Ji-won always seemed so sad because no one visited her. He noticed bloodstains on the forestand, and lying in the bed, she definitely hadn't gone for a walk. Panic seized Chun-hyuk, and he went to look for her. He worried something terrible had happened to her, that she might be in a dark place. He spotted Ji-won from upstairs, walking somewhere. He hailed a cab to follow her. Ji-won stopped the cab in front of an apartment building and went inside. Chun-hyuk felt a sense of relief watching her enter an apartment. He'd lost count of how many times he'd followed her. He wondered if he should call out to her, now that she was right there in front of him. At that moment, he found it hard to decide to turn back, just as he felt a disquieting whisper of unease. He heard a scream from the apartment Ji-won had just entered. Fearing something had happened to her, he immediately started running. As he ran, he hoped nothing bad had happened to her. He was terrified something might have befallen her. He approached the apartment door, thinking he wouldn't be able to bear it if something truly had happened. Chun-hyuk noticed a pair of women's shoes by the doorway, but they definitely weren't Ji-won's. He followed the trail of blood on the floor, his heart pounding with dread. He hoped nothing had happened to her. When Chun-hyuk entered the room and saw Min-jun and Sam-enet, Min-jun yelled, demanding to know what Chun-hyuk was doing there and telling him to leave. Chun-hyuk saw Jiwon lying in a pool of blood and immediately crouched down beside her. He urged her to wake up. What had happened to his Jiwon? He gathered her in his arms, lifted her, and carried her to the hospital. Even if he couldn't be by her side, as long as she was alive, he would at least feel some solace. He would do everything in his power to bring her back. He still had so much to tell her. But Jiwon had truly left him forever. Later, Chun-hyuk held a funeral for Jiwon. He asked the police to search for her relatives, but they told him her father had long since passed away and no relatives came to the funeral. Her mother was still alive, but they couldn't reach her. The police handed him a cell phone, saying it was her belonging found after the investigation. They mentioned his diligence in taking charge of her funeral arrangements. Chun-hyuk opened Jiwon's phone. He saw her wallpaper was a photo of her and a cat. Even after all this time, she was still a girl who loved cats and blooming flowers. He thought, with agonizing clarity, that if time could rewind, if he could make up for past mistakes, she definitely wouldn't have left like this. He tightly gripped Jiwon's broken phone. He was in such pain, wishing he could have saved her. Her life had been filled with hardship. The phone crumbled in his hand, along with Jiwon's picture. In her final moments, she had smiled radiantly, and he was the only one by her side. Chun-hyuk wished he could see Jiwon smile again. Just one more time. Even if he died, he wouldn't regret it. Anyone who witnessed Jiwon's funeral felt an immeasurable sadness for her, a girl who died so young. However, there were hardly any visitors at the funeral. In the silence, footsteps suddenly echoed. The woman asked if he was team leader Chun-hyuk. It turned out to be assistant manager Jang. So someone had come to see Jiwon off after all. She asked if he had never confessed to Jiwon, saying she knew his feelings for her. People often called it an old maid sensitivity. Assistant manager Jang said Jiwon was a good person. Chun-hyuk thought to himself, his affection for her was obvious. Why couldn't he do anything back then? After a while, a few more people came to pay their respects. It was Jiwon and her friends. They were discussing how docile a friend's husband was. Jiwon told the others that maybe that was why he cut ties with them. They genuinely felt sorry for Jiwon, even if it was something from their younger days. So, some old friends came to pay their respects to Jiwon. All three expressed their remorse for her. They prayed sincerely for her and left shortly after. After they left, Hyejin arrived. When she saw her brother there, she was surprised. Hyejin asked him why he was there. She told her brother how grateful she was to Jiwon. When she was still a contract worker, Jiwon had given her a lot of guidance without letting others know. She truly thought Jiwon was a wonderful person. Before leaving, she told her brother that Jiwon's final journey would forever be etched in his memory. Hyejin said to Jiwon's soul that if they could meet again in the next life, they should definitely become best friends. She truly cherished Jiwon. Park In-hwan also heard the news of Jiwon's passing and came to pay his respects. In-hwan ran into Hyejin as he entered. However, their hearts were heavy with grief for the deceased, so they didn't pay much attention to each other. In-hwan performed a ritual in front of Jiwon's portrait. He heartbreakingly hoped that she would watch over him and everyone from above. He told her that there were still many people who remembered her and hoped she wouldn't be lonely on her final journey. Jiwon had left this world, leaving Chun-hyuk alone. After the funeral, Chun-hyuk left in a taxi. The driver asked if he wanted to go admire the night view, mentioning it was still quite cold these days. But Chun-hyuk replied that the cold didn't matter, because there were people who were lonelier and colder than him. The taxi driver complimented Chun-hyuk, remarking on his handsome features and suggesting he'd be a good match for his beautiful daughter. He went on to describe her as kind, tall, intelligent, and recently employed at a large company. The driver's words brought Jiwon to Chun-hyuk's mind, and he wondered what she felt like in moments of both pain and joy. The driver then posed a hypothetical question. If Chun-hyuk were to be reborn, what would he do? He confessed that he would seek out the woman he loved and devote himself entirely to her. If she asked him to die, he would willingly do so. The driver chuckled, telling him he was a fine young man. When they reached the beach, Chun-hyuk paid the fare, telling the driver to keep the change. With that, he stepped out of the cab and walked away. The driver, holding the money, felt a prickle of unease. He wondered why Chun-hyuk had given him so much for such a short ride. Chun-hyuk remembered Hyejin lying happily in bed, drawing a heart on the person she loved. She kissed it, saying it meant he was as precious to her as her own heart. In that moment, Chun-hyuk had also drawn a heart on the 10,001 bill Jiwon had given him. It, too, signified that she was as important to him as his own heart. Jiwon had once been a significant person in Chun-hyuk's life, but he believed he shouldn't be by her side. Now, his life was filled with regret, and continuing it felt meaningless. Chun-hyuk walked slowly towards the ocean, hoping that if there was an afterlife, he would see Jiwon happy. Perhaps fate had granted him another chance. When he woke up, it was April 10th, 2009, the 10th anniversary of the day he lost her. He clearly remembered jumping into the sea. So why was he here now? Was this the afterlife? He opened his eyes and realized he was sitting in his old office. Just then, he heard Ji-won's voice echoing in his mind. He stood up in a panic, calling out her name. He thought it was just a dream because he saw her sitting right in front of him. When Ji-won heard him call her name, she was equally startled. He himself couldn't understand what was happening. He was afraid the dream would end. Even in the moment of their reunion, he didn't dare to look clearly at Ji-won's face. Though his words and actions were the same as in his past life, his resolve was now crystal clear. In this second life, granted by fate, he would prevent any misfortune from befalling Ji-won. If he could see her simple smile again, he would dedicate his entire second life to her. He silently vowed that in this lifetime, he would protect Ji-won. And so, with this determination, Chun-hyuk wrote the letter. When Ji-won finished reading the letter, her tears had completely soaked the paper. She wept uncontrollably, unable to believe he had returned to the past to save her, to bring her back to life. Just then, a small cat came over and rubbed against her legs. Ji-won held it tightly, not even realizing that it was Chun-hyuk's cat, a sign that he had been caring for it for her, ensuring it was healthy and adorable. Clutching Chun-hyuk's letter to her chest, Ji-won realized he had been silently protecting her all along, and now she wanted to do everything in her power to protect him. With so many unspoken words she longed to share, Ji-won immediately jumped into a taxi and headed to the hospital. She rushed to see Chun-hyuk. In this moment, she truly wanted to be by his side. Ji-won threw open the door to his hospital room. She had so much she wanted to do with him, and the thought of him risking his life for her ached in her heart. Ji-won gripped his hand tightly, telling him that if he wanted to see her smile, he needed to wake up. She needed him to wake up and see her right there beside him. If he would just wake up, she would do anything. At that moment, Chun-hyuk remained unconscious, showing no signs of stirring. He dreamt he was back in the taxi, before his death in his previous life. The driver told Chun-hyuk that he had seen him again. He asked if he had died for the woman he loved, the one he loved with all his heart. He told the taxi driver he would change her fate. The driver laughed, reminding him that he'd once said if the girl he loved wanted him dead, he'd die. The driver abruptly stopped the car, turned around, and said someone was waiting for him. He even told Chun-hyuk he didn't need to pay, thanking him because, thanks to him, he could now close his eyes peacefully. Beaming, the driver told him his daughter was waiting for him. Chun-hyuk was still trying to comprehend what was happening when a bright light flashed before his eyes, and everything suddenly vanished. Even the driver. Chun-hyuk woke with a gasp, Ji-won weeping beside him. She was overjoyed he was awake. He still thought he was dreaming. Ji-won rushed to him, holding him tight, sobbing. She asked why it took him so long to wake up, expressing how worried she had been. Chun-hyuk hugged her back, apologizing for being late. She told him she was the one who should be apologizing for making him wait 10 years. She embraced him tightly again, confessing how much she had missed him. Ji-won said she knew everything, including the fact that he had died once. She asked how long he intended to keep it from her, whether he planned to let her live without knowing he had lost his life for her. Chun-hyuk reached out, placing his hand on Ji-won's cheek, and asked if she had also returned from the past. Ji-won confirmed they had both returned on the same day. In 2009, the two of them held hands. He asked her how she had lived in her past life, curious how she had endured marrying Min-jun. His grip tightened. He wouldn't let her slip away again. Ji-won couldn't understand why she still remembered that day. She had desperately craved jjajangmyeon, but her salary went towards paying off debts, leaving her with nothing to spare. After much deliberation, she'd settled for instant jjajangmyeon. That's when Min-jun and his mother saw her. He asked what that smell was, and his mother, startling her, asked if she was eating jjajangmyeon. She even remarked that Jiwon should consider whether her husband was eating well instead of making noodles for herself. Min-jun then asked his mother what she wanted to eat. He even asked Jiwon if she was full from eating alone. At the time, she couldn't say much, thinking if she endured, things would return to normal. The two of them sat comfortably eating, ignoring her as she cleaned up, but she still believed they weren't bad people. When Min-jun finished, he handed her his bowl, telling her to finish it. He said he'd left some for her because he'd been thinking about her, but by the time she realized she was wrong, it was too late. That's why, when she returned to the past, she constantly sought a new life, a way to change her fate, but everything became tangled. If she knew the future and could prevent misfortune, then misfortune would occur under different circumstances. If she tried to change her own fate, then, because of her, someone else's fate would also change. Perhaps assistant manager Jang got sick because he was close to her, so she was terrified her death would transfer to Chun-hyuk. Hearing this, Chun-hyuk held her tightly, declaring that even if he had to bear all the misfortune in this life, he would protect her for the rest of their lives. If any ill fate existed, he wouldn't let it happen. Jiwon was deeply moved and thanked him. She was truly touched by his feelings for her. Why hadn't she realized this in her past life? She thought that if fate transferred to him, she wouldn't stand idly by. At that moment, Hyejin was returning home from work, walking on the first floor and passing by In-hwan's cafe. She noticed it was still bustling with customers. She peered inside and saw In-hwan still hard at work. Wondering why he was working so late, she pushed open the door and went in, wanting to see him before heading home. In-hwan looked up at the sound of the door opening, ready to tell the newcomer that the cafe was closed and he wasn't taking any more customers. But then he recognized Hyejin. He asked her why she was working so late and mentioned they had some pudding left. He invited her in, offering her some of the sweet treat. At his words, Hyejin's stomach rumbled audibly. Of course, she couldn't resist such a delicious offer. She simply couldn't refuse his baking. Forgetting all decorum, she devoured the dessert as if she hadn't eaten in days. In-hwan was taken aback by her enthusiasm. Hyejin, fist clenched, slammed it down on the table in front of him, exclaiming that his pastries were so good, she felt ready to meet her ancestors after eating them. But then, if that were the case, she wouldn't be able to eat any more pudding, so she'd have to be resurrected. In-hwan, pleased by her compliments, wondered aloud why such delicious pastries hadn't sold out, saying that if it were up to her, she'd give them a 100 out of 100. In-hwan told her that if she was ever working late and wanted something to eat, she could always come by the shop, and he'd make sure to save a piece for her. Hyejin jokingly asked if he was doing this for a benefactor, advising him to give up, mentioning that there were plenty of articles online about Jiwon dating her boss. He told her that he had actually given up a long time ago, after seeing the look of trust between Jiwon and Chun-hyuk. He realized he couldn't compete with that. Hyejin, surprised, asked why he still kept the cake aside. He explained that giving up didn't mean he no longer had feelings. It was just all he could do for her. Hyejin, holding the cake in her hand, wondered if she could bring herself to eat this dessert soaked in tears. In-hwan told her to eat it freely. Jiwon wouldn't be eating it anyway. Hyejin thought he was a cool, yet foolish boss. If he kept talking like that, she'd want to come back tomorrow. Meanwhile, assistant manager Jang was also on her way home. She took the subway today. It was her first day back at work after her promotion, and she was feeling a bit tired, but she didn't expect the subway ride to be so comfortable. As she wondered why no one was jostling her from behind, she saw a familiar figure through the subway window. Turning, she saw her assistant Dong-soo. She asked him if he was taking the subway too. He said he took the subway to work because it was incredibly convenient and there was no traffic. He offered her a pair of earphones, suggesting she try them out. He had only used them a few times, so they were practically brand new. He told her the commute home could be boring, so she could use them to lift her spirits. He told her the sound quality was excellent and wanted her to hear it. Assistant manager Jang asked to try the earphones, and it was exactly the kind of sound she enjoyed. Dong-soo closed his eyes, lost in the music. Suddenly, seeing him like that, she felt a pang of shyness and quickly turned away, startling him. She said she wouldn't listen and handed the earphones back. He said he had already given them to her, so he wouldn't use them anymore, but she insisted she didn't need them. He said he didn't need them either, so if she didn't like them, she could just throw them away. Then he asked if she knew she had a transfer. At that station, assistant manager Jang immediately rushed off. She turned back to see him waving goodbye with a smile. She waved back. It seemed Jiwon had been right all along. Assistant Dong-soo really did have a thing for assistant manager Jang. Emerging from the subway station, assistant manager Jang still had a bit of a walk to get home. She held the earphones in her hand, having been in too much of a hurry to give them back. She picked them up again and played the song she had been listening to earlier. Lost in her music, assistant manager Jang strolled along when a chillingly familiar figure stopped her in her tracks. A man she dreaded. Her heart plummeted as she realized it was indeed her ex-husband, Min-jun. He questioned her return, even daring to ask if she was doing well. Assistant manager Jang listened intently. Meeting his gaze with a steady calm, she replied, "Didn't I say we needed to go through lawyers first? Why are you here?" Before they could delve further, Min-jun declared a newfound awareness of his wrongs, pleading with her to drop the lawsuit. Her resolve was unshakable. She firmly stated she wouldn't retract her complaint and would inform her company if a ruling was necessary. He accused her of cruelty. He urged her to reconsider, invoking their daughter. People from her department intervened, pushing Min-jun away and demanding he release her. It was for their daughter, she declared, that she could no longer turn a blind eye. The next day at work, she recounted the previous night's events to Jiwon, who surprisingly suggested dropping the lawsuit. Assistant manager Jang was taken aback, questioning why she should overlook infidelity. Jiwon explained that while currently a crime, infidelity might be decriminalized in a few years, potentially freeing offenders. Assistant manager Jang inquired where Jiwon had heard this. Jiwon explained that to protect what mattered most, like custody and negotiating power, reconsidering the divorce proceedings with the withdrawal of the infidelity complaint as a condition should be considered. Jiwon apologized to assistant manager Jang if she had overstepped any boundaries. She only wanted what was best for her. Assistant manager Jang conceded the insightfulness of Jiwon's advice, adding that it would be best for her daughter to escape such a father. Her daughter was sure to grow into a strong individual. She would never allow her ex-husband near her or their child again. Soon, it was time to leave work. Assistant manager Jang waited for the elevator. Dong-soo, her assistant, approached, asking if she was taking the subway or if they could walk together. She replied that she wasn't going home, as she had to meet her ex-husband. Though legally divorced, she was still technically a married woman, and her status as a mother hadn't changed. He wondered why she was sharing this with him. Assistant manager Jang wished he wouldn't see her as a burden. Dong-soo asked if she was going to see that jerk now. He offered to accompany her, worried for her safety. He even suggested he'd stay nearby, keeping an eye on her without being too close. Dong-soo arranged for her to meet Min-jun at a cafe on her way home. She presented the divorce agreement, telling him she would drop the lawsuit if they agreed to its terms. Min-jun, after reviewing the document, asked if it wasn't too much, questioning why she was taking all his assets and demanding he relinquish custody. She retorted that it was just one apartment, and her parents had helped significantly. She had also paid off the debts with her own salary, so he had no claim to it. He bristled at this. He asked if she thought she was the only one who worked. He had a job too. But because he was busy taking care of their daughter, his shoes were wearing thin. He slammed the agreement on the table, demanding to know what the compensation was for. The mediator told him $5 million wasn't enough, and because she saw him as a beggar, she had lowered the amount. He countered that if she saw him as a beggar, she should forego compensation altogether. He flatly refused to give her any money, and the negotiation fell apart. The mediator quickly left, but assistant manager Jang's ex-husband, Min-jun, followed her out, insisting that she should at least let him see their daughter. Jang angrily asked him if he planned to use their daughter as a hostage. He should know that she wouldn't reduce the settlement amount under any circumstances. He agreed that she could keep the inheritance, but wanted the alimony removed. The mediator asked if he had any conscience left, reminding him that Jang was the one who initially filed for divorce. Min-jun argued that as long as he was being reasonable, she should remove the alimony from the agreement. Jang told him to be grateful she wasn't asking for more. At this point, Min-jun completely lost his composure, raising his hand and threatening to kill her. Before the mediator could react, Dong-soo, Jang's assistant, rushed in and blocked Min-jun's hand. He turned to Jang, asking if she was all right. Min-jun demanded to know who he was, questioning if Jang was having an affair with him. Dong-soo told him that intelligent people don't resort to violence to win arguments. He even added that if Min-jun wanted to add more charges against himself, he could keep hitting her, as there were security cameras present. Though furious, Min-jun realized he couldn't do anything more. He turned and stormed off. Jang immediately asked Dong-soo if he was okay. She pulled something out of her bag and told him that from now on, they should only discuss work matters. She returned the earphones he had given her a few days prior and told him to stop following her. Dong-soo was completely bewildered by her attitude. How could she just walk away after he had just taken a blow for her? Assistant manager Jang walked away, heartbroken, thinking that she couldn't let him get dragged into this mess, as she was capable of handling it herself. Meanwhile, Dong-soo pulled out the gift he had prepared earlier from his pocket. He had it ready because it was assistant manager Jang's daughter's birthday, but he hadn't been able to give it to her. Assistant manager Jang rushed home to organize her daughter's birthday party. She had invited her colleagues, Jiwon, Jin Hyuk, presumably Jun-hee, and Hyojin, to celebrate. She thanked everyone for coming and for bringing so many gifts. Her little daughter was truly happy today. Jin Hyuk was the first to get up, telling everyone to continue enjoying themselves, as he had to leave early. He reminded Ji-won to call him when she was ready to go home. Hyojin found this amusing and teased them, as if the two were preparing a romantic feast for her. They continued the birthday party in high spirits. Meanwhile, a car pulled up outside. Inside the car were assistant manager Jang's ex-husband, Min-jun, and his mistress. She asked him if there would be any problems with what they were about to do. He replied that since he was the girl's father, there certainly wouldn't be any problem taking her. Having the girl would help them negotiate a lower settlement and take some of the assets. He also mentioned that if they didn't do this, they could eventually face a life sentence for adultery. That's why they planned to keep the girl until the agreement was finalized. He told his mistress that his daughter always played hide-and-seek in the garden around this time. He instructed her to lure the girl out with a doll and bring her to the car. The girl felt a little anxious and asked if he could go with her, but she couldn't drive, so they needed someone to lure the girl out and then leave quickly. She hesitated, but eventually got out of the car. She approached assistant manager Jang's house and saw the little girl. At that moment, the girl was hiding well, so Hyojin couldn't find her. Assistant manager Jang was also reflecting on how they were all grown up but still played these games. Her daughter was now running closer to the gate. The little girl spotted a very cute rabbit. The rabbit even talked, asking the little girl if she wanted to play with it. The little girl excitedly ran towards the rabbit. Just as the little girl grasped the rabbit's ears, the woman outside scooped her up and ran. Realizing she was being held by a stranger, the child burst into tears. Assistant manager Jang, hearing the commotion, instantly knew something was wrong with her daughter. Hyojin and Ji-won panicked as the toddler, clutched in the stranger's arms, cried out for her mother. Assistant manager Jang sprinted towards her daughter's cries, her heart pounding with fear. Min-jun, her ex-husband, urged the woman to open the back gate quickly before they were caught. The woman snapped back that he should be ready to leave. She grumbled about how heavy the child was, wondering what she'd been fed. Suddenly, someone came running up from behind and yanked hard on her hair. It was Hyojin and assistant manager Jang, who had caught up. Hyojin told Ji-won to take the child inside. Ji-won scooped up the little girl, asking if she was all right and reassuring her that everything was okay. Assistant manager Jang arrived, relief washing over her as she saw her daughter safe. Hyojin, still furious, maintained her grip on the woman, demanding to know how she dared touch her niece. She was determined not to let the woman go. The woman, her scalp screaming in pain, cried out for her lover. Min-jun, terrified of being caught, thought he was done for. He considered abandoning her and fleeing. Just as he was about to make his escape, assistant manager Jang's father burst onto the scene, slamming his fist against the car window. He roared at Min-jun, calling him a shameless villain for daring to kidnap his granddaughter. He yanked open the car door and dragged Min-jun out, ignoring his protests that it was all a misunderstanding, that he wasn't a kidnapper. Assistant manager Jang's father, consumed by rage, demanded to know who put him up to it, declaring that this was their day of reckoning. Assistant manager Jang suggested they call the police. At the police station, Min-jun complained to the officers that he was the one who should be pressing charges for assault. The officer pointed out that both parties had engaged in violence, After all, his mistress had also participated in the fight. She shrieked at Hygiene, claiming she was only defending herself because she had been attacked. Min-jun, casting a pathetic glance towards his daughter, explained to the police that his ex-wife had been keeping the child from him for days, and that was why he'd done this. The officer urged them all to calm down and try to reach an agreement, suggesting that family matters should be resolved amicably. At that moment, Jiwon stepped forward, declaring that she wouldn't agree to anything. Her daughter had nearly been kidnapped right in front of her by her husband and his mistress. The officer told her that it was probably because he missed his child so much, and that she should forgive him this once. The child was still young, so everyone should stop arguing and come to an agreement. The three women vehemently disagreed, stating clearly that this was kidnapping, not simply missing his daughter. Just then, Jin Hyuk and Dong-soo arrived with a lawyer. They stated that if there was to be a settlement, there should be some benefits. Assistant Manager Jang was surprised to see Dong-soo. Min-jun was also shocked to see Dong-soo. He'd seen him before at the cafe. Why was he here again? Dong-soo asked the police if they had reported the kidnapping. Min-jun angrily questioned why wanting to see his daughter was being called kidnapping. Assistant Manager Jang immediately countered, insisting that he had intended to kidnap their daughter as leverage in the divorce case. Dong-soo told the police that he had overheard Min-jun saying that rather than taking settlement money, he'd rather take the inheritance rights or something similar. Min-jun, Assistant Manager Jang's ex-husband, roared at Dong-soo, claiming he'd never said such a thing. He challenged Dan-suk Dong-soo, demanding proof. Dan-suk produced the recording of the conversation from the night Jang and her ex-husband met at the cafe. Everyone in the room clearly heard Min-jun's words, including the threat to kill her. All of her relatives present were furious upon hearing it. Dan-suk stated that she had both witnesses and a recording and formally requested the police begin a kidnapping investigation. Just then, a lawyer approached Jang and handed her his business card. He introduced himself and said she could handle all legal proceedings through him from now on. The lawyer also reassured her not to worry about the fees, as her brother had asked him to help. The police officer told Dong-soo he had thought this was just a marital squabble, but it turned out to be much more serious. Dan-suk replied that this was precisely why she had brought a lawyer. She too felt the police weren't taking the case as seriously as they should. The lawyer informed the police that he would be acting as Jang's legal representative from that point forward, and all communication should go through him. Dong-soo turned to Jang and said that he and the lawyer would stay to handle things, and everyone else should go home. He added that she should return to her daughter, who must be frightened. Jang was incredibly grateful to Dong-soo, and everyone else departed. Jang apologized for taking up everyone's time. Jin Hyuk mentioned that he believed Dong-soo was the right person to handle this and apologize for any inconvenience. Jang thanked him, saying that thanks to him, she was able to resolve the issue quickly. She expressed her gratitude for everyone's concern. Hyojin remarked that Dong-soo's personality was quite similar to a lawyer's. In fact, Jin Hyuk had already sensed Dong-soo's feelings for Jang, so he and Jiwon had devised a plan to help them get together. Jang told everyone to leave first. She would wait outside until everything was finished. She told Jiwon that she owed Dong-soo a great deal and couldn't leave without properly saying goodbye. Jiwon was worried about her, as it was getting late, but Jang reassured her that it would be safe in front of the police station, so Jiwon should go back with Jin Hyuk. Jiwon told Jang that Dong-soo had actually sought her help a few days prior. He had met with her and mentioned that Jang had almost gotten into serious trouble because of her husband, so if she needed a witness, she should definitely let him know. Dong-soo had spoken with Jiwon because she was the only one at the company who knew about Jang's situation. Jiwon said Dong-soo had asked her with a very worried expression, which was why she had told Jin Hyuk to call him today. She apologized to Jang for not mentioning it sooner, as he had insisted on keeping a secret, worried that Jang would be upset if she found out. Jang was truly surprised by Dong-soo's concern for her and thanked Jiwon. Jang told Jiwon to hurry back, as Jin Hyuk and Hyojin were still waiting for her. In the car, Jang encouraged herself, telling herself not to be disheartened, as her husband wasn't worth it. She thought about how lucky she was to have so many people who cared about her. After a long while, Dong-soo and his brother finally emerged from the police station. As they both sat on a bench, she told him he had worked hard for her, so how could she leave first? Dong-soo asked if her daughter was all right. She replied that the little one was sleeping at her parents' house. Dong-soo said his brother would proceed with pressing charges for the kidnapping, so she shouldn't worry. Jang was incredibly grateful. She had been so worried about what would happen if she made a mistake. Her heart had been racing. Dong-soo asked if that meant she was thankful to him, and then asked if she could do him a favor. Jang said if it was something within her power, she would certainly help him. He told her he hadn't eaten dinner yet and suggested she treat him. Assistant manager Jang asked if he wanted to go right now. Dong-soo quickly added that if she was tired, they could go tomorrow and he would treat her next time. Seeing Dong-soo's expression, she was delighted. She told him she would go and buy him some really expensive food right now. Jang excitedly hopped up and asked if Dong-soo would like to go with her. Now he pulled a gift box out of his bag and handed it to her. Assistant manager Jang asked what it was. Dong-soo said he knew it was her daughter's birthday today, so he had prepared a small gift and hoped she would accept it. Assistant manager Jang thanked Dong-soo for remembering her daughter's birthday. It was a truly precious and beautiful gift. The next morning, it was already past 9 a.m. Mr. Kim rushed into the office, saying that if the elevator had come a little faster, he might not have been late. Assistant manager Jang approached him and said that from last week until today, he had been late 3 times, and she requested he write a report and submit it to her. He was upset, but couldn't do anything about it. He told her it was already the end of the year and hoped she would let him off the hook this time. Assistant manager Jang said that if he was late 3 times without permission, she could request him to write a report, as clearly stated in the company regulations. He told her there was no need for that, and it wasn't even the deputy director's instruction. He admitted he made a mistake, but it wasn't a big deal. He asked to use assistant manager Jang's maximum authority to resolve it. She asked him if he really wanted it that way. Just then, Dong-soo excitedly shouted to everyone, telling them to quickly check the notice on the company page. Hyejin immediately jumped up with joy, and she and Jiwon congratulated Assistant Manager Jang on her special promotion to Deputy Director. Mr. Kim broke out in a cold sweat. How could what he just said become reality so quickly? Jang turned to him and asked if she could make the decision now. Speaking with the authority of a deputy director, she demanded he hand over the report before she took it to the office. Mr. Kim grumbled and reluctantly complied. Finally, during break time, Jang went up to the rooftop to catch her breath and gather her thoughts. Lately, her life had been full of surprises, and she couldn't believe she had been promoted so quickly. Just then, Dong-soo approached her, saying he guessed correctly that she would be here. She asked him why he always appeared unexpectedly, startling her every time. He apologized for scaring her and congratulated her, having heard from his brother that she had won her lawsuit. Jang replied that now that everything was resolved, she felt a weight lifted off her shoulders. She asked him, legally speaking, was she single now? Jang expressed her gratitude for his support, but reminded him that she was still a single mother. She pointed out that there were many beautiful and kind women in the company, so why was he so good to her? Dong-soo asked her if she wanted to know why. He leaned closer to her and whispered that he had fallen in love with her. Jang blushed, startled by his boldness. Dong-soo smiled and asked if she was going to thank him today and if she could do him another favor. He suggested they go on a date. Jang was flustered by the proposition. As a woman who had been married and had a child, even if she had feelings for him, she couldn't pursue a relationship. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk told Jiwon to go see the chairman with him. Jiwon asked if the chairman had called for both of them, or just him. She wondered if she had done something wrong, but Jin Hyuk didn't know why the chairman wanted to see them. Upon entering the room, the chairman informed Jiwon that he had given her a special promotion, along with Deputy Director Jang. He asked her to explain why she had refused it. Jin Hyuk inquired about Jiwon's promotion. The chairman replied that he wasn't asking Jin Hyuk, he was asking Jiwon, so she should answer herself. Jiwon thought to herself that up until now, the company had never encountered such a situation. This was indeed due to the chairman's personal directive. This morning, when she received a call from Human Resources saying she had been appointed as a special promotion candidate, she expressed her disagreement, wanting her achievements to be recognized like Dong-soo's. Jiwon told the chairman that she was truly grateful, but she felt she had never done anything worthy of a promotion. She mentioned she didn't have any convincing results, so she felt she should decline. The chairman stated that both her work attitude and achievements had been taken into consideration when the decision was made. Jiwon bowed bowed and apologized to the chairman, saying that even if it took a long time, she still wanted to achieve results worthy of herself. Hearing this, the chairman didn't want to continue the conversation with both of them. He asked Jiwon to leave first, as he wanted to talk to Jin Hyuk privately. The chairman asked him what he had been doing all this time, only bringing Jiwon to see him now. He was fond of the girl, and if she was to become a member of their family, she should be more confident. He jovially asked his grandson if he wasn't planning to propose soon. Jin Hyuk, looking thoughtful, told his grandfather that he couldn't do that. The chairman was surprised to hear such an answer and apologized for it. Slapping the table with his hand, the chairman asked if Jiwon didn't want to marry him. He replied that it wasn't like that. It was his fault. The chairman told him that if he behaved properly, Jiwon would propose to him without him having to say a word. He asked Jin Hyuk if he walked her home after work, and if not, he should at least get her a small gift. He also said that every man should maintain a radiant appearance, then asked if he had eaten. Jin Hyuk told him he took care of everything from cleaning to preparing meals, and if he worked late, he would prepare dinner in advance. The chairman asked if he was making late-night calls to other women. Jin Hyuk replied that that was impossible. The chairman dismissed him, and Jin Hyuk complied, returning to his workstation. As soon as Jin Hyuk closed the door to his grandfather's office, the chairman immediately took out his phone and called Manager O. He asked Manager O what he didn't know about Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk left his grandfather's office. He felt dejected. In truth, he had been thinking of proposing to Jiwon soon and living happily ever after with her. But coincidentally, a few days ago, he overheard Jiwon chatting with Kat Bong, mentioning that she wanted to enjoy life, live alone, and meet friends. She even stated that tomorrow she would work very hard, and there were many things she wanted to do. He was outside then and heard everything. He was surprised, not understanding why Jiwon wouldn't want to be with him to marry him. But one thing he was sure of was that whatever Jiwon's reasons were, he would respect her decision. Jiwon was still waiting for him on the stairs. Seeing him, she asked if he was done talking with the chairman. She said she was worried about him while waiting outside, and he reassured her that the conversation went well. They took the elevator down to their workplace. Jiwon asked if the chairman had given him a hard time. Jin Hyuk replied, of course not. It wasn't like that. At that moment, a woman standing behind them was quietly observing the two. She took out her phone and pointed it at them, snapping a picture. The next morning, as usual, Jiwon woke up thinking about how she was living next door, but didn't know why she slept here. She immediately called Jin Hyuk to wake him up. She told him she had to go to work and wondered why he wouldn't get up. Jin Hyuk, unexpectedly, reached out and pulled her into his arms. He told her to sleep a little longer, to stay with him just a little while more. Jiwon said she was just an employee and it would be troublesome if she were late. So Jin Hyuk promised to take her, guaranteeing they wouldn't be tardy. She asked what would happen if they got stuck in traffic. Just then, Jin Hyuk's phone rang. She pointed out that taking the call would take at least 10 minutes. So if he didn't hurry, they would both be late. Jin Hyuk reluctantly answered the call. It was Manager O on the other end, asking if he had seen the news article. He asked what article could possibly have him, sounding so frantic. Manager O told him to check his email immediately. Jin Hyuk called Jiwon, urging her to look at the news report. Since Manager O was so worried, it must be important. The picture in the paper showed the two of them, accompanied by an article about their repeated entries and exits from the group chairman's office. A flurry of comments had sprung up, some from well-meaning fans, but others less kind regarding her. Jin Hyuk apologized to Jiwon, as it seemed information from the secretary's office had been leaked. Furthermore, he asked if she was all right. Jiwon told him she was fine, but in truth, she had realized during the last press conference that she wasn't as affected by the idle gossip of others as she used to be. Jiwon stood up and told him it was almost time for work, so she needed to get ready to leave. Now, regardless of what others said, the show must go on. They had to complete their tasks first, otherwise, it would cause trouble for the company's plans. Jin Hyuk suggested it might be better for her to take the day off. She told him she would go to work, get things ready, and then come right back. Jin Hyuk noticed something was off about Jiwon. Her unusual behavior caught his attention. The two arrived at the company parking lot. Jiwon thanked him for the ride, saying she would call him after work. Jin Hyuk sincerely apologized for causing her so much trouble. He understood that she didn't want to get married in this lifetime because he wasn't a man with an ordinary position, and he didn't want her to continue struggling. Jiwon was taken aback when he revealed he knew everything. He said that whether in this life or the next, her happiness would always be his priority. She could leave at any time. Jiwon was genuinely surprised, wondering if she could truly leave him. Jin Hyuk told her he would review the situation and clarify things with director O regarding the article. He assured her he would handle everything, so she shouldn't worry. Jiwon, feeling downcast, didn't want to say anything more. She got out of the car without a word to him, but suddenly she felt the need to tell him everything, so she abruptly flung the car door open. Jin Hyuk was startled by her unexpected action. Just like that, Jiwon asked him if he wanted her to be happy alone. She questioned whose idea this was and suggested he should take her to the office today. Jin Hyuk was completely stunned, as she usually wanted to keep her distance from him, avoiding public appearances in front of everyone at the company. Together, they walked into the elevator. At that moment, there were many other employees in the elevator. The two of them stood in the back corner. So many didn't even notice them. They were gossiping about the morning's news report, some saying she was getting close to Jin Hyuk for his wealth. So even if she was being scolded, she would shamelessly do it. Another employee even knew she was about to be promoted to a special position. They said an employee marrying a third-generation chaebol must have quite the character, and they felt sorry for Jin Hyuk, who must have been tricked into marriage. Hearing these words, Jin Hyuk felt a surge of anger. He clenched his fists, thinking, didn't these people have anything better to do than gossip about him and Jiwon? Jin Hyuk's jaw tightened. He decided he needed to get her out of there. He addressed everyone in front of them, telling them he and Jiwon had business on this floor and to make way, to let them through. All the gossipers instantly fell silent, clearly embarrassed. As Jin Hyuk and Jiwon stepped out of the elevator, she turned back to address the group. Even if they weren't married yet, she announced, she and Jin Hyuk were in a serious relationship, and she hoped everyone would understand. The faces inside paled, realizing the couple had been standing right there while they chattered. Jiwon told him she felt much lighter now. He asked her what she meant by what she'd said earlier. She replied that it meant she would absolutely never break up with him. Jiwon insisted that leaving him was impossible. So if he continued to speak to her the way he had before, it would definitely hurt her deeply. Jin Hyuk sincerely apologized for misunderstanding her. The evening news reported that a man surnamed Du, reportedly the grandson of the YNK Corporation chairman, was to marry an employee named Jiwon. Min Te, currently in prison, heard the news and was consumed with rage. The girl she had constantly tried to surpass now had the chance to marry incredibly rich and live happily ever after while she was stuck in prison. Minta screamed in frustration. Why was life so unfair to her? She muttered incessantly. This absolutely could not happen. Min Te's cellmates, witnessing her outburst, were bewildered. They called for a guard to check on her. The guard escorted her to the prison infirmary. All Min Te could think about was how to stop Jiwon from marrying Jin Hyuk. She was certain she had to come up with a plan. Suddenly, she stood up and decided she needed to call her father. Min Te stood and walked outside. The prison doctor asked if she was feeling better. Min Te pleaded with him to let her use the phone. The officer asked how many times she had used the phone this month. She told him this was her first time here. He agreed, but said he would only give her 5 minutes, so she had to be quick. Min Te then called her biological father. She told him she was calling because she had something to discuss with him. On the other end, her father told her to stop calling him because he was busy. She asked him if he was still living with that woman. He asked why she was asking. Min Te said she had good news to share with that woman. She mentioned that the woman's daughter was getting married, and to a well-known chaebol heir, no less. Min Te told her father that Jiwon would surely be very lonely if her birth mother didn't show up at the wedding. As the officer came in to inform Min Te that her time was up, she made her father repeat Jiwon's address. She also reminded him not to mention that he was her father. She was determined to wait for his news. So Min Te hung up, thinking the officer must have heard everything. She thought that if Jin Hyuk's family found out about Jiwon's past, she would surely be kicked out of the conglomerate. Imagining Jiwon being dumped by Jin Hyuk filled Min Te with glee. The next morning, as it neared closing time, Jiwon texted Jin Hyuk, asking if he was almost finished and saying she would wait for him on the first floor. Just then, Duran called her to say that someone was in the lobby looking for her, wanting to meet her. She urged her to come down quickly. Jiwon was very surprised, wondering who would be looking for her at the company. Jiwon leaned in and whispered that the woman claimed to be Ji. Jiwon's biological mother was in disbelief. There had to be some misunderstanding. After all these years, since the day her mother abandoned their family, had she ever tried to contact her? Not once had she returned, not even to inquire about Jiwon through her father. Jiwon hurried downstairs to the lobby. A middle-aged woman stood before her, tears streaming down her face the moment she saw Jiwon. She asked if she was indeed Jiwon. The woman was a stranger, yet familiar, a dichotomy Jiwon understood, given the years that had passed since she last saw her. Hearing Jiwon's confirmation, the woman rushed forward, embracing her tightly. "Are you all right?" she cried, explaining that she hadn't known how her daughter was faring since her birth. Jiwon's only memory of her mother was a single family photo taken when she was a child. All these years, no word, no phone call, and now this sudden appearance. The woman continued to hold her tight, sobbing uncontrollably. Jiwon stood rigid, unable to comprehend why, after so long, her mother had sought her out. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk, also in the building, witnessed the emotional scene. He immediately turned away to make a phone call. Jiwon led her mother to the cafe on the first floor. "Why are you here now?" she asked, questioning the years of silence and the sudden decision to appear. Her mother confessed her guilt, the reason for her distance. She had thought of Jiwon 1,000 times, often standing outside her school, only daring to watch from afar. Jiwon asked how she knew where she worked. "I heard from someone," her mother replied, taking Jiwon's hand and pleading for forgiveness. All she wanted was to be allowed to visit occasionally, a small request to atone for the mistakes of so many years. Jiwon remained stunned. Someone she had almost forgotten had abruptly reappeared in her life. A server approached their table, asking where to place the fried eggs. With Jiwon, her mother quickly replied, asking if she still enjoyed eggs, reminiscing about how much she loved watching her eat egg bibimbap as a child. Jiwon asked if she even remembered those days. "Of course," her mother answered, recalling how her daughter was always praised for her beauty, her fair skin, and sweet smile. Jiwon thought, if she was so beautiful, why did her mother leave? Why disappear with all their money and her lover? She hadn't even attended her father's funeral. Why hadn't she come sooner? Jiwon had so many questions, but she didn't want to voice them. Even if she did, she knew her mother's answers would be nothing but excuses. Today, she wanted to hear it all. After their meal, Jiwon took her mother to her apartment. Her mother expressed her happiness at seeing her daughter living in such a nice place. Jiwon asked if she wanted to come inside and see it. Her mother declined, saying Jiwon must be tired and should rest. Just having dinner and walking with her was enough. She thanked Jiwon for seeing her and told her to call anytime if she missed her. Hearing this, Jiwon felt utterly bewildered. For so long, she had felt motherless, and now, this sudden reappearance left her overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. Jiwon asked if she could hug her. Then, she asked if her mother had seen the news about her upcoming marriage. At this question, her mother fell silent, then immediately brightened, offering her congratulations on the engagement. She grabbed Jiwon's hand, excitedly asking when the wedding would be and if she could attend. Jiwon pulled her hand back, stating that she wasn't getting married. She sadly told her mother that the article was false. While she was in a serious relationship, she had no plans to marry him. Her mother told her that regardless, she would always be her precious child. She hoped that, even without her parents' blessing, Jiwon would find happiness with her boyfriend. She was glad Jiwon had found a good man. Her mother wanted her to live happily. It was her only wish, the only way she could lessen her guilt. Jiwon cried, hugging her mother tightly. After all these years, she finally felt the warmth of a mother's love. They embraced for a long time. Immersed in silence, they eventually realized it was getting late. Jiwon's mother said goodbye and started to head home. Jiwon watched her mother disappear from sight, still in disbelief about what had just transpired. She wondered why, after all these years, her mother chose this moment to reconnect. Her mother bid her farewell and walked home. Turning down a side street, she quickly pulled out her phone and called her husband. She told the person on the other end that she had met with Jiwon. He asked if Jiwon really did have a boyfriend. She grimaced, telling the man to hold on, as if she had just lured a tiger into its den. The voice on the other end sounded frantic, mentioning he was trying to keep his accounts from being seized as he had to pay their son's wages this month. She told her husband that he wasn't just an ordinary businessman and advised him to raise as much money as possible for their business. After hanging up, a sinister smile spread across her face. She thought her plan was absolutely flawless, pleased with herself for being able to squeeze a large sum of money from the daughter she hadn't seen in years. Suddenly, she noticed a man standing not far away. Startled, she asked who was there. It was Jin Hyuk, who had been waiting there for her intentionally. He slowly walked towards Jiwon's mother. He greeted her warmly, introducing himself as Jiwon's boyfriend. Her face paled, but she quickly feigned delight. She exclaimed that he must be the young man who was about to become her son-in-law and expressed her joy at seeing him with Jiwon. She complimented him, saying he was even more handsome in person than in the news, and asked when he planned to marry Jiwon. Jiwon cut to the chase and asked how much money it would take. Jiwon directly asked her mother how much money she wanted to disappear from her life. Feigning anger, she questioned how he could treat his soon-to-be mother-in-law this way. She immediately pulled out her phone, claiming she would call Jiwon and tell her about this injustice. Jin Hyuk told her to go ahead. He informed her that her father's lifelong assets, even his savings accounts, were in Jiwon's name, and the money she had been giving her came from her business. He also reinvestigated the insurance company's call records from the time of her father's death. She had been living only 2 hours away, but never attempted to find her daughter. Yet, after seeing the news of her daughter's impending marriage to a tycoon, she rushed over. He told her to tell Jiwon all of this. She fell silent, surprised to have been found out so quickly. She began to drop the act, asking Jin Hyuk if he had investigated her. She admitted that everything she did was for money, and although she told Jiwon she would take her back, there was no need to pretend anymore. She told him if he gave her 2 billion won, she would do as he said. Jin Hyuk replied that besides never appearing before Jiwon again, she was also never to contact him again. She told him that all she needed was money, so once she received enough, she would follow his instructions. She told Jin Hyuk that having a wealthy son-in-law was like a blessing from heaven, and she would listen to everything he said. She took out a piece of paper with her bank account number written on it and handed it to Jin Hyuk. She told him to transfer the money to this account. After saying this, she bid him farewell and went home. Jin Hyuk watched her leave, determined to protect Jiwon. He wouldn't let this woman hurt her again. She hummed a tune as she walked, pleased with herself for achieving her goal. But neither she nor Jin Hyuk anticipated an incident that had occurred earlier. She had accidentally turned on her phone and dialed Jiwon. Everything she had just said to Jin Hyuk, Jiwon had heard. She was utterly shocked. The mother she had just reunited with after so many years had only sought her out for money. Jiwon was in agony, realizing how foolish she had been. She knew everything about her mother now. She hadn't come out of love, but for financial gain. She was certain that her mother had seen the news of her upcoming marriage, which had prompted her to seek her out. But she was also happy to have a mother. Jin Hyuk anxiously watched the messages she sent. She apologized for not answering the phone, saying she wanted to be alone and would call him back later. Rain began to fall. Jin Hyuk didn't know what to do to prevent Jiwon from being hurt again. Why did life constantly push her into the depths of despair? The next morning, at Incheon Airport, Manager Oh bowed his head to greet Director Di upon her return. The director politely inquired about Manager Oh's health. Then, glancing at the clock, she surmised that Jin Hyuk was probably busy, but Hyejin, who had more free time, still hadn't come to pick her up. Manager Oh explained that Hyejin had said she had to work overtime this weekend. Director Di smiled proudly, saying the girl was very capable. Once in the car, she asked, "I heard Jiwon's birth mother came to find her." Manager Oh confirmed that they had arranged for Jiwon's protection as Jin Hyuk had advised. Director Di asked, "That woman claiming to be Jiwon's mother, it was for money, wasn't it?" Manager Oh confirmed that it was indeed the case. The director sighed. She knew all too well that woman didn't deserve to be called Jiwon's mother. It seemed she would have to handle this matter personally. Meanwhile, at a coffee shop, Jiwon's mother was waiting anxiously, worried that Jin Hyuk had already told Jiwon about her demand for money. She regretted leaving after giving Jin Hyuk her bank account information. A short while later, Jiwon arrived. She had arranged to meet her mother and told her everything she knew. Then she turned to leave. Her mother, filled with regret, asked Jiwon why she had lied after promising to give her money. Jiwon, with tears in her eyes, asked if only her mother had the right to lie. Her mother angrily questioned whether Jiwon dared to joke with a woman who gave her life. Jiwon wiped away her tears and said, "Don't even think about getting any money from me. You should take care of yourself." Let's not see each other again, she added, which enraged her mother. Her mother immediately lunged forward and grabbed Jiwon's hair. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her wrist, stopping her. Jiwon's mother was startled and saw a strange woman standing before her, wondering who this woman was to interfere in her affairs. The woman told her she couldn't touch their precious daughter. Jiwon's mother, now furious, demanded to know who this woman was, daring to call Jiwon her daughter. The woman replied that Jiwon was the proud daughter of UNK Group, and she had raised her for far longer than her birth mother. Jiwon was astonished to see Jin Hyok's mother, the director of the CH8 Gumran branch, appear at that moment. When she asked the director why she was there, the director told manager Oh to go home with Jiwon. She wanted to have a chat with her mother. Manager Oh was insistent on driving Jiwon's mother home, but she refused, demanding that Manager Oh return to work. Seeing Jiwon ignore her and leave with Manager Oh, Jiwon's mother was furious. She yelled at Jin Hyok's mother, ranting about how wealthy families should have some manners and asking why she was just like her son. Jin Hyok's mother retorted that the world was better off, yet the words of abandoning one's own child came from her mouth. She clarified that Jiwon's mother was the one who abandoned her husband and child, and therefore had no right to be called a mother. Jiwon's mother paled visibly when her real name was mentioned. Jin Hyok's mother pressed on, asking if she was living with a man named Dong Man-soo, 58 years old, who ran a company and was ordered to pay 100 million won in damages due to mismanagement. She added that it served her right, considering his embezzlement and tax evasion. Jiwon's mother, sweating profusely, suggested they could talk things over. Jin Hyok's mother shook her head and walked away, saying she only wanted to talk to a real human being. She fumed, incensed that Jiwon's mother dared to deceive the daughter she abandoned, and now no amount of money could save her. Jiwon's mother cried out that no matter what, Jiwon was still her daughter, the child she bore with immense pain. Jin Hyok's mother stopped, astonished, and asked, "Who gave birth to Jiwon?" She was furious, seeing Jiwon's mother shift the blame for her own mistakes. It was clear she didn't deserve the title of mother. She even admitted she was struggling to restrain herself from skinning Jiwon's mother alive. At that moment, genuine fear flickered across Jiwon's mother's face. She asked if she just needed to promise never to see Jiwon again. Jin Hyok's mother shook her head in bewildered disgust, wondering how someone so vile could be so stupid. Did she really think she came all this way just to say that? Jin Hyok's mother declared that Jiwon's heart was already broken, and if Jiwon couldn't sleep soundly in the future, neither would she. Jiwon's mother, now drenched in sweat, pleaded, asking if they could negotiate. Jin Hyok's mother shook her head and walked away, repeating that she only wanted to talk to a real human being. She left, leaving the woman standing there alone. In that moment, Jiwon's mother crumpled to her knees, wondering if she was truly going to lose everything. Manager Oh escorted Jiwon back to the company. Jin Hyok was waiting for her at the entrance. When Jiwon saw him, relief washed over her. She dropped her umbrella and rushed towards him, embracing him tightly, seeking solace in his arms. A familiar calmness settled over her whenever she was near him. Jin Hyok held Jiwon close, wishing he could absorb all her pain, if only he could. Manager Oh, his task complete, turned to leave. Jiwon could no longer hold back her tears. She sobbed against Jin Hyok, telling him she had overheard everything on the phone. She asked him if his mother had secretly investigated her mother, worried she might get hurt. Jin Hyok replied that he had just learned of his mother's visit from Manager Oh. Jiwon confessed her exhaustion, weary of her mother's obsession with money. If her mother had been honest, Jiwon would have helped her live comfortably. But her mother's charade of love only deepened Jiwon's pain. She felt like her mother had treated her like a fool. Jin Hyok soothed her, assuring her she wasn't a fool. He confided that he, too, had a secret. The woman he called mother wasn't his biological mother. His real mother had passed away when he was very young. His father had remarried, giving him a stepmother and a stepsister. Jiwon was surprised. This was the first time she had heard him speak of it. Jin Hyok recalled a rainy day from his childhood, much like today. After school, he waited for his driver, as usual. But that day, he waited and no one came. After all his friends had left, a woman arrived to pick him up. That was the first time he'd ever seen Jin Hyok's mother. He was surprised to see her there to pick him up. Just like that, she walked towards him slowly, a gentle smile gracing her lips, and he felt a sense of warmth wash over him. She apologized for being late that day. She was dressed in a professional suit and elegant shoes, but the rain didn't seem to bother her. She held an umbrella over him, her own feet getting wet as she walked slowly by his side. Jin Hyok said that even though they weren't blood-related, Jiwon still had a mother figure like her, and it would be even better if she were her biological mother. He told her she wasn't foolish, just that she missed her mother terribly. Compared to the people he knew, she was a wonderful person, strong too, and she shouldn't hurt herself anymore. Jiwon, deeply touched, leaned her head against his hand, seeking comfort and affection. Like a small, grateful puppy, she thanked him for talking to her. His words had given her the courage to face everything. She realized that the only person who could truly protect her was herself. Jiwon stood up and told him she needed to go out for a while. He asked where she was going at this hour, and she replied that she was going to see someone, to settle a deadly grudge. She arrived at the prison where Samantha was being held. Samantha, however, still believed her plan was proceeding smoothly and felt a surge of inner satisfaction. She slowly sat down in the chair opposite Jiwon. Jiwon greeted her, remarking that it had been a long time since their last encounter. Samantha asked Jiwon what had brought her to visit. She secretly thought that if Jiwon had come all this way, something big must have happened, like the engagement being broken off. Jiwon told Samantha that she and Jin Hyok were doing well, and nothing in particular had happened. She told her that because she and Jin Hyok loved each other, nothing could separate them. Samantha was utterly astonished by Jiwon's words. She couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. She had informed Jiwon's mother's family, so why hadn't anything happened? Jiwon asked Samantha why she looked so surprised. She directly asked if Samantha had intended to use her biological mother to sabotage the engagement. She expressed her regret at disappointing Samantha, as things wouldn't go as she'd hoped. Jiwon told Samantha she had always wondered what her birth mother had done wrong to make Samantha hate her so much. She told Samantha to lay it all out in the open today. It wasn't her fault that her mother and Samantha's father had an affair, Jiwon said. They were the ones who abandoned their families and ran away. Samantha burned with rage upon hearing this. As far as she was concerned, Jiwon's mother was the reason her father had left. Because of that, her mother drank all day and abused her. Everything she had suffered was Jiwon's fault because her mother had given birth to her. Samantha still remembered overhearing a conversation between Jiwon's mother and her father. She had asked her father if he planned to take Samantha with him, and if so, would he take Jiwon too? She questioned whether he would bring someone else's child home while abandoning his own. At the time, Jiwon's mother had told her father that he could only take care of Samantha if he chose to care for her at all. That was why Jiwon had stolen all of her happiness, even her father. Jiwon had stolen everything from her. If Jiwon hadn't existed, Samantha wouldn't have been so miserable. So Samantha shouted, blaming Jiwon for everything, just like Jiwon's mother's affair. Samantha raged, screaming that she should have just run Jiwon over with a car, regardless of the consequences. Anything would have been better than seeing Jiwon living happily while she suffered in prison like this. Jiwon told her she was a truly pathetic child. Samantha demanded to know how Jiwon dared look at her that way, a lonely person like Jiwon who only wore strange clothes. Jiwon calmly replied, asking who Samantha thought she was talking to. She was certain Samantha couldn't take anything else from her. When Samantha heard Jiwon say she now had the courage to protect herself, she fell silent. Then, rising to her feet, having said all that needed to be said, she bid Samantha farewell and turned to leave. Samantha asked why she was leaving so quickly, as there was still time to visit. If Jiwon left now, she would be alone again. Jiwon said there was no time. She needed to leave. Someone was waiting for her outside. Samantha followed after Jiwon, hoping she would visit again soon so they could continue their conversation. She insisted that Jiwon must visit her no matter what and not leave her alone. Samantha hung her head, weeping in anguish, realizing she was ultimately alone. She pleaded with Jiwon to visit, reminding her they were once best friends. Jiwon apologized to Samantha, saying she didn't think she would ever visit again. Before leaving, Jiwon reminded her to take care of herself. Jiwon bid Samantha a final farewell, the meeting marking, for her, the definitive end of their friendship. It marked the end of her unfortunate entanglement here. There was a time when she felt like she was dying from the pain, but from now on, she was determined to live a truly happy life. Jiwon turned and left, leaving Samantha screaming after her. Jiwon quickly made her way outside, where Jin Hyuk was waiting. He was overjoyed to see her return. Jiwon looked at the man before her, grateful that fate had given her another chance at life, a chance to recognize his affections. Hand in hand, they walked back together. Jin Hyuk remarked on the beautiful weather, hoping her life would be as bright as the sunshine. From now on, it would be, Jiwon replied. All the deep and complicated matters were behind her. Nothing could stand between her and Jin Hyuk now. Jin Hyuk took Jiwon to his grandfather's house. He told Jiwon to wait a moment as he rang the doorbell, waiting for someone to answer. Hyejin appeared, brimming with excitement, wondering why a dragon had come to the dragon's house today. Her enthusiasm abruptly vanished when she saw Jin Hyuk, asking what he was doing there, jokingly suggesting he'd somehow wandered to the wrong house. Jiwon politely greeted the chairman and Jin Hyuk's mother, thanking them for inviting her. Hyejin told Jiwon that her mother had prepared a wonderful dinner, that her grandfather looked handsome today, and that everyone had gone to great lengths to welcome her. Jin Hyuk's mother announced that the food was ready and invited everyone to eat. The chairman mentioned they were specifically celebrating Jiwon's birthday today, so he hoped she would eat a lot. Then, Jin Hyuk wished her a happy birthday. He said everyone had put a lot of effort into organizing this gathering. Therefore, he hoped she would enjoy herself. Jiwon thanked everyone, wondering if it was all right to receive so many blessings. The chairman told her that Jin Hyuk had gone to great lengths to see her, so she should enjoy herself and not be too nervous. Jiwon said she would enjoy the meal with gratitude. She picked up her chopsticks and sampled a few dishes. Looking up, she was surprised to see everyone staring intently at her. Everyone asked her if the food was delicious, if it was to her taste, and how it tasted, making her feel a little pressured. Jiwon told everyone that if they continued like this, both her stomach and her eyes would be full. Everyone burst into laughter at the same time. The family atmosphere at that moment felt truly warm. Soon after, the party was all but over. Jiwon said her goodbyes and thanked everyone for coming today. She mentioned how happy she had been, waved goodbye, and prepared to head home. Jin Hyuk's mother handed Jiwon a letter. She suggested she open and read it alone when she got home. She told Jiwon to call her mother from now on. Jin Hyuk asked if the birthday letter was handwritten by her. She said she had been living in the house she bought for Hyejin, and meeting Jin Hyuk meant he truly was her son, a twist of fate. Jin Hyuk profusely thanked his mother. She happily called the director mom. Jin Hyuk opened the car door for Jiwon, ushering her inside. Together, they headed home. Jiwon opened the letter and began to read. The director expressed her joy at finally meeting Jiwon and declared how proud she was that her Jin Hyuk had found such a wonderful girlfriend. She thanked Jiwon, speaking to her as a mother would, and mentioned hearing the gossip swirling around about Jiwon dating the company president's son. She told Jiwon not to let the idle chatter bother her. She urged Jiwon not to dwell on it and hoped she would continue to share her feelings with the people she loved. She wished her a happy birthday and told her she loved her very much. Jiwon held the letter close to her heart. For the first time, she felt the genuine warmth of a mother's love, and a deep gratitude bloomed within her. She vowed to cherish the important people and moments in her life. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk had driven Jiwon to Busan. He parked the car on the beach and gently woke her. "Did you sleep well?" he asked. He told her the day wasn't over yet, and her birthday celebrations were still ongoing. Jiwon looked at him sheepishly, a little embarrassed that she had fallen asleep. "Where are we?" she asked. He explained that it was a special day, and he wanted to take her somewhere special. He had something important to tell her. Jiwon asked Jin Hyuk what this important matter was. He produced a stack of envelopes and handed them to her. "These," he said, "represent 15% of the company's shares." He went on to explain that they were also transfer documents for the Samsung building, a gift from his grandfather. Jiwon was stunned. "Are you really giving all of this to me?" she asked. "Are you proposing?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Jin Hyuk replied that if she didn't like what he had to say after he finished, he wouldn't bring it up again. He also presented her with a written promise, stating that no matter what Jiwon chose to do after they were married, whether it was running a business studying, or working, he would fully support her. Jiwon took the document and scanned it, noticing that every clause was in her favor. Jin Hyuk mentioned that he had written all the conditions himself because he loved her and was willing to do anything for her. He assured her that he would always do his best to ensure her happiness. Jiwon felt a blush creep up her cheeks. She reached for the window, needing a breath of fresh air. "Why didn't you promise to make me happy?" Jiwon asked. "Why'd you say you'll try your best? Is that enough?" Jin Hyuk explained that everyone's happiness is shaped by different factors. He acknowledged that he might make mistakes in his attempts to please her, but if she told him about them, he would correct them. He even joked that if she asked him to play dead, he would. The thought of her father flickered through Ji-won's mind. She realized this must be why her father had chosen him. "Why would I ask you to play dead?" she asked, bewildered. Jin Hyuk replied that if he were truly dead, she wouldn't be happy anymore. He truly loved her. He knelt before her, producing a small velvet box. Opening it to reveal a beautiful engagement ring, he asked, "Will you accept this ring? Because I want to have you. I decided not to get married in this lifetime," Jiwon said. "And you already knew that." Jin Hyuk admitted he knew, but he still wanted to do what he felt compelled to do. He slowly stood up, explaining that he had driven for hours to this special place just to ask her. Finally, he had managed to voice the clumsy words he'd been holding inside. "I love you too," Ji-won confessed, "and I want to be by your side forever. Just being able to live with you is happiness enough for me. Would you consider living together?" Ji-won asked. Jin Hyuk was taken aback by her suggestion. He pulled her close, embracing her tightly and kissing her passionately. Silently, Ji-won made a promise to her father. She would live happily, and she hoped he was watching over her from heaven. The next day, Jin Hyuk arrived at the company before Ji-won. When she arrived, she asked him why he'd come so quickly if he'd been waiting long. Jin Hyuk reassured her, telling her he was fine and had also been looking into the matter. Ji-won was surprised to see workers taking down the In-hwan cafe sign. She asked Jin Hyuk why the cafe was closing. He asked if she hadn't heard, explaining that In-hwan seemed to have quit his job at the cafe. He wondered what Hyejin would think about it. Ji-won asked what it had to do with Hyejin. Jin Hyuk replied, "You didn't know Hyejin likes In-hwan?" Ji-won was taken aback by this revelation. She told him she thought Hyejin just liked the desserts there. She asked how he knew, clearly feeling she should have a better grasp on these things than him. So why hadn't she noticed? Suddenly, she remembered that today's lunch menu had included galbi, and Hyejin had eaten lunch today. Jin Hyuk thought the situation might be serious. Ji-won suggested asking In-hwan directly, while he proposed trying to invite Hyejin and In-hwan to dinner together. Ji-won went to find Hyejin, who asked what brought her by. Ji-won told Hyejin that In-hwan was leaving for Switzerland the next day to study abroad. Hyejin replied that she already knew, but it had nothing to do with her. She wasn't close to him. Ji-won said In-hwan's flight was at 7:30 the next morning and hoped Hyejin would go see him. Ji-won added that she didn't know when he'd be back. It could be years, not just a couple of months. Hyejin said it didn't matter to her if he went to Switzerland. He didn't have to bring back any chocolate. Ji-won asked Hyejin if she felt fine, then why was she crying? Hyejin quickly wiped her tears, saying In-hwan didn't care about her, and she didn't like such an ordinary guy anyway. Ji-won asked if In-hwan didn't care about her and she didn't like him, then why did he leave a dessert for her every day? Ji-won also asked Hyejin why she accepted and ate it. Hyejin recalled In-hwan's gentle smile every time he brought her a dessert. She sadly told Ji-won that it was meant for her. In-hwan gave it to her, making it clear Hyejin wasn't just a substitute for Ji-won. Hyejin asked Ji-won if she liked cappuccino pudding. Ji-won said she absolutely hated the dish. Ji-won urged Hyejin that she had to go tomorrow no matter what, or she would regret it the day after. In-hwan had packed his bags and was at the airport, ready to leave. He had decided to get away from this place for a while. Just as he reached the ticket counter, he heard Hyejin calling his name. He asked her why she was there. She said she'd taken a half day off to see him because she had something to ask. She asked if all the desserts she'd been eating this whole time were originally made for Ji-won. Hyejin said she knew that, but she didn't know when he was coming back, so she had something important to tell him. Hyejin shouted to In-hwan that she really liked him. Everyone in the airport turned to look at her with envious eyes. After saying everything she wanted to say, Jin felt much lighter. In-hwan told Jin he was sorry. She told him he didn't need to apologize at all. She was the one who had bothered him. He asked if she could wait for him. He wanted to make a dessert especially for her, and then he would come back. Jin was very surprised to hear him say these words and asked what he meant. In-hwan said that for a while now, every time he made a dessert, he always thought of Jin, wondering how happy she would be after eating it. So, if she had come because she was hungry, he would make that dessert for her immediately. He apologized that he couldn't completely erase Jiwon's presence from their space because that meant Jin wouldn't have complete happiness. Jin sniffled and wiped her nose. In-hwan asked if she was crying. She told him she was freezing. In-hwan removed his scarf and wrapped it around Jin, telling her that if a better man came into her life, he would leave immediately. But he added, if that man hadn't appeared by the time he returned, he would confess his feelings for her. Jin retorted that she would definitely kick him away by then. In-hwan, undeterred, asked if he could still confess his feelings in that way. Jin took the ribbon from her hair and offered it to In-hwan. She admitted she didn't know if another man would enter her life, but she wanted him to come back. Until then, she told him she would definitely wait for his return. In-hwan, in turn, promised that he would definitely come back. Just then, snow began to fall, adding a touch of magic to the scene. Both reached out to catch the first snowflakes of the season. They said a temporary goodbye as In-hwan boarded his flight to Switzerland. Jin returned home, resolute in her decision to wait for him. The conversation with Jin had brought In-hwan a profound sense of peace. He was determined to return to her as soon as possible. Finally, winter arrived, a bitterly cold winter, but everyone eventually found happiness. Dong-soo remained a constant presence by Dong-gang and her mother's side. Jin Hyuk and Jiwon spent every day together, basking in the sweet joy of their love. Both were deeply content with their current lives. Finally, Jiwon's father could rest easy, knowing his daughter had found someone she could entrust her life to. Spring arrived quickly, and today, everyone was busy preparing for Jiwon and Jin Hyuk's wedding party. Jin Hyuk's grandfather had even hired a band to play at their wedding. Everyone had been looking forward to this ceremony for a long time. They all wished for Jiwon and Jin Hyuk to live happily ever after. Jin went to the bride's waiting room to see Jiwon, knocking on the door and asking if she could come in. As Jin stepped inside, she was immediately struck by Jiwon's radiant beauty. She saw Jiwon wearing the sparkling glasses Jin Hyuk had given her. Jiwon asked Jin why she had only just arrived. Jiwon smiled radiantly, looking like a celestial being descended from heaven. Today, Jin remarked, Jiwon looked so beautiful she felt like crying. Jiwon thanked Jin for the compliment, looking at herself in the mirror and mentioning that her stomach seemed a little bigger, but should be fine. Jin replied that it meant she was about to have the two cutest babies in the world. She joked that she would definitely be an aunt with 1,000,000 points. Just then, Jin's phone rang. She told Jiwon to wait a moment, then looked surprised when she saw it was In-hwan calling. Jiwon told Jin that he must have arrived. Jiwon mentioned that she had already sent him the address and told him to come. She gripped Jin's shoulder, urging her to answer the phone. He must be waiting for her. Jin stepped outside to answer the call, unsure of what to say to him. In that moment, she asked him why he was calling. In-hwan asked her when she had cut her hair short, saying it really suited her. Surprised, she asked how he knew she had cut her hair. Had he seen her? Was he nearby? In-hwan told her to look out the window. Jin couldn't believe he was really back. Was he really standing right there in front of her? He looked exactly the same as the day he left. Nothing had changed. She immediately ran to him, asking when he had returned to Korea. In-hwan said he had just arrived this morning and had rushed straight here from the airport. She teased him, saying he must have been afraid of missing Jiwon's wedding. In-hwan sheepishly admitted he was just using the wedding as an excuse to see her. Jin playfully suggested he probably hadn't even bought any chocolates and was just flattering her. She asked if he had really come all this way just to see her. He replied that he had brought back a lot of famous Swiss chocolates just for her. He explained that while he was in Switzerland, every time he saw something beautiful or delicious, the first person he thought of was Jin. He said it wasn't intentional, that her image kept flashing in his mind, and that was why he brought back all these sweets for her. She asked if all of this was truly just for her. In-hwan declared that no matter who it was, he would say it was all for Jin. He rolled up his sleeve, showing her the string bracelet she'd given him, still perfectly intact. He asked her if their promise still held true at this moment. In that instant, Jin understood. In-hwan told her that from now on, his heart belonged only to her. The two embraced, happiness radiating between them. A little while later, Jin brought In-hwan to the bridal waiting room to meet Jiwon. In-hwan congratulated Jiwon on her wedding. Jiwon asked him if he was doing well and if he would be staying in Korea permanently. Jin chimed in, saying that this time, he had to run his cafe properly and absolutely wouldn't leave again. Jiwon was overjoyed for the two of them, seeing them together like this. One, the sibling of her beloved, and the other, her dearest friend. She was so happy they were finally, truly together. Jin and In-hwan held hands tightly, a silent vow to never let go. Just then, Jiwon's friends arrived, showering her with congratulations not only on her wedding, but also on the joyous news of her impending motherhood. Ji-eun asked if the man they had just seen was In-hwan. She then inquired about the price of Jiwon's dress, hoping Jiwon would whisper the amount to her. The two whispered conspiratorially for a long moment, their shared secret remaining a mystery. Ji-eun declared to her friends that their Jiwon had made it, admitting her envy even of the baby in Jiwon's belly. They joked that in their next lives, they absolutely had to be reborn as Jiwon's children. At that moment, Donggang's daughter burst through the door, running straight to Jiwon and hugging her, exclaiming that she looked like a fairy today. Ji-eun asked whose adorable little girl this was. The little girl called her mom, prompting Dong-soo to hurry over and take a picture with Jiwon. The two women entered, chatting about how much the little one loved the garden here. They had already walked around it 5 times, and she still wasn't bored. Dong-jing, taking Jiwon's hand, told her she looked absolutely beautiful today. Looking at Jiwon in her wedding dress, she felt like a bride herself. Dong-soo asked if she wanted to wear a wedding dress again. He assured her that if she agreed, he would definitely buy one for her. The atmosphere in the room was now brimming with pure joy, everyone thrilled for Jiwon's happiness. Everyone had to have a picture with the bride, starting with Dong-soo, Duran, and their daughter. Next, Jiwon's team came in to take photos with her. Meanwhile, Jin Hyok's team teased him, asking why he looked so nervous and awkward on a day that should be filled with nothing but happiness. He looked like he was about to head into battle. They told him to just think about the grand entrance the twins would make soon. Imagine them toddling around, calling him dad, and he'd instantly find himself beaming. He declared that as long as Jiwon agreed, he would marry her right away. Suddenly, Jiwon realized how overwhelming this all must be for him. Just then, Manager Oh appeared, announcing it was time to go. His little fans raised their hands and cheered for him. Jin Hyok followed the wedding director, his heart pounding with anticipation. Meanwhile, Jin Hyok's grandfather and mother stood with Jiwon, praising how angelic she looked in her dress. He told her that even the bouquet she held was grown by his own hands. He mentioned his skills were still clumsy, but he hoped she liked it. Hearing this, Jiwon was deeply touched. She hugged him tightly, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Jiwon told him it was the most beautiful bouquet she had ever seen. He wished her and Jin Hyok a lifetime of happiness together. Meanwhile, Cat Bong Bong was enjoying its freedom in the garden. Jin Hyok thanked Manager Oh for officiating his wedding. Manager Oh suddenly burst into tears, confessing he never thought he'd see Jin Hyok get married. He gripped Jin Hyok's shoulder, insisting he live a good life. Jiwon, now ready, called out to Jin Hyok. She looked like a fairy stepped out of a fairy tale. Jin Hyok, speechless, stared at her, utterly captivated. Jin, seeing her brother like this, called out from a distance, playfully warning him to be careful of the beast, as their bride was breathtakingly beautiful. Chairman Chom mentioned the chairman's delight in officiating the wedding and urged them to hurry as the ceremony was about to begin. Ji-won took Jin Hyok's hand, and they entered the banquet hall. She asked if he had been waiting long. He replied that he had, indeed, been waiting a long time. They had come a long way, he said, even overcoming the shadow of death. No matter how long it took, what mattered was that they were finally together, ready to embark on their happy life. Holding her hand tightly, they walked in together, a moment he had long anticipated. The ceremony commenced with a solemn air, the band striking up the most joyous melodies. Even their little cat seemed excited, captivated by the beautiful wedding cake. The couple walked slowly, bathed in the applause and cheers of all present. Hand in hand, Jiwon and Jin Hyuk walked, each step a testament to the hardships they had overcome. They stopped before the chairman. Overwhelmed with joy, Jiwon beamed as the chairman officiated their union, pronouncing them husband and wife. She wondered if her father in heaven was watching her wedding. Jin Hyuk had kept his promise to his father. She would live a truly happy life. A slight fluster seemed to overtake Jin Hyuk as the chairman announced they could kiss. Everyone at the banquet, especially Jin, cheered excitedly. Cheers erupted as the groom kissed his bride. Even Donggang's little one seemed to share in the joy. Jiwon told Jin Hyuk that while the future was uncertain, she didn't need that certainty. She would savor every day with him, living each moment to the fullest. He promised to make her laugh for the rest of their lives. Without her, he told her, this precious life wouldn't be the same, and he wouldn't be able to enjoy it. Finally, the most anticipated moment of the wedding arrived, the bouquet toss. As the photographer counted to 3, Jiwon threw the bouquet high over her shoulder. It sailed through the air, and the lucky catcher was none other than Jin. Everyone at the banquet gathered, cameras flashing, capturing the perfect moment, a tableau of pure joy. Jin Hyuk's family watched the newlyweds cut the cake, their hearts overflowing with happiness and excitement. Everyone in the picture had found their own happiness, a truly happy ending. Those meant to be together had found each other. And as it should be, good things that come to good people.